Hi guys, good morning. As soon as I hit the live button, Law and Crime also went live, so that was pretty cool. Day 156 of the YSL trial. If you've been living under a rock, there is just two defendants left, only two. So we've got Diamante Kendrick, we've got Shannon Stillwell, which means for the most part, we'll be hearing lawyering from Max Schardt and Doug Weinstein, unless someone steps in for them on a certain day. I think this trial is going to be quite a bit shorter now. Towards the end of the day, we heard Paige allude to as much. That's going to be interesting to see if the state actually condenses anything down. At 10 a.m. today, and I'm really excited for this, we have Supreme Court arguments, Georgia Supreme Court arguments. It's going to be Brian Steele arguing in Blalock, that's Damone Blalock, v. State. We looked at those appeal briefs, well, one of the briefs, last week. A really interesting testimony from Tahira Hartsfield, Miss Brazy, who doesn't remember being called Miss Brazy or ever going by Brazy. And lots of, in my opinion, very interesting testimony. Less recall than Kenneth Copeland. Lots of I plead the fifths, I plead the fifths, I plead the fifth. And again, she was a key witness in this case. The Damone Blalock case that I'm referring to is in relation to the murder of Jamari Holmes, where Lil Rod was his co-defendant. They were both convicted. So we're going to be watching those oral arguments when they start at 10 a.m. And of course, we'll catch up with real-time court. We'll skip the lunch break, whatever. You guys know what we do. So there's our little agenda for today. I also know it is the 5th of November. So Selection Day. All I ask in the chat is, look, we have all come together for a really important cause. Everything that surrounds this case, it could be an issue that applies in dozens, hundreds, thousands of other cases across the country. There is no way that we are unified in our politics if we go point by point here in this chat. I would like to keep all of that aside and just remember that no matter what we might hold as our ideals or values, we've all found common ground here. And I would like to keep it that way. Love you guys a lot. Love you guys a lot. Let's make today easy for our wonderful mods. Am I muted? Am I muted? I think you're the first person that said it, so it's possible the rest of the chat is just like, all right with me being muted and only Ike said something. There we go. So not muted. Hello to everybody in here. Good morning to Jeremy and Megan. Hey to Tat Flocker. Yeah, Mr. Abadi, whatever, looking for the missing timepiece. Although I'm not sure if he was looking at the pink versus the white one, because it looked like it could have been a file folder of images rather than like a Google image search. But was he trying to say, hey, is this the one? And didn't realize that there's two different color shades. Sometimes a glossy light pink could look white with certain lighting. But Doug was very specific, not the pink one, the white one. So who knows about this missing watch? Who knows? Hey to Miss Shasha. Hey to Factual Eye. Hey to Cat R. Love a fellow cat. Good morning to Chatty Cathy. Good morning, everybody. Hey to Peter. Look, we got the green amphibious emojis going. Hey to Danny IRL. Shout out to No Slime Left Behind, guys. Surprise, surprise, we will have a website, No Slime Left Behind. It's the second one I purchased yesterday after the SlimeDrank, which was kind of a joke. But I'm thinking we'll use it as a directory of different resources, charities, organizations that we crowdsource, that we know about, that do things to help, I guess, not just the kids, but families that are dealing with an incarcerated family member. So we'll get like an index, an archive kind of going there. Really excited to get that live. Let's see. And then one happy white girl out here dropping 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Very generous of you. We'll get our banner set up. And again, if you're just getting in now at 10 a.m., depending on your time zone, that's like an hour away from right now, we will be watching Brian Steele's live oral arguments in front of the Georgia Supreme Court. Those sessions, when I've tuned in, they keep them at like an hour per case, and each side gets a chance to go. So it's not like it's going to take us away from day 156 all day. It'll be about an hour. We'll come back to day 156 of the YSL trial and get caught up. And I think that'll be really interesting because, remember, the Jamari Holmes murder was an act listed in the indictment for the YSL trial. So, and Damone Blalock, he's a severed co-defendant. He's actually still awaiting his trial for the YSL indictment. It never ends, you guys. It never ends. So we're going to get one happy white girl and STS in the banner here. Thank you guys so much for your generous gifting. Get that up here. And Bama Rose had shared the briefs in the appeal. We did read Brian Steele's brief live, so there's a video of that if you just look back at the live tab on this channel. But the written documents from Bama Rose you can grab here. There's a folder with all three. Hold on, let me make sure. I don't think I've ever shared the folder before. Okay, it says anyone with link, so we're not going to get that Google. And maybe this was the wrong URL. Who knows? Let me paste it again just in case. I'm so bad with the Google Doc sharing. No matter how many times I use it, I just never do it right. So there you go. There is the folder with the 3 different briefs there. Crystal, it's okay. Crystal says good morning. Sorry about the caps. Let's see.
Really an issue anymore anyway, is that, I mean, we're clear on the Mr. Thorpe can't be testifying about Mr. Stillwell's. So if y'all want me to read that part of the transcript, I will, but.
We didn't hear the first part of what you said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, I'm sorry, I'm a little late taking the bench. I was searching the transcript roughs for the part that we had been looking for yesterday, which I found. But I think we're clear anyway on what my ruling is about what Thorpe can and can't testify to, but I'm happy to read into the transcript what we were discussing before.
So she sided with the defense.
My ruling was, so they can't have a new witness. If they have a witness that they were planning to call back anyway, who is already qualified to testify to this, then they can testify to it. But they can't come up with a new witness or recall somebody that they didn't already have on their list. So I think that takes care of that. But of course, we have another issue because we can't have more than one normal no-issue trial day in a row. So I have an email from one of the jurors this morning. Interestingly, he sent 2 different drafts of it. And the first says, it's to my assistant. When you have a moment, please relay this to the judge. Good morning, Judge Whitaker. I am requesting to be removed from the current case due to the length of this trial and how the state has handled this case. I can no longer be unbiased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. Thanks. But then that's not what he really meant to send, because he said, I didn't mean to send this version, not the other one, with a minor correction. Hope all is well. When you have a moment, can you relay this email to the judge? Good morning, Judge Whitaker. I am requesting to be removed from the current case due to the length of this trial and how the state has handled this case. I will be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. Thanks. Now, This is the same juror who a few months back asked to be removed from the case and provided no reason whatsoever. And so I just ignored it. I just said, no, you're not removed. Doesn't work that way. And so I think this is just a ploy to get off of a case that
Keep the not
sick of
guilty
being
juror.
on because it's taking up his time. Obviously, we can have him out and privately, not with the other jurors around, and ask whatever questions we want of him.
I think Paige has had it, because I think Paige 2 months ago would have said, oh my gosh, a juror that says that they can't help but be biased against the state. She'd be like, this is concerning. This is clearly a juror that's saying whether it's true or not. I think it might be true. The state is a mess. I can't be biased. I can't be not biased. And here Whitaker's saying, I don't want to let this juror go. Whitaker is over this whole trial.
Willing to hear what
Oh
anybody
my gosh.
has to say about
Look
it.
at Doug.
I don't know from the court's perspective if this would be appropriate, but I would have no objection to informing this juror that it might not be 3 to 6 months. And I think it might not be 3 to 6 months or whatever he said. And I think that is accurate and honest at this point.
I mean, I think it would be fair to say we have no expectation that it'll be another 3 to 6 months.
In Your Honor, we understand that he's saying that he is biased towards the Schardt.
Towards any decisions, whatever that means.
Right, but he said that, but he specifically talked about the state and how the state is cleaning up his case. So therefore, the state would have some concern with the juror not being able to remain fair and impartial, given what his language was. He didn't say to either side, he said specifically to the state.
No, he didn't. He said, I will be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse of how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. And frankly, you have to start a case unbiased, but as you listen to the evidence, as long as you don't deliberate with anybody, you can mull the evidence in your own mind. And frankly, if y'all are presenting the case in a way that is driving a juror crazy, that's on you.
And I understand that, but if he is, it appears that he is, his thoughts at this point is that he's, and maybe that's what we need to ask him, whether or not he can still be fair and impartial. So we want to watch everything outside the presence of the other.
I mean, I certainly think that would be appropriate. So I'm looking for some kind of the general language that we give about needing to decide the case based on the evidence. So once I find that, we'll get him out and y'all can ask whatever questions you want.
And when that is complete, Your Honor, before we bring the whole jury out, I just want to say something to the court, put something on, briefly on the record. That can
Okay,
wait
about
till after
this or something else?
Something else, it can wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is crazy, you guys. What shade? We've heard shade this last week come from the judge to the state. Now it's a juror. Now it's a juror, and a little bit bittersweet, right? This has to be so motivating for the remaining defendants. It's got to suck a little bit from the defendants who took the plea deals and now have a record, whether or not they're guilty or innocent of what they pled to. But for the remaining two, this is their second day back, and they get to hear 2 drafts from an email. That juror could have taken the shade to the state out of that second email, but they didn't. They left it in because they sent the draft and then sent the actual one they meant to send. And both times, they shade the state for the way they're handling the case. guys, by all accounts, I'm not trying to read tea leaves. I think this juror is literally leaning towards not guilty, and that could be down the page, all of them. Like crazy. Crazy. And again, it might not be because if they're saying they're biased and they're concerned, they probably are truly feeling towards an acquittal. If they're just saying it, there could still be jury nullification. They could vote for an acquittal. They could say, I think they're not guilty, just because I'm over the way the state does things. What if they were pissed about that watch story yesterday? We talked about that at the end of this stream. Just that notion of hearing somebody pilfer a watch while they're executing a search warrant on somebody's house and deciding that's dirty, I don't like that. Going the jury nullification route, where the jury, in an essence, I look at jury nullification as you go rogue because of an issue outside of what you believe about the evidence itself, what the evidence itself has shown, what you think the state has proven or not beyond a reasonable doubt. Jury nullification to me is you go rogue and make your decision for any other reason than what you're supposed to base your reasons on. Like, wow. This is a day. This is a day. Man, Casey Dog, you missed a juror wrote an email, two technically. The draft said, yesterday provided a glimpse on how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. Right? So, actually, I think there's more. Hold on. How the state has handled this case, I can no longer be unbiased towards any decisions moving forward. Yesterday provided a glimpse on how the state presented its evidence, and I foresee another 3 to 6 months with the remaining defendants. So the jurors sent one draft, changed it a little, resent the email that they meant to send, but gave this sentiment that they can't be unbiased because of the way the state has handled the case. You can't tell me there's a reasonable reading of that email. That means they're not being critical of the state's case. And Whitaker is holding firm. Whitaker is saying, look, it's okay for a juror to be biased as they learn, right? That's kind of what they're supposed to do. As long as they're not trying to deliberate with the other jurors mid-trial, they're supposed to come up with an opinion of what they think about the evidence as the case moves forward. So Whitaker is keeping this juror, is ready to keep this juror. And the state, rightfully so, is in a panic because that looks really bad for them. This is the second day back after the plea deals that I think were a huge mess for the state last week. Like, this is crazy. Oh, man. Good to see you, Casey Dog. Glad you were here to see how this argument plays out. I don't think Paige is going to budge. And this is so, like, what is it? Karmic justice? Is that the phrase? The state ripped the plea deal offers out from under the feet of the remaining two defendants last week. Paige tried to call them out of it. They yanked the remaining two plea deals as if they want this trial to keep going. And then the second court day back from that, a juror says, I don't like how the state handles this case. I can't be unbiased. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. My goodness. Shout out to STS out here, sniping a slime out here. Again, also had gifted a generous 5 gifts here. Big thank you to STS. Shout out to Simon with the cone of shame here in the picture. Poor Simon. This is crazy. Yeah, I mean, Dennis says the judge is trying to force the state to offer a plea to the defense. Do you think we'll go through that motion again? And if the judge is going to keep this juror, I don't care. You'd have to offer me some plea that was like, we get to shake hands and move the heck along. What kind of plea? Like, think of the leverage the defense attorneys have right now. It's pretty clear a juror thinks your case is garbage. We haven't even started to present our case in chief. You've gone through your key witnesses, your star witnesses. What kind of plea deal, if we didn't take the other, if we weren't interested in the other pleas, what type of plea deal would be interesting to us at this point in time? It would have to be a handshake and walk away. Like, and we want that watch back. We want the watch back. Like, crazy. I can't believe this is the start of the day. And then at 10, all right, so I said we'll start at 10 a.m. live to watch the Georgia Supreme Court arguments. I don't think this will take much longer. But if it does, we might have to call an audible. I think we should watch the appeal live. The Damone Blalock with Brian Steele. I think we should watch that live. What a morning. So I think they'd still wait until the state rests their case in chief to motion for a directed verdict. Oh my God, you're here, Heart of Inspiration. Yes. Oh my gosh, was thinking about you. This is crazy. Whitaker is 1,000% over this. Yeah, the jury needs a plea deal at this point. This is crazy. Crazy, crazy. Huge shout out here to PJEDW gifting 10 memberships. You guys make sure you're saying thank you. Hold on, we got to update this banner. I'm just shocked, you guys. I know I keep repeating myself, but I am shocked. I'm just like, what? And it's even funnier because the juror had the opportunity to take that part out of the email and keep it a little bit less descriptive. And they said, no, we're going to keep it in there. We're going to keep it in there. Oh my gosh. Yes, okay, cool. We're going to do the appeal. We're going to do the appeal live. Because we can always get caught up with this court. Oh, man. This is a day. Heck yeah, so Peter Ortiz says, I bet APD has a nice discount store dealing in watches and jewelry. Guys, I really think that watch testimony, shout out to Doug Weinstein. That could have been like the tipping point for this juror.
That juror.
Oh, are they going to question the juror?
Can we get juror number 56 out, please?
Shout out to juror
Thank
number
you.
56.
Did you email me?
I wonder what the state's questions are going to be. The appeal is Damone Blalock, severed co-defendant in this trial, co-defendant of Lil Rod in the Jamari Holmes murder trial. Brian Steele's doing oral arguments in the appeal this morning in front of the Georgia Supreme Court. Let's see what the juror says or is asked.
So I am in receipt of a correspondence from you this morning. And I'm actually in receipt of both versions of it because you sent one and then you adjusted it, and my assistant had already sent that one to me, so I have both. And you seem to be expressing concerns about the length of the trial. And I've discussed that with all of the attorneys, and we all feel comfortable representing that there is really, it's almost certain that this trial will be over far before 3 to 6 months have elapsed.
Far before.
I think it is probable that it will be over before the end of this year. So I'd like to find out whether that assuages any of your concerns.
Given that you said probable, and I'll keep it as is, but I will, if it prolongs, then I will send out correspondence again if it goes into 2025.
All right. Let me ask you as well. You said that you, first you said you could no longer be unbiased, and then you said that you would be biased towards any decisions moving forward. Is that because of your worries about how long the case might take?
Yes.
Okay.
I projected it when we first
Sure,
began this
same.
entire case, we were projected to be in, 6 months and then to a year.
Yeah.
And then given the circumstances in between, I just, personally, I just feel like this is too long.
Yeah.
You know, I love what I do for a living. I miss what I do.
Yeah.
And it's been hindering a lot of things with family and friends. And
Yeah.
things. And so since used probable in the sentence, and so therefore you're assuring that this will probably go toward the 2024 year, so then therefore I can still stay on board.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of other things as well. I know that you were instructed with some version of entering the case and considering the evidence with an open mind and not reaching any final conclusions until the trial is over with. Can you continue to assess the evidence with an open mind?
Given the information that we've just discussed, and yes,
All right. Okay, and can you decide this case based only on the evidence that is presented in the law that I give you and not on whether you like or dislike anybody's presentation style?
since you work that way, then yes, I can go along with that.
All right.
Shoot for 2024 just to be.
He just said
All
keep
right,
it to 2024.
Do any of the attorneys have questions for this juror?
Get Max.
I do not, Your Honor.
All right.
I do not.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll excuse you to the jury room and we'll have y'all all back in just a minute. Thank you.
Shout out to juror number 56. Holy moly. Everyone put 56 in the chat.
All right. Anything further about that issue before we move on?
No, from
All right. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor, I became aware last night after I got home that my request to the court to show the jury to pass around the bottles
Yeah.
of the liquid, that was not an intention for them to take a shot from those bottles.
You did say sample.
I did say sample, so I guess a lawyer, which I suppose I am, would say I inartfully worded that, but that was not my intention. I just wanted them to be able to look at the labels, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I understand. The jury got a kick out of it. It was a little bit of levity. So, I didn't know if maybe you had set
We
it
got a
on
kick out
purpose
of it.
for that very reason.
I'd left
But-
my shot glasses
No,
at home.
I didn't think you were actually wanting to give them samples, but I had to deny that in the way that it was phrased. So, okay, no problem with that. All right, is there any other matter before we get the jury out to start our testimony for the day? Okay, and who's our first witness for the day going to be? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get the jury out, and you can have that witness be making their way up to the witness stand.
There we go, you guys. I'm a little speechless. I know we're moving on to another witness. I mean, whatever at this point. This is just crazy. Yeah, Ike, 1000%. If I read that correctly, verdict can't/won't be unanimous. Unanimous guilty, right? Across the board. Defense in some way just won. I totally agree. Look at, we're gonna watch the body language of the state all day. Oh, man. This has to be so, like, a little bit of weight. It's not done, right? But a little bit of weight, a little bit of tension off the shoulders of the remaining two defense attorneys and their clients. Like, wow, 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 wow. All right, you know what? We'll catch up. They're going to get this guy sworn in. I'm seeing what happened. Guys, a juror wrote an email. A juror wrote an email to the court, said that they feel like, especially with this case possibly taking 3 to 6 months more, which they just assuaged the juror on. They said, look, we think this is going to end in 2024, not go into 2025. The juror's agreeing to stay for the long haul. But they emailed the court saying, 3 to 6 months, and I don't think I can be unbiased. I'm going to be biased because of the way the state is handling the case. The clear to me between the lines there is, I can't vote guilty because the state is such a hot mess. So a juror sent an email, 2 emails to the court because they sent a draft first, and they just got done voir diring. They're keeping the juror. The juror is willing to stay because they agreed that the case should end before we hit 2025, which is another good news, if you ask me. That's where we are for anyone joining late. Incredible.
Crazy. Thank you. And if you would mind swearing our witness, we'll get started. Thank you.
Aaron Wofford, Aaron Wofford.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
I am retired lieutenant at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And
Retired
how long
lieutenant.
were you employed by the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
Over 21 years.
Okay.
We're going to adjust that mic. It's really not that one. Well, we can give that one a shot. If that one doesn't work, move that other one towards you.
You said you worked there for how long?
21 years.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, I guess, where within the Sheriff's Department were you employed?
At the jail.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what did you do or what did your employment entail at the jail?
Well, I started off as a floor deputy, moved to sergeant, moved to lieutenant, did security, was over security, unit manager over security, and unit manager in the watch commander's office.
And can you tell the jurors, as the lieutenant who managed security for the jail, and where's the jail located?
901 Rice Street.
Okay, and is that here within Fulton County, City of Atlanta?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about your role as kind of head of security at the Fulton County Jail?
This basically made sure all of the checkpoints were manned, all the equipment was functioning. Was the custodian of the Pelco system that we had, which is the camera system. Also the secure system, which was the telephone communication system. Made sure all the fences didn't have holes in them, things like that. Made sure there was no areas that could be penetrated as far as escapes and stuff like that.
Okay, and you referenced you were the custodian for the Pelco system. Can you tell the jurors what is that system?
The Pelco system is a system within the jail that basically monitors the jail itself. It's in the pods of where the inmates are housed, but it's also all around the facility, and I had access to it.
Okay, and I won't ask you how many cameras, but were there cameras throughout and all over the Fulton County Jail?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit, were you trained in, I guess, being able to pull information or data from the Pelco system for any
Yes.
specific event?
Yes.
Yes. And can you tell the jurors, were you able to, I guess, narrow down a time frame and pull footage for a specific time frame that you were looking for?
Yes, but I would usually go a little bit before and a little bit after just to make sure I captured the whole incident.
And is the footage that you would be able to pull and view, is that footage stored within a secured database as it relates to, I guess, all the recordings for each day from the Fulton County Jail?
That's correct.
Okay, and is that how you're able to access any amount of data that you were looking for as it relates to footage?
Correct.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, as head of security, were you aware that other deputies working within the jail wore body cameras?
Correct.
And as the lieutenant on duty, were you able to pull and view a body camera related to any specific deputy on duty?
Yes.
Okay, and is that something that you did fairly regularly before you retired?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors the system in which the body camera footage is stored in the ordinary course of business?
It's called evidence.com.
Okay. And is the company Axum?
Yes, Axum. Yes.
And based on your security clearance as lieutenant, were you able to regularly view any of the body cam footage as it related to the deputies who worked within the Fulton County Jail?
Yes.
And is that something that you did on a regular basis, like you described with the Pelco system, as one of your duties when working?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to February 9th of 2022. Were you a lieutenant then, still not retired as it relates to the Fulton County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, did you become aware of an aggravated assault or a stabbing within the jail.
Yes.
And before we get into that, can you explain to the jurors, I guess, how the jail is set up, how many floors, and you mentioned pods. Can you talk a little bit about that?
There's 7 floors in the jail, and on each floor you have 6 pods within the jail. You have 400, 500, 600, 100, 200, 300, and then you have 700, 800. 700 is where the deputies on the floor are housed or officed and have computers and stuff. But and 800 is where the gym is, where they have their recreation.
Okay.
And that's on every floor. That setup is on every floor.
Okay. And on each floor, and I guess in the area of each pod, are there specific deputies assigned either to each pod individually or a number of pods that they monitor throughout their shift?
Deputies are, you have north and south. So you have deputies from 1 all the way up. You have north and south. And there's deputies on each floor in each pod. Well, not in each pod, but on each floor on each side.
Okay. And as it relates to February 9th of 2022, were you able to locate and pull video surveillance from the Pelco system as it relates to the stabbing?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 125, Victor. And let me know if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
It's the video footage of the incident that occurred on February 9th.
Okay. And I want to go ahead and show you also State's Exhibit 124, Victor. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, it's also, the first one was the body cam, the second one was the Pelco system.
Okay. And was that footage that you were able to pull of the body cam as well as the Pelco video surveillance as it relates to the stabbing you became aware of on February 9th of 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. At this time around, the state will tender State's Exhibit 124, Victor, which is the Pelco video surveillance, and then 125, Victor, which is the body cam related to the stabbing.
All right, those are both admitted.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, based on your investigation in conjunction with other deputies who were working in the Fulton County Jail, can you tell the jurors the inmates that were involved in the violent incident?
Bennett and Myrick.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors as it relates to Mr. Bennett and Mr. Myrick, did you view the video surveillance of the actual stabbing from the Pelco system?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to actually, I guess, locate? Let me ask a better question. Was the violent event, was it actually captured on the video surveillance?
It was.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors, before we play it, the video surveillance as it relates to the Pelco system, the quality of, I guess, the video? Is it something that it's HD and, you can see everything like it's, standing before you, or is it a little different?
It's a little different. A little, I mean, it's you could see, but it's a little different. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, permission to publish State's Exhibit 124. Your Honor, just for the record, because it takes a minute to pull up, I had already pulled it up from my desktop. And before we start playing the video surveillance in, I guess, the still frame in State's Exhibit 124 BV at 6:45 and 28 seconds p.m. That evening on February 9th, do you see the individual who's in, I guess, kind of the middle, far right-hand side?
There's something over the video. I don't want to touch it.
Okay. See?
Yeah.
You see the individual that's standing, I guess, in the far middle right-hand corner of the exhibit?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, is that Jayden Myrick?
That's correct.
Okay. And in your review of the footage, I guess, let's go ahead and explain to the jurors where we are in the jail in this video.
This is 6 North Zone 600
Okay.
at the Fulton County Jail.
And you see in the video, there's 2 floors, the bottom and I guess the top floor where the stairs lead Do you see the numbers, for example, 616, 615, 614, what are those?
Those are individual cells.
Okay, and in the individual cells, is that where inmates who were being housed at Fulton County Jail would reside during their time there?
That's correct.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, based on your number of years of the Sheriff's Department, ending your career as a lieutenant there, can you kind of explain to the jurors, I guess, the process and procedure as it relates to individual inmates, I guess, coming out of the cell to make video calls or phone calls using the secure system that you
But
spoke about?
this particular zone, I think this was the PC zone. I'm almost sure it was. And in those zones, there's only supposed to be one individual out at a time for their hour or however long they were out. I think it was an hour to take care of whatever they need to take care of as far as attorneys or showers or visitation or whatever they're doing.
And can you explain to the jurors, you said the PC zone, what is that?
That's
term mean?
protective custody.
Okay. Now, you referenced two inmates being Mr. Myrick, we see in states of its 124 BB, is the second individual that you referenced, last name Bennett, is that Rayshawn Bennett?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're working at the jail and working there while Mr. Bennett was in custody. Do you know a nickname that he goes by?
I don't.
Okay. Does the nickname Lucci, does that ring a bell?
It sounds familiar, but I don't. I've heard it, that name, but.
As the video is playing, I just want to see if we can orient the jurors a little bit. You see in the exhibit where the second set of stairs that are towards the back of the right-hand side of State Exhibit 124 BV. You described there's when the inmates are out, they're able to make either video visitation calls or normal phone calls. Can you kind of orient the jurors, I guess, the area that would take place in this pod?
Well, if they're gonna do like commissary or stuff like that, the one down at the bottoms for their commissary and things of that nature.
Right. Do me a favor, stand up and point at the large screen for them.
This box right here is where they're gonna do their commissary and things of that nature. This box up here is where they're gonna do their video visitations and things of that nature.
And as you can see in the exhibit, at 640, 651, you see Mr. Meyer kind of walking around on the pod. Can you explain to the jurors how he's able to do that?
I'm figuring that's his time out to do what he needs to do as far as his hygiene or calls, if he's talking to a lawyer or whatever he needs to do for that amount of time that he's out.
Okay, so when an inmate, when it's their time, their hour, they're able to walk about freely. They're able to walk about freely, as you can
Yes,
see.
yes, yes.
Now, as you continue to review the video, is there a time where you can see Mr. Rayshawn Bennett also come out and get released from his cell?
There is a time, yes.
I'm going to move to 6:57 p.m. in the exhibit. And at 6:58:08 p.m. on February 9th, 2022, do you see in the top middle right-hand side of State Exhibit 124 BB the individual upstairs in a white shirt?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, is that Mr. Rayshawn Bennett after he's been released from his cell?
Appears to be race, yes, Mr. Bennett.
And can you explain to the jurors, is he near the area that you just talked about where video visitation takes place?
Yes.
I'm still all the way stuck on this juror. Like all day, guys, my bad.
You see in the exhibit, as the video plays, both Mr. Bennett and Mr. Myrick out in 6 North 600. Is this typical that 2 inmates are out at the same time?
No,
And can you tell the jurors why not?
because we wouldn't want to mix them up in case something would happen. So the one that was out, Mr. Myrick, should have been put up.
For efficiency, I'm going to move to 7:01 p.m. into the video. And at 7:01 and 15 seconds, Lieutenant, do you see Mr. Bennett headed towards the video visitation area being followed by Mr. Myrick?
That's correct.
Now, Lieutenant, as the fight's going on, can you tell the jurors in each one of the pods where are the deputies in relation to the inmates? For example, the ones we're watching right now. Like where does this deputy come from?
He comes, I'm assuming from the other side. This happened in 600, so I'm assuming he was in maybe 1, 2, or 300.
I can ask a different question.
All right.
So the deputies, as it relates to when they're working on during their shift, here this is 6 North 600. Just one deputy works several pods.
Yes,
Okay. And throughout their shift, are they, I guess, monitoring pods from 600 North, 600
yes,
South and around?
yes, around their housing pod that they're assigned to, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, is there, I guess, a watchtower, for example, where an individual is monitoring the Pelco system or the video surveillance system?
No, they're not watching the Pelco, they're actually watching the inmates
Okay.
in the same pod area or same housing floor area.
And if an incident like this occurs, does the person in the watchtower alert deputies?
Yes.
And is that how they, I guess, get to the pods as quickly as they can?
Correct.
All right. Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, well, first let me show you State's Exhibits 1, 125, Victor, A, B, and C. Do you recognize those exhibits, sir?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize those?
These are pictures taken during the investigation of the victim of this incident.
And when you say victim, can you tell the jurors who considers the victim as it relates to this violent act?
Inmate Bennett.
And do those photographs in State's Exhibit 125, A, B, and C fairly and accurately depict the injuries that Mr. Bennett suffered on February 9th of 2022.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender remark to State's Exhibits 125, Victor, Victor, A, B, C.
Sure.
Any other?
No.
Okay, they're admitted without objection.
Okay. So at this time, the state's going to publish State's Exhibit 125 on the body cameras. And while pulling the body camera up, can you tell the jurors how the body camera works within, I guess, the Fulton County Jail with the sheriff's deputy?
If an inmate is in a, if the deputy is in some kind of a confrontation or situation that needs to be captured to further the investigation, they put their body cams on. And it's also there to protect them.
And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to each deputy who's monitoring any pod within any of the floors that you described here today, are the deputies armed with guns or anything like that?
No, they're armed with the body cam and other essential equipment that they would need: radio, handcuffs, OC, taser if they have one. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Shoot me. Put it down. 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 I ain't got one. Put it down. Put it down.
Hey, I chill out, bro. No, that man just smoking me. You don't suck shit. So?
Put it down.
I can't want to go straight up.
Move. Listen, if you stab me, I ain't gonna step back. Put it down. I ain't got what the fuck you telling me for. I ain't out. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Kill this fuck. Shit.
Move.
All jail units, so you're not emergency traffic. Officer needs assistance.
Step back. Step back. Step back.
What's the situation?
Step back. Step back. Step back.
Please, an inmate, zone 600.
Get down. Get down. Get down, motherfucker. Well, get down. Get down.
Oh, down, bro. You the one.
Roll over on your back.
You the one shoot me. Boy, they shoot me. That shit lame. Hey man, they shot me. I ain't had no money.
Shut up, you do.
Come on. What is that? What is that? Hey man, they shot me.
Lieutenant is with that body cam for Deputy Edward. Deputy Edward was monitoring the hots that night.
Correct.
Now, I want to show you this last body camera. You tell the jurors, Lieutenant, is it, I guess, common for more than one deputy when it's called over the radio?
Yes.
If there's an incident to arrive?
Yes.
And through your investigation, can you tell the jurors, was a weapon found as it relates to the incident we just witnessed with the stabbing?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what it was?
It's called a shank.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors what is a shank?
It's a homemade weapon or a weapon made in jail by inmates. An edge weapon.
I want to show you this second video on State's Exhibit 125, Victor Victor. And then for the record, I'm going to start at 1 minute and 37 seconds.
You can stand down on 6 North. Situation under control. I ain't got no gloves on me. Some gloves. Pick that up. Can you put that on your Pick that, no, wrap it up in your glove, take your glove off and wrap it in your glove. We gotta say them.
Is that Shane, Lieutenant?
Yes, that was found.
Is this guy like all ready with no gloves?
Now, I'm going to put on the screen State's Exhibit 124, Victor B. And can you describe for the jurors through your investigation the injuries that we see here in 125 Victor B that Mr. Rayshawn Bennett sustained from being stabbed with a shank?
Those are wounds that were obtained during the incident. Bennett got stabbed with, and that's the outcome of it.
What?
Through your investigation, was Mr. Myrick at all, I guess, injured or sustained any injuries from the, I guess, the fight stabbing that we saw on video?
I didn't see any. I don't know if the nurses, I don't know as far as him, if he was injured or anything.
All right, are there
They're passing
defense
the
questions
witness.
for this witness? Sure.
Good morning, Captain Wofford.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Wofford.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize.
No problem.
My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, who's seated to my right. Just a couple questions. I just want to make sure I have this correct. I know that you've corrected me, you're a lieutenant. Were you the person within the jail responsible for investigating this incident?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that was in your purview?
Yes.
All right, great. Now, my first question is, I think we just saw in the body cam, Deputy Edwards, I thought I heard a taser gun. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Who was tased?
Both of them.
Both individuals were tased?
My understanding, yes, from what I saw,
Okay.
yes.
Now, as I understood your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, this occurred in the protective custody dorm, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated, I believe, that there was only supposed to be one person, when I say person, I mean a person that's an inmate at the time, walking around the floor at a time.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And so that doesn't just apply to Jayden, Myrick and Rayshawn Bennett. That applies to all the people, the inmates, I don't like that term, but inmates that are in that pod.
In 600, yes.
In 600.
Yes.
So no two people are supposed to be on the floor at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. How is that ensured? Can you explain, for instance, are there locks on the individual doors to the rooms?
Yes. Once their doors close, it locks.
Okay, so, and who controls those locks?
Tower.
Okay, so am I correct that the tower, ideally, the way it's supposed to work is the tower lets one person out onto the floor and then doesn't let anyone else out until that person returns back to their room?
Ideally, whoever's out, they go in first, they lock the doors, and whoever's supposed to come out next comes out.
Okay. In the video, as I understood it, Mr. Myrick was out walking the floor, correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Bennett exited his door to enter the floor as well,
Correct.
which would be against the protocol.
Correct.
What happened?
From my understanding, from reports that I got, he was supposed to go up. I'm not sure why he didn't go inside or whatever, and he was left out. I don't know because I wasn't up there.
Well, presumably, if the idea is to keep the gentleman separate, or any two individuals separate, the person that's in the room, their door would not be unlocked until the other person is securely locked in their room, correct? That's how it's supposed to work.
That's how it's supposed to work. I'm not sure what the incident was or why it happened that way. There could have been a number of things. I don't know, maybe the tower person didn't see him walking around. I'm not sure. I'm not making any excuses. I don't know. But ideally, one person's supposed to go up, other one's supposed to go in.
Okay. Did you do, as part of your investigation at the jail, did you do kind of a historical look to see if that was a common instance that had been happening over the last month, we'll say, with two people on the floor at the same time?
No.
Okay, so we don't know if this is that incident or that situation with two people that are in 600 being on the floor at the same time. We're not sure if that happened at all over the past month. We just know that it happened on that particular day.
Day, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
I have questions. What is going on?
Good morning, Lieutenant Wofford.
Good morning.
My name's Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick. Just a few questions. I think you indicated to Mr. Schardt that only one of the people held in custody should have been on the floor at the time, correct?
Outside the,
Outside the cell.
yes,
And you don't know why there were two that were out there at the same time, right?
I don't.
Okay. Is it possible for, and I'm going to again use the unfortunate term inmate, is it possible for an inmate to release himself from the cell?
Yeah,
It is. How would they go about doing that?
move the door.
It's not locked. It is not locked.
What, the door? Yeah, it's locked. They've moved the door when it was locked.
Okay. So even though they're in protective custody, it's possible for multiple inmates to be on the floor at the
I'm
same time?
not saying in that pod. I'm just talking, you said generally in the jail. Correct?
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me be more specific. In that particular pod in 600.
It shouldn't be, but things are put in the doors where you think the door's shut and they can move it.
Okay. And I think we all saw the deputy respond to that fight taking place where he strolls out. Is that the normal procedure, just to kind of slowly walk out there, or generally are they encouraged to have some urgency?
Well, we like to survey the scene first before we go into an incident that could possibly hurt us.
Okay. Do you know how many people held in custody in Fulton County Jail in 2022 when this happened?
Capacity?
Within the, yeah, let's clarify. Hold on. No, I haven't finished the question. I'm sorry. Within all of the Fulton County Jail, which goes by Rice Street, correct? People call it Rice Street?
Yes, sir.
So within Rice Street in 2022, do you know how many of the inmates there were killed or died in 2022?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Perfect. All right,
Mr. Weinstein.
All right, we are
You can
switching
after,
over.
if there's any redirect.
We are going to switch over to oral arguments in front of the Supreme Court. I hear voices, and they just cut it out as soon as I switched over here. It like literally just started as Doug ended his cross. So let's give it a minute. Guys, we will get caught up with whatever we miss in day 156, but Brian Steele is arguing in front of the Georgia Supreme Court in the Blalock appeal, Damone Blalock. That is Lil Rod's co-defendant in the Jamari Holmes murder case. So they usually are less than 60 minutes per case of their arguments. Let me refresh it just to make sure I didn't do something with the sound. I heard it a little bit, and then it cut right back out. So sound is on and I don't hear anything. All right, so I guess we can continue. We can continue, but they're supposed to start in about 4 minutes. But holy moly, what did you guys think of that whole mess? Like, I couldn't see all that much from the video. You guys, just so you know, I know it's confusing to follow the who's who in this trial because that count one has us hearing incidents about everybody, right? Even though it's just two defendants sitting here in this courtroom, if anybody's in this indictment, the state can kind of bring it in because of that count one, the RICO count. But this is supposed to be the stabbing of YFN Lucci, that's Rayshawn Bennett. This is supposed to involve Kahlieff Adams, DAMEKION Garlington, and Jayden Myrick, who I think we don't really hear that much about Kahlieff Adams and Jayden Myrick in the rest of this trial so far. Heard a lot about DAMEKION Garlington. But those are the three individuals that the state's alleging carried out this stabbing of YFN Lucci. So I think that was a very confusing mess, what we just saw with that witness. And this is just crazy for him to say, we take the time to survey the scene. That sounds so against protocol to me. They're supposed to make sure they stop whatever's going on before something gets more serious. And all I'm thinking about in the back of my mind, and this is a medical issue rather than a security issue, with Shane Kendall, when the two nurses hesitated to provide what could have been life-saving care to Shane Kendall. This is also in Rice Street. This is something that Nick Starro has discussed at length in great detail, very well, over on his channel. So shout out to Nick Starro. Rachel Kaufman, if you guys know who Rachel Kaufman is, practicing criminal defense attorney in Fulton County. The Shane Kendall was her client. So she's also shared a lot of her thoughts on the lack of care, the lack of response to Shane Kendall when he was having a medical emergency. So, like, what goes on at Rice Street? Just because somebody's in custody doesn't mean that people aren't supposed to be doing their jobs. Just because somebody's an inmate, right? They're not suddenly no longer human. And a lot of this is Rice Street. This is a jail. In a lot of instances, those in Rice Street are awaiting their trial. They're not always convicted yet. They might have prior convictions, maybe. So I guess you could kind of say that. But a good percentage of these people are awaiting their trial, their day in court. Like, just crazy. Okay, so this is fair. They teach you to survey the scene before rushing in, but you're moving with urgency. I mean, I just don't... There was, like, so much blank time. It just seemed like nobody was paying attention to what was going on. Just crazy. All right, so I still don't... We're 1 minute away. We'll wait till 10 a.m. to see if this starts on time. Again, let me drop these links if you want to read the written briefs for this appeal. There they are in the chat. Well, Peter Ortiz, I get you never rush in or you might be unalived, especially if you are alone, but your point on its own makes sense. But that officer still went in alone. All right, so they just turned the court audio on for the appeal. But right, so the officer still went in alone. At least that's all really I saw on the body cam when he finally went in. So there was still no protocol being followed after that initial surveying step. Just seemed like a hot mess.
All rise. The Honorable Supreme Court of Georgia is now in session.
All right, let's do this volume. Here we go, you guys. Steele appeal should be the first up. Look at him there. Look at Steele.
You may be seated.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Interim Dean Courtney Anderson on behalf of this faculty, staff, and students here at Georgia State University College of Law. It is our distinct honor to welcome the Supreme Court justices to our community. Each year, we are privileged to have the justices administer professionalism oaths, serve on our advisory boards, speak to student organizations, and now hold court at our institution. The College of Law's mission is to promote an innovative, equitable, and inclusive vision of the law through high-quality, accessible education, impactful research, and service to our communities. The opportunity to witness oral arguments in our space elevates what we teach in the classroom to see advocacy in this profession that we value, and that is the foundation of this republic. Thank you so much to the Supreme Court staff and to the attorneys and their teams for providing an incredible experience in service of our mission and making this day, November 5th, more eventful than anticipated. Thank you again, and I'll now turn it over to Chief Justice Boggs.
Well, thank you and good morning, everyone. We're honored to be with you. Interim Dean Anderson, thank you for the warm welcome and for hosting us today at the College of Law. I'd also like to thank members of the GSU planning team who worked hard behind the scenes to set up this special session. There's a lot of work that goes into this, as you might imagine. So I'd like to thank Associate Dean Tamika Lester, Christine Thomas, Travis Chambers, Natasha Peters, Jaja Franklin, Emily Harden, and Sergeant Wes Patton and the GSU Police Department. Thank you all for what you've done to accommodate us here today. In addition, I want to acknowledge and thank all of the professors, administrators, staff, and students who are here this morning to observe the work of their Supreme Court. We always look forward to holding these special sessions off-site at different locations around the state, including at law schools, outside of our courtroom, and really in hopes that today's session will provide an opportunity for you all and others that are unable to maybe get to the Supreme Court building to better understand the work that we do. While this is not our court's first time at Georgia State's College of Law, it is the first time for many of us on the current bench. I believe that the last time our court was here for oral arguments was in 2016, shortly after this building opened. And I have to mention how heartening it is to see the faces of so many people who are keenly interested in being a part of and hopefully improving the practice of law here in Georgia. I'm now, as tradition is when we go off-site, going to briefly introduce my colleagues up here on the bench. I'm going to do this in seniority order, and so I begin with Presiding Justice Nels Peterson to my right. Justice Peterson has a BS in political science from Kennesaw State, was very proud of the Owls' recent win over Liberty, was also SGA president at Kennesaw State. He went to law school and graduated with a JD from Harvard Law School, formerly served as executive counsel to Governor Sonny Perdue, was the state's first Solicitor General in the Attorney General's office, served with me and others on the Georgia Court of Appeals, and is from Cobb County, so that's Justice Peterson. Next, to my left, Justice Sarah Warren, who is a Duke University undergrad in public policy and Spanish major, and also Duke magna cum laude School of Law. Double Duke is what I think they're called, which doesn't make any sense to me. She was served as Deputy Press Secretary for the White House Office of Management and Budget. She was in private practice at Kirkland & Ellis in D.C., was the state's third Solicitor General in the Attorney General's office, and she and her family live here in Atlanta. So welcome to Justice Warren. Next, Justice Charlie Bethel, a double dog, business degree and law degrees, both from the University of Georgia, former state senator from Dalton. He and I served together in the legislature. He also served on the Court of Appeals, and he and his family live in Dalton, which is in Whitfield County, just north of here in North Georgia. So that's Justice Bethel. Next, to my left, is Justice John Ellington, another double dog with accounting degree and law degrees from the University of Georgia. He served in multiple levels of state court, serving both on the Court of, or all on the Court of Appeals, and by designation on the Superior Court of the 5 judicial circuits throughout South Georgia. He also served as a municipal court judge in Soperton. He's from Soperton, as an avid, I should say, dog fan, also a turkey hunter, somewhat of a Renaissance man, bakes pies, makes ice cream, and has a green thumb. So, Justice Carla Wong McMillan, to my right and your left, earned her JD from UGA and her bachelor's degree in history and economics from Duke. She's the first Asian Pacific American appointed to our court. Previously, she and I and others served on the Georgia Court of Appeals together, and she's formerly also a trial court judge, having served as a state court judge in Fayette County. She was born and raised in Augusta, but resides with her family in Fayette County. Justice McMillan. Next, to my left and your right, one of your own, Justice Sean Ellen LaGrua, who graduated from here with her JD and undergrad from University of Georgia. Previously served as Inspector General for the Georgia Secretary of State. She served as Solicitor General, prosecutor for DeKalb County. Before joining the Supreme Court, she was a Superior Court judge here in the Atlanta Judicial Circuit. I know you're all proud, as we are, to come back to her alma mater and be at her school where she graduated from law school. So welcome to Justice LaGrua. Next to my right and to your left, at the end of the bench, is Justice Berta Colvin. Justice Colvin is a UGA Law and a Sweetbriar College undergrad. She is a former Assistant United States Attorney in the Middle District of Georgia. Before that, she was Assistant Solicitor in Athens, Clark County. Before that, after that, she served as a Superior Court judge in the Macon Judicial Circuit. She likewise served on Georgia's Intermediate Appellate Court, the Georgia Court of Appeals, and she and her family live in Macon, Georgia. Justice Colvin. Next, to your right and my left, Justice Andrew Pinson, the newest member of our court. He's our third double dog. He has a finance degree and law degree from the University of Georgia. Previously, he likewise served as a Solicitor General, just like Justices Peterson and Warren at the Georgia Attorney General's office. He likewise served on Georgia's Intermediate Appellate Court on the Georgia Court of Appeals. He was born in DeKalb County, and he moved to nearby, about an hour northwest, Lincoln County during middle school, And we enjoy Justice Penson's service on this court, and I know you want to welcome him as well. So that's Justice Penson. Finally, myself, I have an undergraduate degree from Georgia Southern and with a degree in political science and psychology. I played football at Georgia Tech for a moment on scholarship until being injured. I have a JD degree from Mercer University School of Law. I formerly served in the legislature, formerly served as a Superior Court judge in the 6 counties of the Waycross Judicial Circuit. After that, I was on the Georgia Court of Appeals for a while, and then continued my appellate service on this court. I'm from Ware County, which is Waycross, Georgia. If any of you don't know where that is, 250 miles south of here. You would think you would be in Florida, but you would be wrong. You would still be in Georgia, and you would be in Ware County. I currently live in Pierce County with my spouse, who is a kindergarten teacher in the Ware County public school system. So with that and those introductions, I always enjoy doing that. I sometimes remember things I had forgotten about my colleagues. I hope you can see the breadth of experiential diversity and other diversity on this court. I really enjoy my colleagues. They're an honor to work with, and I think you'll understand that as we go through today's process. Next, we will move to the next item in our category of agenda items, which is the admission ceremony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests for admission of new members to the bar of the Supreme Court of Georgia?
Yes, Your Honor, the following named applicants have properly certified applications, and I respectfully move for their admission to the bar of the Supreme Court of Georgia.
When your name is called, please come up the stairs onto the stage and stand in front of the bench, if you will. So I presume we want that right out here somewhere, Madam Clerk? All right.
Brittany Carter, Carolyn DeWint, Robert Nowens, Brianna Kadlika, and Rachel Lee.
Good morning. If y'all will stretch out right here in front of the bench so we can get a good look at you. Don't be nervous. Some of the lawyers might be, but you don't need to be nervous. Welcome. It's my honor to administer the oath to you. If you will all please raise your right hand and listen to this oath. You do solemnly swear or affirm that you will conduct yourself as an attorney or counselor of this court, truly and honestly, justly and uprightly and according to law, and that you will support the Constitution of the state of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States, so help you God. If you agree with that oath, please say I do. I do. And you can put your hands down. It's a tradition at our court that we admit new lawyers to practice before the Supreme Court of Georgia. One of our members gives welcoming comments. You would not be surprised to know who that's going to be today. It is not me or the rest of my colleagues to my right, but rather a Georgia State University College of Law graduate and my colleague, Justice Sean LaGrua. So, Justice LaGrua, I'll turn it over to you at this time.
Thank you, Chief, for that opportunity. Good morning, everyone, and Dean Anderson and the rest of the Georgia State family, thank you so much for having us here this morning. It's an honor for me to give opening remarks here at the law school that I attended, sort of. It didn't look anything like this when I and my classmate, colleague, and very dear friend, Judge Joe Burford, attended law school. We were in the Urban Life building with 3 classrooms, no cafeteria, and it wasn't nearly as clean and as pretty. I was trying to think about what to say this morning, and knowing it would be Election Day made me think I would be remiss not to recognize that. Today is a historic day for you and the country, though I really think every Election Day is a historic day. It is the day that our collective voices choose how we will be governed. George W. Bush said, "We vote not because we're liberal or conservative, but because we're American citizens, and that's our responsibility." As lawyers, you are the ultimate embodiment of civil discourse that unfortunately has been lacking often in our country as of late. I remember having 2 conversations shortly after I came to this bench with 2 friends and colleagues and lawyers that at the time I did not know knew each other. Both had served in the legislature. We were discussing the fact that there was a time where we could respectfully disagree with one another and not be viewed as evil. They both recalled how they would disagree on the floor of the legislature, walk out of those chambers, pat each other on the back, and ask, "Where are we going to dinner?" I remember how refreshing that attitude was. As lawyers, you are the ultimate embodiment of civil discourse. You have the opportunity to treat your colleagues on the other side of the aisle with the same respect and cordiality that you would want to be treated with. The public looks to lawyers as examples and often turn to you at election time to help educate them about the process. As Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, let us never forget that government is ourselves and not an alien power over us. The ultimate rules of our democracy are not a president and senators and congressmen and government officials, but the voters of this country. As lawyers, you will often be looked to as knowledgeable leaders, and there are two critical things you can do to be role models for young lawyers, associates, and the community as a whole. One is be the leading example of cordial discourse in our communities. Think about how much more enjoyable your work will be if you enjoyed working with the lawyers on the other side. A good friend, another classmate of mine from Georgia State Law School, Carrie Christie, starts every case she gets with a call to opposing counsel saying, "Hi, this is Carrie Christie. Looks like we've got a case together. How can I help you get us started?" Secondly is something near and dear to Chief Justice Boggs, Justice Colvin, the chair of our Access to Justice Committee, and all of my colleagues here on the bench. We have a large part of this state considered to be legal deserts. That is, places that don't have enough or any lawyers, but do have indigent people that need representation. Commit today, going forward, to help out. Take on a pro bono client each year that doesn't have access to justice because of their financial situation or because of where they live. Not only will you be giving back, but being a great role model for your kids and your colleagues, but you will find it makes you feel good. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Unfortunately, that is too true for some of these folks. Please be their voice. Finally, congratulations, and in the words of my dear friend and colleague, Justice John Ellington, get a life outside the law. It will make you a better lawyer. He would also say very emphatically, I would guess, go Dogs and Panthers.
And thank you, Justice LaGrua. I always appreciate hearing from my colleagues and the things that they lift up as important to them and to the bench and to the rule of law in Georgia. Echoing concerns about professionalism among your profession that you've chosen, the obligations you all have to give back by being role models is something that I'm very proud that Justice LaGrua has raised. And also the obligation you have to give to others less fortunate and who are in need. We don't have civil Gideon in Georgia. You understand what that means, and you understand that there are at least 7 counties in Georgia that have no lawyers. You know, I say that in a room with some folks, and they think that's a good thing. There are 57 counties in Georgia that have 10 or fewer, and so I remind all of you, in echoing the comments of Justice LaGrua, that serving others through pro bono service and otherwise is critical to helping people in their most significant and crucial times in their lives. So what you can do to help there would further the profession, and to me, it helps build confidence and public trust in the judicial system. So with that, I thank you, Justice LaGrua, for your remarks. You will now proceed out the way you came in and follow the deputy clerk to sign the roll of all lawyers in Georgia that have been admitted to practice before this court since 1845. And you'll get an opportunity to do that. And for a nominal fee, you will be given a certificate commemorating this occasion and notifying others that you are admitted to practice before this court. And we say that for that nominal fee, that certificate is worthy of framing. So we hope you will do that and display it proudly. Thank you all for being with us today. We look forward to seeing you back at the court. Thank you.
All right, so I think we're finally getting to the Blalock appeal. Let's hope these attorneys do good.
During today's session, we will hear arguments in 2 cases. In both of those cases, each side will have 20 minutes for argument. If the opening argument does not last for the full 20 minutes, the remaining time may be used for rebuttal. We remind counsel they're not required to use all of their time, as sometimes less time and shorter arguments are more effective. You will note, as in our courtroom, the courtroom clocks are located where you can see those. When the yellow light appears, we remind counsel you will have 5 minutes to complete your argument. When the bell sounds, we would respectfully ask you to wrap up your argument as your time has expired. With that, Madam Clerk, will you please call today's first case?
Yes, Your Honor. S24A 1303, Damone Blalock versus Estate, Brian Steele for appellant, Alex Burnick for appellate.
Good morning, Mr. Steele. Good morning, Mr. Burnick. Once you get yourself settled, Mr. Steele, you may proceed when you're ready.
Good morning. May it please this honorable court, my name is Brian Steele, and I represent appellant. On May 24th of 2019, appellant was indicted for participation in criminal street gang activity, malice murder, 3 counts of felony murder, 3 counts of aggravated assault, criminal damage to property, possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime by the Fulton County Grand Jury. Appellant went to trial with other counsel, and the count 1, which is the gang count, was severed or bifurcated. So that did not go to this jury. On September 30th of 2021, appellant was convicted of all of the counts of the indictment that went to trial. He is currently serving life in prison plus 25 years, and that's all at record page 7 through 14 and 354 through 356. Appellant has raised 4 enumerations of error. The last one is cumulative error under State versus Lane. Unless this honorable court directs me otherwise, I'd like to discuss the first enumeration of error, which deals with a witness being sworn and on most of the questions invoking her Fifth Amendment right not to answer the question. The facts are very simple. They're tragic. There's loss of life here and destruction of lives throughout. It is 3 gentlemen are in a car. Not that it matters, the car was stolen that day in Cobb County. They drive to Fulton County. They come here because they're speaking with a woman named Ms. Hartfield. Ms. Hartfield explains to the gentleman that if they come to Atlanta area in Fulton County, they will be able to get high with girls and have sex. The 3 men come, they pull up, it is early morning hours, and Ms. Hartfield and another young lady named Ms. Smith are in the car with the gentleman. Ms. Smith exits the car purportedly to get the marijuana. Ms. Hartfield actually did that. Ms. Hartfield comes back a moment later, asks Ms. Smith to come with her. As soon as Ms. Hartfield and Ms. Smith were away from the car, gunfire erupted. The car was riddled with bullets. The front passenger was fatally wounded. The driver tried to leave. The car was disabled. The driver and the rear passenger flee. And Ms. Hartfield is on the phone later, and it's videoed. It was a FaceTime call, and it's videoed by a different person, a witness named Mr. Bell, and is being asked by one of the surviving witnesses, did you set us up? The law enforcement gets the information, and they find and take in that night Miss Smith. She tells law enforcement, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what this is about. Eventually, after 2 hours, she is confronted by law enforcement. They're very sophisticated, very accomplished homicide detective with City of Atlanta, and she then implicates appellant, the co-indictee, and Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith tells law enforcement, I don't know what you're talking about. Pursuant to Instagram messages that the trial court allowed into evidence, it was identified as appellant and the co-indictee speak with Ms. Hartfield, and Ms. Hartfield explained that Ms. Smith snitched, told appellant's name, gave Ms. Hartfield's name, and appellant responded, I knew that she's a rat, and what did she say about me? Those are not the exact quotes, but that's the way it came out.
That sets up the facts for what is an IAC claim around her invoking her fifth, is that right?
Yes.
Can you articulate for the court the nature of the IAC claim? And for me, I'm interested in the prejudice side of it as well.
Okay. So Ms. Hartfield is going to be a witness. She's in custody at the time of trial. She announces she is her own independent lawyer. Her lawyer announces to the trial court that her client will not be testifying, and she does that properly. Everybody agrees it's proper because Ms. Smith is potentially set up this murder. She was close to the murder. She's on the phone afterwards with the supposed killers, the co-indictee and appellant. She lies to law enforcement allegedly about she wasn't there.
Was there any indication that Ms. Hartfield was going to testify about anything?
She did testify to things that were not germane to appellant's trial. But yes, she answered that she
What
knew.
about the threats? Those weren't germane? The fact that she said she was threatened to not talk, or maybe someone said they were going to kill her?
Yeah, so that came out that the victims, the living victims, that their friends, family, supporters, gang members, whomever, were threatening Ms. Hartfield because she supposedly set up the death of the deceased individual.
So counsel, let's contextualize what we're doing. There's no question, at least in my mind, that the procedure in the trial court, the best practices for a witness invoking the Fifth Amendment were not followed. I mean, the precedent sort of lays out, this is the best way to handle a witness who is going to invoke their Fifth Amendment rights. We don't really like that happening in front of the jury. That's not sort of the best practice of how to handle it. But it doesn't require that, right? I mean, in other words, the precedent that says this is sort of the best way to do it doesn't say it's the only way to do it.
This was pretty much the worst way to do it, but yes, I agree with you.
So because you're coming in through ineffective assistance of counsel, you have to demonstrate that no reasonable lawyer would have considered this to be beneficial to their case. And while I understand, I was going to say it because you're bound by your prejudice arguments. Independent of that, your argument is, hey, look, there's not overwhelming evidence of guilt here. Assuming I don't accept that the other evidence that was coming in was pretty damning for Mr. Blalock. I mean, you've sort of got the sequence of he's there, he's identified as running and shooting at the scene, and then you have the after the fact. And I understand that it could be construed another way, but saying, I knew that she was a rat, all those sorts of things, that's pretty bad evidence. And it's really sort of, for the jury, tough to hear those things. Why is it not possibly a reasonable strategy, something that a reasonable lawyer could do, to say, hey, watching this witness take the Fifth over and over again, when my strategy is create as much confusion and possible reasonable doubt, in other words, it might benefit my client. Why is that not a reason? Why could no reasonable lawyer have thought that?
For three reasons. First of all, this trial lawyer, who's a wonderful lawyer, and she's learning, she never tried a case like this at all. She tried.
But I'm not judging what she thought, right? It's an objective standard. It's not whether she had a good strategy. The question is whether any reasonable lawyer could have done what she did.
No reasonable lawyer would have done this. What happened was the prosecutor asked the following sets of questions that are germane. They're talking about February 23rd, 2019. Was Ms. Hartfield with Ms. Smith, the other person that we mentioned? Fifth Amendment. Was she in the area where the shooting occurred? Fifth Amendment. Was she with appellant that day? Fifth Amendment. Was she with the co-indictee that day? Fifth Amendment. Did she communicate with appellant on Instagram? Fifth Amendment. Did she arrange for the victims to get shot? Fifth Amendment. Did she enter the blue Charger, the car of the victim?
Why does that not
Fifth
just let the jury infer that it's her fault and not appellant's fault, and this shift blame away from appellant to her?
That never happened. The only question she did answer,
No, but why wasn't the jury authorized to infer that?
because that would be unreasonable.
Well-
She's invoking the Fifth Amendment. Did I interrupt you?
No, thank you, but, I mean, it's, to say it's unreasonable, I mean, one juror might think that's unreasonable, one juror might think it's reasonable, we let jurors make those kinds of inferences.
Wasn't the argument articulated that she was covering for herself and others.
No, I mean, that really never came, that's what the prosecutor's saying. The evidence, the argument was that there's not enough evidence to prove that appellant was there. That was her defense. And said, listen to these witnesses. The facts are not overwhelming, respectfully. Ms. Smith, who did identify appellant as a shooter, she gave total inconsistent statements. She was in the car, and she was impeached thoroughly. The Instagram messages are what I explained. They're not so overwhelming to me. I mean, when you cross-examine, which you couldn't on this because Ms. Hartfield wouldn't allow the cross-examination, that was not that bad of evidence. And nobody would agree that this is a good strategy. I don't believe no objective basis to believe that a reasonable lawyer would think, yes, let Ms. Smith handle the testimony and get confused. There's no confusion here. Ms. Smith did answer the questions on cross-examination by appellant's lawyer. Did she set up the victim? She said no. And did she direct appellant and co-indictee to do the shooting? She said no.
But you also said she's been impeached so many times, the jury would have been authorized to believe or disbelieve any of these answers, given how often she was impeached.
How was she impeached? She invoked the Fifth.
You said she was impeached.
That's Ms. Smith.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The Honorable Justice Bethel said, potentially this is overwhelming evidence. There's an eyewitness. That eyewitness is I wouldn't want to call that eyewitness.
Isn't it possible that the counsel was trying to throw out red herrings to possibly have the jury think, well, we don't know what happened or who was responsible?
Counsel didn't even respectfully know that she could object to this procedure.
She not only didn't object, she helped craft the instruction.
That's the worst part.
And and I'm going to let you respond to that. Back to the strategy and what a reasonable lawyer might do. Did I misunderstand that maybe Hartfield's counsel, the trial counsel, Blalock's counsel at trial, in closing, argued that this witness, Hartfield, was using the privilege to shield whomever she was protecting, and that she really set everything in motion and she was protecting the real killers whom she was trying to shield? I mean, was that the argument made by Blalock's lawyer at trial relative to her testimony?
That's a closing argument after the trial is broken, and this is how it comes out. There's no reason to put up Ms. Hartfield and allow her to invoke the Fifth Amendment. The lawyer didn't know about it. The problem we have here, really, that's bad. I think that's bad. But you want to talk about reasonableness and objectively under the Strickland standard. How about the jury instruction? At the very end, the jurors are now deliberating, and they ask, how can we use this Fifth Amendment invocation? And with the help, non-objection, and consent of appellant's lawyer, the court said, and there's more to it, this is a transcript of volume 11, 1465, line 8 through the next page, line 1. The trial court said that our Constitution guarantees that individuals cannot be compelled by the government to provide incriminating information about herself, the so-called right to remain silent. When an individual takes the Fifth, she invokes the right and refuses to answer questions or provide information that might incriminate her about this case or other. This is the part that I'm stressing. Now, this concept factors into your fact-finding and ultimate how this concept factors into your fact-finding and ultimate decision is for you to decide. And this court has explained over and over, we are going back decades, that when a witness invokes their Fifth Amendment, that cannot benefit or be to the detriment of any of the parties. That's why I have a problem with this. And that's why when it combined, you can't just look at it, to me, in isolation. That's why without knowing the law, you could prevent the witness from testifying and then couple that to tell the jurors, you can use this in your deliberations.
Well, that helps show on deficiency, but we still have the question of prejudice.
The prejudice, this court has seen more cases than I have ever seen. But I've tried a lot of cases. This is not an overwhelming evidence case, respectfully. I mean, you are the judge, you make better determinations, but to have an eyewitness that lies to the police immediately, that explains that she changes her story, even at trial she gets impeached with different versions of her story. She's in a car, where people are now dead and she doesn't get charged. These are factors jurors take into consideration to
Mr.
determine-
Steele, I think I understand your position on the strength of the overall evidence. Can you articulate the particular harm of this sort of colloquy in stating the fifth that you say sort of impacts the prejudice inquiry? Why was it so prejudicial, and why does that sort of tip the balance?
Because we know the jurors were interested in it. The jurors sent out a note during their deliberations
question.
asking how they can use it. They were given an erroneous instruction. And under our law, they should never have been allowed to use against appellant potentially the fact that were you with
And
appellant?
why was it likely that the way that this went down through the trial, that it would be used against the appellant rather than sort of in some other way?
It couldn't be any other way. The witness, Ms. Hartfield, said, I'm not involved in the shooting. I didn't direct the shooting. Were you with appellant? I'm not going to answer that question.
Well, while we still have a couple minutes left, could we pivot to another one of your enumerations? The second enumeration, the burden shifting and the comment on silence. I am troubled, particularly on the comment on silence aspect, but because it is brought through, and I intend to ask the state about that during their time, but because it's raised through the lens of ineffective assistance, again, that requires a showing of prejudice. What is the prejudice from the comments on silence, particularly when one of them, there was an objection made and the objection was sustained and the jury was told to disregard that one particular sentence?
The jury was told to disregard, I think it's 5 words of a sentence. They were not told to disregard that entire argument by the prosecution. Telling a prosecutor, to me, as a reader, knowingly commenting on the accused right to remain silent is well beyond what we're doing here.
In terms of deficiency, I think that's a strong argument, and which is why I'm taking you straight to prejudice.
And to say to the jury, I want to know, I need to know, the quote is, if they were not committing the murder, where were they? And then if you read out the part that the trial court struck, if you disregard that, it reads like this. If they weren't committing the murders, where were they? They are both saying it wasn't. They weren't there. We didn't hear any evidence of it, obviously, but I would still like to hear that answer. And it's clear it's talking about where were they?
Well, the sentence before that, or the words before, we didn't hear any evidence of it, was preceded by, tell us where you were, implying that they had an obligation to not be silent, but rather defend where they were.
So I don't believe that the instruction was proper enough, go far enough, but your court always taught me that generally jurors who are sworn are bound to follow the court's instructions, and the court said, I'll sustain the objection, tell us where they were should be disregarded. So I read it out. That's why I did that.
Do you, counsel, do you think that Lampley, where we said, quote, you may not have every question answered because the only person that can answer all of your questions is the defendant sitting there at the table, was permissible? Do we need to overrule Lampley for you to win on this point, or can you distinguish that? I mean, is Lampley right, I guess is one question, but can you distinguish from that comment?
Well, respectfully, I don't think Lampley's great writing from the court, respectfully. I mean, respectfully. But I don't think you need to overrule
It does happen.
Not often. But I don't think that it needs to be overruled, because in context, the prosecutor here was clearly going at the fact that appellant did not testify. The appellant did not put in this evidence. There is no way around it. The lawyer, the prosecutor, was so prepared on his objection the first time by saying, no, Your Honor, it's not objectionable, because I prefaced it. I surrounded it with, there's no burden of proof on the prosecution.
But Mr. Steele, there were objections here. So what is the ineffective assistance where you say, I mean, is there a piece of this that was not objected to that is the focus of this argument, or?
The only objection was burden shifting, and I thought this court taught that the objection should have been commenting on the silence. That's why I raised it. I don't believe that it is, there's an objection, you just have to be honest with everybody.
And so the
There's an
ineffective
objection.
assistance claim is not the lack of an objection, but an objection with the wrong explanation for it?
Your court teaches that you have to make a specific, proper objection. I believe, if I'm wrong, then that's me on habeas, but I believe that the objection should have been the comments on the right to remain silent. So-
Counsel, let me ask, if the court excluded, tell us where you were, outside of that statement, how is it wrong for the prosecution to say there's no evidence?
Not what the prosecutor said. Prosecutor said, I would still like to hear that answer. It is still going to the fact that the appellant did not make that claim.
But is that directly enough to win your argument?
I hope so. I
Good answer.
Mr. Steele, that's a good way to conclude. Thank you for your argument. Appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Let's hear the state's reply.
Bernett, good morning.
If it may please the court, my name is Alex Bernick, and I represent the state of Georgia on behalf of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. I'm going to go ahead and jump in right into enumeration 1 here, as that's one we spent most time on.
So if, with your apologies, could we pick up where we left off there?
Of course.
And help me understand why this comment on silence, which is a different, you would agree that it's a different point than burden shifting.
Right.
Why that's not a problem to say, I would like to hear this answer. Why, you're going to tell me in a minute on prejudice that you had overwhelming evidence of guilt. Then why does a prosecutor need to stand up in front of a jury and play games with constitutional rights?
Well, I think this comes back to this court's, as I cited back in my brief to Ridley. Ridley states that where the defense...
Other than Lampley, none of the cases you cited apply to something like this. Ridley and Thompson, and I think it was Johnson or Jackson, they're all cases either about the defense's failure to offer other evidence. For example, defense lawyer says, all these other witnesses who didn't testify would have exonerated me. State stands up and says, you didn't even subpoena them. State offers lots of circumstantial evidence. Defense lawyer doesn't rebut the circumstantial evidence or explain it. Defense lawyer or prosecutor stands up and says, they didn't explain away that evidence. That's very different from the defendant didn't tell you something important. Evidence coming from the defendant as opposed to explained or argued by the defense lawyer is a very different thing when it comes to right to remain silent. And in our case law, the only case that I see that gets close to that is Lampley. And the statement there was really in context more of a throwaway than a principal point that was repeated through multiple sentences.
I'll disagree with you on that one. I think when you look at the closing argument in total, you'll see that this is a comment about the defense attorney's inability to explain away or present evidence on their behalf. And as in Ridley...
In context, it's pretty clearly a comment on the defendant's failure to answer the question where he was.
Well, I think when we go back to the second closing, that's where we come back when the prosecutor begins the second closing. He explicitly references the attorney's argument there. He explicitly references, did you hear in the attorney's argument that there was any failure to explain? It wasn't about the choice to testify. It wasn't about whether the defendant testified here. It was clearly, throughout it, it was with expressed to the defense attorney's argument and failure to rebut the evidence, which is in Georgia law has been accepted that you can do. And
I know I sidetracked you on the enumeration too. If
Go
you
ahead.
want,
No,
you
go
want to do a
ahead.
Fifth Amendment thing, that's fine.
if do you need me to address prejudice here?
We may come back to it. I mean, prejudice is going to be the same for all of the first three enumerations unless we get to cumulative. So if you want to talk about your evidence, you certainly can. But I think we're familiar with what the jury heard. Yeah.
I'll go back. I'll just go ahead and go to enumeration 1 then, with the text messages. Excuse me, text messages. Got the wrong one. Fifth Amendment. This is clearly trial strategy here. It's clear trial strategy. It's a coherent trial strategy. You see it in opening. The defense attorney asks why the two women were not at the table, and that the defendants were scapegoats. They were hiding something. Closing argument, the attorney comes back around and says, Mariah Smith and Hartfield are the ones who set this in motion. Why are they not here? And then we come back to the motion to trial, where she testifies, and she says, part of my strategy is to put the blame on them, ask why they were not there, and argue that the privilege was being used as a shield for him or Hartfield.
But how does that map on to the jury instruction? Because the jury instruction then seems to undermine that to some extent.
I don't think it does. I think the jury instruction complements trial strategy here. It allows them to build in this inference that, and while inferences are not allowed, it does allow her to build and argue that.
So it was good because it allowed something that's not allowed?
It can be.
Inferences of her guilt are allowed.
Yeah, inferences of her guilt are allowed.
Yeah.
Right.
But can you explain how that addition to the jury instruction is supposed to be understood by the jury consistent with the Constitution?
On its face, it's more likely that it's not consistent with the Constitution, but we're here in an ineffective assistance realm, and so with trial.
Are you conceding there was deficiency?
I'm not conceding, because
Okay.
I
I
think.
mean, because I think if you're, I get what your point is. It's not, the question is not simply, was this jury instruction right? But at the end of the day, if what you're saying is, no, actually, that would be really hard for a jury to understand consistent with the Constitution, you know, then I think.
But erroneous jury instructions are not necessarily per se deficient performance.
They're not necessarily, but it can make it, I mean, it really then points us to prejudice.
Right.
So what is your best formulation of that argument, that there is none?
There is none. I think we go back to Horn on this case, and Horn is very similar, and that was a direct review case. Horn asked whether there was any evidence of material facts that were added from the leading questions. It's very similar to a cumulative evidence in a prejudice in an ineffective assistance of counsel. And here I would say there was no material facts that were added, either as to appellant's guilt. If you were going to add there were any facts, any obvious inferences that were made, it was that she was a co-conspirator, and that's obvious from the evidence that was already introduced and independently introduced of this. Also, we do have strong evidence that was noted by the trial court, who was in the best position to make that finding. They're the ones who saw the trial develop. They were the ones who also were able to just address credibility and weigh that evidence just as a juror would.
But counsel, how can you say that there was no inference that the appellant was guilty when she took the fifth on questions like, were you with him on that day? Do you know him? I mean, all those kinds of things where, I mean, wouldn't the inference, if the jury believes she was taking the fifth to hide something, she was hiding the fact that she knew him and that he was there at the scene on that day. So why would that not be an inference of guilt against Blalock?
Well, I think we come back also to her cross-examination testimony that she gave there. She denied setting them up. She denied directing Blalock or Ryan to shoot them. And so between the inference that could be created, as you suggested, and
Well, trial counsel argued she was protecting the real killers.
Right.
Obviously, it wasn't Blalock, somebody else.
Someone else. And honestly, she also took the fifth to saying that she had a gun that day, or she shot him. So you could also build that.
But is that a reasonable inference to draw? I mean, when the question is, were you with this defendant during the murder? And the answer is, I'm going to assert my Fifth Amendment right to avoid self-incrimination. No, I was not with him is not incriminating to her. The only answer that's possibly incriminating is yes, which then ties him. I mean, isn't that sort of by a wide margin the most reasonable inference to draw from that invocation?
I don't think so necessarily. I think it creates the gray area that she wanted to bring up. She wanted to hide the real killers. It's the gray area that she wanted to operate in, is to create this reasonable doubt, create that there's someone else out there that was in there. And I think she wanted to create that, and that ties into the trial strategy.
How does not answering the question of were you with this defendant during the murder doing that?
Well, I think the question was, were you with the defendant that day, not necessarily during the murder? And so that day is broader than the murder, than the time of the murder.
What else could be incriminating that happened that she wouldn't be able to answer about? Do you see, like, it seems like if she's invoking, then there's something she's worried about that's incriminating to her, which then leads to the inference that the presiding justice was suggesting.
Or could it be the inference of other prosecution activities that they had earlier in the day?
It could be a prosecution, other prosecution, the marijuana deal, the drug deal that she set up. Could be that.
Are those not part and parcel of what ultimately culminated in the murder?
They were, but not necessarily part of what was charged with the appellant.
But I mean, if that's all they had been involved with, and then there was a murder, you would have charged that as party to the crime, and we'd be here arguing about that. So, I mean, I don't see how that's really how that's potentially bringing in third parties through this inference. And the other problem is, if this was Jackson's sufficiency, we would say, well, it was a conceivable inference that could have been drawn, and we allow juries to do that. But this isn't Jackson's sufficiency. This is Strickland prejudice, and we look to what inferences are reasonable and likely.
Well, Lawrence also says that it's obvious inferences there. And so I don't know if it's necessarily obvious that that Blalock was with her during the time of the shooting. It could be reasonable to infer, but not necessarily obvious.
Seems like it's a pretty reasonable, unreasonable stretch to draw that inference. I don't disagree with the question from the presiding justice. My question is, though, did counsel argue at closing the third-party inference that the jury was supposed to draw from the invocation?
No, she did not. And she just argued with respect to Hartfield was that, Mariah Smith and Hartfield clearly set this in motion. She focused more on Smith's testimony and the location of the bullets and ballistics.
Which makes the inference you rely on even more difficult.
More important.
I think
oh my gosh.
It's not reasonable. If it's reasonable trial strategy, you would have presumed that the lawyer would have argued it in closing?
She would have, but she also, it ties into this argument here, this sentence here.
I mean, do we assess deficiency and prejudice in slices like that, or do we look at it in the context of the whole case? The question is not, could any reasonable lawyer have done this one discrete thing in the abstract? The question is, could any reasonable lawyer, and it is an objective standard, have done this thing in this particular context of the whole case, right?
Right.
Okay.
I think it's to the whole case, and we also see that this argument doesn't apply just to that they were lying, they were hiding. It doesn't apply just to Hartfield herself, it also applies to Mariah Smith. And so I think if you had it just applied to Hartfield herself, you'd have a bigger issue. But because it's Mariah Smith, you showed this trial strategy has been crafted about the whole case itself.
So I apologize, excuse me if I missed this, but I'm not sure I've heard a prejudice argument from you that talks about, that assesses the strength of the evidence overall. Okay. Could you provide that argument?
Yes. Mariah Smith was eyewitness here. She identified appellant shooting and shooting into the vehicle. I think the most corroborating circumstantial evidence is that we have those text messages that were sent, I guess Instagram messages were sent shortly after Mariah Smith and Hartfield had been picked up by law enforcement, interviewed by them.
Were those Instagram messages admitted? I thought there were some problems.
They were admitted. And actually, they were raised on motion for new trial, and they were not raised here in the Supreme Court. But they were admitted of objection. And those Instagram messages talk about why else would Blalock be interested in someone being picked up and snitching on him in a closely related time, and also knowing that she was a rat. So it's implied guilt there, implied.
I mean, so sort of by your own phrasing, you're admitting these are circumstantial pieces of evidence. Sometimes it's hard to get to overwhelming evidence by just circumstantial evidence. Is there anything else?
Well, you can. There's also the text messages that place Hartfield and Blalock and Ryan at the scene close in time. We know that both Mitchell and Hartfield were texting between the two. And Mitchell and Uten's story, even though they didn't identify Blalock, they largely corroborate her narrative of what occurred that night also.
And their description of the shooter is reasonably consistent with the physical appearance, although they couldn't identify anybody, right? So let me ask this. So basically you've got evidence that the four were together, the two men and the two women. They split up, and the two women joined the three. victims, for lack of, I mean, the three folks that were in the car when the shooting started. And then they moved to a new location. Women got out of the car in what appears to be a coordinated fashion, if we're taking the evidence in your way, and then shooting broke out. Right. And then after the shooting, there's this flurry of messages between the women and some of the victims and the women and the appellant, right?
Right.
And so when the appellant responds, I knew this person was a rat, is the only inference of that I was guilty, or could it be I was double-crossed? There was somebody else, and I've been set up.
Well, I think the inference is that he was guilty is because Hartfield sent that to both Blalock and Ryan. He didn't send it to anyone else. It was to them two specifically.
And did we ask afterwards, what did she say?
Yes, she did ask, what did she say? And so I think the obvious inference here is that we're still, and as I would put it, we're still in the concealment phase of the conspiracy here. And that she's asking about what happened. And this is closely short in time. There's no other evidence in the record of any other activities that could have incriminated him or them that happened after the shooting. And so the obvious inference here is that this related to Blalock's admission of guilt to his co-conspirator. If there's no other questions, I'll address the third enumeration.
Sure.
Of the text messages. Here we have the trial court found that there was deficient performance in failing to find the text messages. There are 2 text messages that were sent by Bernard Mitchell to a person with the Instagram handle PFK Don, and largely they both say we shot back. And while there was deficient performance in failing to find, the trial court found that there was no prejudice from them. There was no evidence that they would necessarily use them, and also importantly, that they were cumulative other evidence that had already been, in my words, debunked by Detective Hogan. And I'll just go ahead and go to the cumulative here, is that Mariah Smith had already she told law enforcement during her interview, and that came out through Detective Hogan's testimony, that she had told them that Mitchell had shot back. And when that was presented, Detective Hogan said this did not make sense with the physical evidence at the scene. In order for it to shoot back, they were talking about the 9mm shell casings that were found at building, I believe, X, and the 2 that were found on top of the car. And when he testified, he said 9mm shoot, and when they eject, shell casings, they eject up and to the right. So for someone to shoot back at someone at that angle, the shell casings would have landed away from the vehicle. They would have not landed on top.
It is true that not all handguns eject. I mean, revolvers don't, right? I mean, so the fact that you didn't find casings from a third gun doesn't mean there wasn't a third gun, right?
Doesn't necessarily mean, and Mitchell and Uden both said they had guns, and Mitchell in particular said there was a 22. There's just no evidence of a 22 being fired there. And for the shell casings that were found, it was that Detective Hogan testified that a 22 does not shoot 9mm or 7.62 caliber bullets that were found at the scene.
Counsel, can you now address cumulative prejudice? Because, I mean, I've heard you talk about 3 enumerations, and it seems like there may be deficiency with all of that, and you've gone to prejudice. So you've got prejudice from taking the Fifth, you've got prejudice from commenting on silence, you've got prejudice apparently from admitting these text messages. How is that not cumulative enough to warrant a new trial?
I don't think these are cumulative enough because I don't think they actually impact the evidence that was given that supported the defendant's guilt here. None of them take out...
That's a tough argument.
It is a tough argument, but I don't believe that they pull out any of the pieces that would support the defendant's guilt. It's not that you're removing, let's say, the Instagram messages that were circumstantial.
All the evidence that you offered us to support the strength of the conviction was also circumstantial. So we're pulling out, circumstantial building blocks in a circumstantial pyramid.
But they're not necessarily being pulled out here. As we've talked about, the text messages, they were largely debunked anyway. The jury had already heard it's cumulative, so you're not pointing out any evidence there. The failure to testify, there's no evidence that what he would have testified. There's nothing that's being debunked there.
But the prejudice is the fact that you alluded that he should have testified and he would have not been able to provide any evidence other than, he was at the scene of the crime. I mean, that's the prejudice there.
But there's enough.
Is it possible that that prejudice is also compounded in this context by the Fifth Amendment issue, because the jury has heard instructions, not with respect to his not testifying, but about inferences they can draw about somebody who doesn't testify?
No, I don't think that's necessarily done. I think here is with the inferences that were made, they were with reasonable trial strategy, and that they supported the trial counsel's strategy here, that there was another person there. And so I don't think it benefits him at all, and I don't think it attacks that to any extent. If there are no further questions, I just ask you to confirm these convictions and sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you, counsel, for both sides for the fine argument. We'll try to have your decision as soon as possible. Thank you.
So I think they're going to move on to the next. Watch them clean out. Shout out to Brian Steele. Is Steele arguing the next thing?
Yes,
Hold
Your
on.
Honor.
Why is he still here?
S25A0023, Aaron Lewis versus the state. David Clark for appellant, Clifford Kurlander for appellant.
Okay, no, he's not. All right, so there we go. If you do want to continue watching this, here is the link to continue watching that live. Love watching stuff like that. As a quick roundup, you guys, let me know what you're thinking about that. I love watching appeal cases because it's so much more interesting to have a panel of justices. You can see different questions get asked. You can see a little bit of what they're trying to either challenge or solidify. And maybe we don't actually know if they're trying to challenge or solidify, but they're probing about some particular thing. And here, since this is Blalock v. State, we saw Steele present his arguments first. Then we get the response from the state. I know everyone's like, oof, the state, this prosecuting attorney from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, his voice is getting quieter and quieter. In all seriousness, he had to deal with what seems like a mess of a trial prosecution. Unequivocally, the justices seem to agree whether there's prejudicial effect or not. Something that makes it a reversible error. It's harm, and it requires a reversal and a new trial. We have to wait and see if that's going to be the decision. But it seems to me that at least several justices think that the prosecution messed up at the trial level. And then this guy, who probably was not the prosecuting attorney during the trial, has to stand up there and make an argument why these convictions should stick. And he has to make that argument against Brian Steele. So I know we're like, oh, his voice is lowering. I mean, look at what he's got to step into. Look at what he's got to step into. Love watching this stuff. Now, a reminder here, we did look at the brief if you want to go into it in detail. The description of this video also has a folder with the briefs from Brian Steele, the response from Fulton County, and the response from the Attorney General of the state of Georgia. But really, we heard the enumerations of error. Those are the key points that Brian Steele was arguing were errors enough to warrant a new trial. It was prejudicial to the client, these different things. There were 3. And then he made a 4th argument that the combined impact of any or all 3 of these errors has a cumulative prejudicial effect. So even if you think maybe this was a little prejudicial, but not enough, this maybe wasn't an issue at all, and this was a little prejudicial, maybe these 2 things combined, if you look at the prejudicial impact together, that cumulative effect, that's our 4th argument, are enough that this defendant, the outcome of this trial, we can't have confidence in it. We need a new trial. And the 3 separate arguments that Brian Steele argued were the trial counsel during this trial. We had Damone Blalock and we had co-defendant Rodelius Ryan. Right? So here we're focusing on trial counsel for Damone Blalock. Now, Brian Steele argued that this attorney at the trial counsel, she didn't understand laws that were critical to defending her client, particularly in relation to a key witness, a witness called by the state, invoking her constitutional right to remain silent. Now, we heard a lot about that argument, and it seemed like the state wanted to focus on rebutting that because they weren't really sure how to rebut the other enumerations of error. But if you go through the trial transcript, maybe I can just show you. We looked at it at the beginning of the stream, guys. When we were reading that transcript, Miss Brazy, Tahira Hartsfield, who we did not see called to testify in the YSL trial. The state did not put her on the stand. They chose to call Mariah Smith, the other girl. And you guys saw what happened there. We also know the state planned to call Bernard Mitchell, that's BJ, and Rodney Uten. They're both in custody. We heard Leah Abbasi be shocked one day because, wait, I thought they were going to put those men on the stand, and suddenly they're not. And Abate ends up saying, that's not the case, ha ha ha, oops, yes it was. But Abate also said that they decided not to put them on the stand because in prepping with them, they both said that they weren't going to say anything on the stand. So the ops in this situation, 2 of the 3 men that were in the car, because Jamari Holmes is no longer alive, the other 2 men that were in the car, they're in custody currently. So the sheriff can get them rounded up to have them come testify. The state was going to call them until they said, all right, they're not going to say much of anything on the stand, so we're not going to call them. These are the witnesses that are making up the context for this Jamari Holmes murder case. So at the underlying trial here, for this murder trial, one of the star witnesses gets on the stand and over is repeatedly invoking her Fifth Amendment right, pleading the Fifth, to key questions. And occasionally when she does answer, the answers she gives are things that are self-serving, seem to get herself out of the mess. And let's not forget, Miss Brazy is also currently in custody for other charges, right? I believe like burglary of some kind, robbery of some kind, not exactly sure. She's in custody as well right now. So one of Steele's arguments was this trial counsel, you know, at the trial court, she was new, she was inexperienced. She has done a felony case before, but it had nothing to do with a murder. So this was her first time trying a murder case. And wasn't prepared for this trial counsel, including being aware of certain laws, certain case law regarding what happens when somebody takes a stand as a witness in a trial and repeatedly invokes their Fifth Amendment right. So that was Brian Steele's first argument of ineffective assistance of counsel. The second issue that he got into was, what was the second one? This, I think, was the pre-arrest silence was the second one. Yeah, to fully object. And we heard the justices go into this, right? And Brian Steele said, you taught me this, court. You guys taught me this. So, ineffective assistance of counsel by failing to fully object, in full, when the prosecutor intentionally commented on appellant's failure to explain where he was located at the time of the indicted crimes, hence appellant's convictions and sentence must be reversed. Now, we heard it specified that, well, yes, trial counsel did object to burden shifting. Later, we hear kind of an indicta commentary by one of the justices. I think it was the guy sitting over here. I think it was this guy. I could be wrong. He makes a comment like, well, if the state really thought they had such sufficient evidence that even these errors, there's still so much more evidence that this stuff, the prejudice of these errors wouldn't overcome the overwhelming evidence at the trial level. If that was the case, why did your prosecutors engage in burden shifting at all? So the Supreme Court justices here took an issue that Brian Steele wasn't even arguing, because trial counsel did object to burden shifting at the trial level while court was happening. But the justices still said, you know what, I'm going to take that detail and I'm going to ask the other side here, if you're really arguing that no harm, no foul because there's so much overwhelming evidence, why did your prosecutor need to shift the burden? That's not what they're supposed to do. But going back to Steele's argument about not fully objecting, what the objection should have been put on the record. When you make an objection, there might be more than one basis for an objection. And to put it on the record, you've got to state the objection. At least I know some courts don't do that, and I kind of hate that. But in Georgia, we see that Oh, how many times in the YSL trial have you seen an attorney rattle off 1, 2, 3, 4 reasons for an objection when it's warranted? Right? So at the trial court level, when the prosecution was commenting on pre-arrest silence, that's a separate constitutional issue that's at hand here. It's one thing for the prosecutor to shift the burden, but at the same time, they're also commenting in front of the jury on a defendant's decision to remain silent pre-arrest. You're not supposed to do that. And that's something we've seen be an issue with this prosecuting office in multiple cases. We've seen it be an issue in the YSL trial. They keep trying, the state kept trying to get in, especially Adrian Love, kept trying to get it in front of the jury somehow, some way, that, Jeffrey Williams didn't speak to police before he was arrested. He didn't want to go down to the police station and talk to the police himself, but he told Kenneth Copeland to do it. Adrian Love wanted the jury to make some type of inference about Jeffrey Williams' pre-arrest silence. You're not supposed to do it. Adrian Love also did this in, I think, a 2012 case. What the heck is his name? Kelvin Bradley? Kelvin Bailey or Kelvin Bradley is the man's name. Andrew Fleischman, attorney on X, you may have seen him comment on the YSL trial, was his appeal attorney. Ineffective assistance counsel argument, but also prosecution made big boo-boos. Adrian Love made big boo-boos at the trial court. One of the things, and the appeals court stated out that Adrian Love made this error, and it was harmful error. She commented factually incorrectly and legally improperly. She made a comment to the jury and brought it up in her closing statement that the defendant, he didn't want to speak to police and you should infer some takeaway of guilt on this defendant. Not only are you not supposed to do that, but it was factually incorrect because he did actually speak to police. So this is a problem within this prosecuting attorney's office. It's a second issue that Brian Steele is raising here, but the way he's raising the issue, it's not just that it happened and that the prosecutors did it. It's that the trial counsel did not raise the proper objection when it happened, right? So we're couching this issue under an ineffective assistance of counsel issue with an attorney that Brian Steele has established and made clear this was their first murder trial that they've ever tried, right? So you've got your second error here because she did not proffer the basis of the pre-arrest silence statements made by the prosecution, right? And then our third issue, which it seems to me like the state really did not want to address, the justices, the one justice, I think that same guy I circled, was like, hey, we left off talking about issue number 3, enumeration of error number 3. Can we start with that? And the DA was kind of like, okay. But that one was failing to realize that there was evidence that existed to disprove the state's theory of the case. So there was an issue there with trial counsel didn't go and look into a potential alibi and call the witness that could have given the alibi to the stand. So lots of issues there. And then the last thing, you guys have heard me talk about the jury charge, the instructions to the jury. I pulled it up on the screen for you guys to see. Let me find it again. Oh, I guess I can just pull it up here the way I did it. Now, the jury asked the question. They wrote a note and they said, look, Judge, what should we make of the witness invoking her Fifth Amendment right on the stand? Right? So that's a question that's coming directly from the jury, which means this is probably pretty impactful on how the jury ultimately makes their decision, whatever they reach as their decision after deliberations, if they're asking the question about it. So with the assistance of trial counsel, the trial court, the judge, announces the instruction that they're going to give. The counsel doesn't object. They're fine with it. And then the court delivers this. And this instruction is a mess. And we heard the justices hone in on this is, well, this instruction kind of instructs the jurors to make an inference that they're not supposed to make. So this instruction said, and you know what, I'll just read it here. We'll start with the actual question. How shall we interpret pleading the fifth? Let me make this bigger for you guys. Oh, and I always hate this view. So what page is this? 35. Let's make this bigger. And we'll get caught up with court. We'll skip the lunch break for the YSL trial, I promise you guys. But just trying to give you a little bit of background. And the justices have these briefs. They know this information. But we might not have this. If you're just tuning in for the oral arguments and haven't looked at this, you might be a little bit in the dark. But here's how the jury asked this question. Second question is, how shall we interpret pleading the fifth? The judge is speaking here. What I propose is to explain the fifth as follows, except I might be willing to say, if everybody is in agreement, let me start from the beginning again. The Fifth Agreement to the United States Constitution guarantees that an individual cannot be compelled by the government to provide incriminating information about themselves, the so-called right to remain silent. When an individual takes the fifth, she invokes that right and refuses to answer questions or provide information that might incriminate her about this case or any other. How this concept factors into your fact-finding and ultimate decision is for you to decide. You're permitting them to make inferences that they're not supposed to make. And the counsel, and this is why this is couched in an ineffective assistance of counsel with a cumulative argument. Prosecutor says, I think that works. Ryan's counsel says, I think that's great. And Blalock's counsel says, that's fine. So then they instruct the jury. They instruct the jury and they read it the same way. So there you go, you guys. We are going to be a little bit behind. I know. I know Lattners testifies, so we're going to get Lattners back on the stand. Thank you guys so much. I know I haven't been... I've been trying to address comments and I'm getting lost in them. Big thank you to you guys. Overall, I don't know what to predict for this appeal decision, but I am super looking forward to seeing what the appeals court decides here. And remember, Lil Rod, he's got his own appeal. But at the same time, I mean, justices are human. And I would imagine if they rule favorably for Blalock in this appeal, that's going to stick in the back of their mind because some of their rulings might be addressing issues at the trial level that both co-defendants experienced. So I've heard rumors that Steele is representing Lil Rod. I have not heard that. I don't believe that that's the case. I don't know who his appeal attorney is. But as far as Lil Rod, remember, he just took a plea. And his sentence here for the YSL, the plea agreement, it's commuted to time served. So if his conviction gets overturned for the murder trial, he'll be free. He'll be free. Now for Blalock is a severed co-defendant. He's still awaiting trial. And what would be incredibly interesting, this is hypothetically speaking because I can't predict exactly what I think the Supreme Court of Georgia is going to do. But what kind of mess would that be if the trial starts for Blalock? Say this ends by New Year's Eve. Blalock's trial kicks off, let's say, like March. Who knows? Whatever. And then Blalock's underlying murder conviction that's being used as an overt act to get this count 1 on Blalock. What if that's overturned while his trial and the YSL indictment's going on? Just imagine. Just imagine. So there we go. I think I'll get off my soapbox. Love this. Oh yes, you know what? Empress Fox, good to see you. We're working to secure his lawyer now. I know that there was it was 8 minutes. There was a GoFundMe raiser for an appeal attorney. Has that gone back live? Please let us know. Please let us know. Shout out to Empress Fox. But yeah, guys, a whole mess. Again, those briefs are in the description. I highly recommend, if you don't want to read it, I did do a live reading. So if you want to listen, you can hear the listen through of Steele's brief. We're going to play this a little bit. I think we can jump to, let me refresh.
Or a school.
All right, Guy, hold on. We're not watching you yet. We got to look for Lattners on the stand. So we're going to get more CAD reports and 911. All right, so this looks like Lattners. We can do 1.25 unless you really want to hear these CAD reports. I mean, she's going to be reading the dates and times of when people were responding. Okay, so Empress
Good morning,
Fox.
you're still under.
Hold on, let me pause and look at Miss Lattner's face. Where was the hold on, do we have it in here? Just for the fun.
Oh, help me.
All right, let's not comment on the various attorneys.
Hello.
So just one for the good times there. The Mr. Steele throwback with Lattner's last time she was on the stand. According to Joseph Papp, she is permanently dismissed from having to testify in this trial after this. So this will finally be her last time on the stand. Empress, I wanted to say, when you get the site launched, I'm sure you'll share it. You can tag me in it so I can see it. That's going to be great. I'll share it around with you guys.
Under oath, so you can go ahead and have a seat.
Good morning, Ms. Lattners.
Good morning.
I got good news. This is the last time you'll be testifying in this trial, Ms. Lattners.
Have good news for you too.
You're
My
clo-
last week working.
On to retirement, Ms. Lattners?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. Safe to say you've earned it. Ms. Lattners, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 1 through 3 Victor Victor and a disc with 1 and 2 Victor Victor Alpha. And Ms. Lattners, were you able to review the items on that disc?
Yes.
And is the documents before you and those discs, do you recognize them?
Yes.
And what are they?
Type of the incident for that day.
And is the disc contain 911 calls that accompany those incidents?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD reports and 911 calls for those cases?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 through 3 Victor Victor and 1 and 2 Victor Victor Alpha.
Those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing 1 Victor Victor. Now, Ms. Lattners, what is the date for that CAD report?
March the 12th, 2022.
And what is the APD incident number associated with that case?
220711320.
Now, Ms. Lattners, what was the incident type description for this CAD report?
Type call is 25 and plain talk is gunshot fired.
What was the location for this gunshot fired call?
2837 Waters Road, Southwest Atlanta.
Is that zone 3?
Yes.
And is that beat 312?
Yes.
Was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time did dispatch receive this call?
4:11 p.m. hours.
And what time did the first unit arrive?
4:19 p.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Lattners, if you turn to the bottom of page 2 under incident comments, or do you see the comment at 16:11, which is 4:11 and 50 p.m.?
Yes.
What does that state?
20 shots fired.
And Ms. Lattners, is on that disc the 911 call associated with this March 12, 2022 shots fired call?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to publish State's Exhibit 1, Victor Victor Alpha, for the jury. Thank you, Your Honor.
Atlanta 911 operator 7943. What's the address?
Yeah, somebody shooting over here. I live at 2837 Waters Road, and they had a big shooting over here. I don't know what's going on over there.
Okay, you said 2837 Morris Road.
Waters Road. It's on Waters Road.
How many gunshots did you hear?
Oh, but it had to be about 20.
Okay, we'll get a unit.
I don't know what. Excuse me.
We'll get a unit out there. Thank you.
All right.
Stopping publishing at 34 seconds. Ms. Lattners, do you also have before you what's marked as 2 Victor Victor?
Correct.
What is the date for that CAD report?
March the 14th, 2022.
And what is the call type for, or description for that CAD report?
50-person shot.
What is the APD case number associated with this March 14, 2022 person shot?
220731882.
What is the location for this call?
Windsor Street Southwest at I-20 eastbound, Southwest Atlanta.
Is that zone 3?
Yes.
And is that B303?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Lattners, who was, or what was the source? Was this 911 or officer generated?
911.
Who was the caller?
Kevin Cheeseboro.
What time did dispatch receive Mr. Cheeseboro's call?
10:21 p.m. hours.
And what time did the first unit arrive?
10:29 p.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Lattners, if you can turn to the incident comments on page 2, what is the first remark at 10:21:17?
It advised getting on I-20 near 56B Baker. Advised 70 on victim vehicle, red Nissan, Versa, subject been shot in his vehicle near I-20, Eugene.
Now, what is a 78 victim?
Just a lookout on that person or vehicle.
Now, Ms. Lattners, what is the third line from the top that starts with 78 victim, 25 and continues?
It's advised 78 victim, 25.
All right, they're approaching. Great time. Thank you again, Jason, for the reminder. Jason, you were so good with the court calendar. But yes, there is no court on Thursday of this week, and then Friday will be a non-jury day. So in case you're looking for a live stream this upcoming Thursday and you don't see one, it's because there's not going to be any court. Oh, and I'm off the screen. I'm here, you guys. So, Mrs. Lattners, I am loving that she got up on the stand and said, "This is it. I'm actually retiring." So. Also, I want to give a big thanks to Peter Ortiz again. Still stuck on this, you guys. I bet APD has a nice discount store dealing in watches and jewelry, and I really think that was the shot heard around the world, if you will, for the jurors sitting there like the state is ridiculous.
I'm going to republish to Victor, and Ms. Lattners, turning back to under the incident narrative, the third line from the top that starts with 78 victim, 25. Can you read that and explain to the jury what that means?
It advised 78 victim, just a lookout on a subject, 25-year-old male, unconscious, not breathing.
And Ms. Lattners, what occurs at 10:33:11 or 22:33:11 as read in military time?
They request an ambulance.
And what about at 10:24 or 22:24:05?
Call advised there is a FedEx and at the King's liquor store near the location.
And Ms. Lattners, what about at 10:25 or 22:25?
The caller give out the victim plate tag number was TX, which is Texas, Robert King, Michael 9343.
And what about at 22:25:47 or 10:25 p.m.?
They give the operator a 7-8 on a victim, black male, black jacket.
And Ms. Lattners, what occurs at 22:30 or 10:30 p.m.?
They advise male not alert, conscious, or breathing.
And right after that at 10:30 and 43 seconds?
Someone advised his dispatcher they found a 69, which is a gun, under the passenger seat.
And what about at 10:34:24?
They requested Hero to shut down I-20 eastbound to Windsor Street.
And what happens after that?
At 10:34 p.m., they confirmed person is 48, which means person is dead.
At 10:33 p.m.?
10:34 p.m.
Now, Ms. Lattners, is the second item on that disc the call from Cheeseboro on this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to publish to Victor Alpha.
You may.
Atlanta 911 operator 7663. What's the address of the emergency?
I'm on the, oh my God, it's the I-20 West, I-20 East, exit. What is this? Oh my God, I don't know what's that.
Me, I would do that.
Exit number.
Do you need police, fire, or EMS today?
I'm sorry?
Do you need police, fire, or EMS today?
It's an EMS. So basically, I'm in traffic.
EMS. You need an ambulance? Do you need an ambulance?
It's not me. It's for someone in a car.
Hold
They're
on.
sitting in a car and they're not shot.
We were telling you to hold on for an ambulance.
EMS, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm unsure. If I gave you an exit number, would you be able to find it?
Yes, sir. Go ahead with it.
I think it's like exit 56B. It's like the I-20 West, I-20 East, how you get on to I-20 West, I-20 East.
So, you're on Windsor Street trying to get on 20 West, or you're on 20 West getting on Windsor?
I think I'm on Windsor trying to get on I-20 West or East. It's like you can go either way. And essentially there's a car here, and someone in the car, he's not moving, and there's a gun hole in the door. And I'm not really trying to find out more, but that's basically what I have to do to the situation.
Okay, so give me 1 second, okay?
No problem.
Oh, my God. And you're on Windsor Street?
I think this is Windsor. I think this is Windsor. 56B. I know, I can kind of see on the highway, and I see it says 57, like it's the next exit. So I think it should be 56B.
Okay.
I just have a question. You're on Windsor, but you're seeing exit signs beyond the exit that you're at. How is that?
I'm sorry, what you saying?
Are you sure you're on a surface street?
Am I sure I'm on what street?
You're on a surface street.
Surface Street.
Yeah, are you on an actual street, or are you on like a middle street where you can still see the highway?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not understand. I'm on the, let me get in my car and figure out what street I'm on. I mean, the guy's not going
You
anywhere.
can also open up your Google Maps or your, whatever your phone uses for,
I'm going to have to go around, he ain't moving.
What kind of car is it? What color is it?
It's a red Nissan Versa. Yeah, a red Nissan Versa. Yeah, his window is shot out. He's definitely shot out. Oh my God, yes.
What kind of car is it? You stopped at
It's a red Nissan Versa.
Okay, go ahead and open up your mapping system on your phone and tell me what street you're on, okay?
Okay, hold on. Google Maps. Oh my God, I want to get out of it now. I'm on Windsor. Yeah, Windsor.
And what's the crossing area?
It's literally when you're getting on I-20 or I-20 East or West, but it's close to Eugenia Street.
So Windsor and... Give me 1 second. All right, and confirm your phone number for me.
352-215-19.
Department that's responding, okay?
Okay.
All right, so give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and are you with the patient now?
I'm at the location now.
I understand that you're at the location. Are you with the patient? Can you see them?
I can see them in the car, yes.
Okay. And how old is the patient?
He's probably early 20s. I would say younger than 25.
Okay, is he awake?
No, he's not awake.
Is he breathing?
I don't think he's breathing. I have not seen this man move at all.
Okay, give me 1 second. Atlanta 873, a 27 Delta 1G.
7663. 7663.
Thank you, ma'am. I do need to ask you a few more questions, Kevin. If you don't know, it is okay to say you do not know, okay?
Okay.
Is the assailant still nearby?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I didn't see the assailant.
Is there any serious bleeding?
I'm not getting that close, so I'm not sure. I can't confirm that.
That's okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help him now. Stay on the line, and I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Are you able to? I do need to ask. Are you able to assist in getting him out of the car and starting CPR?
Ma'am, I'm not.
It's okay if you can't. I just have to ask, okay?
I can't. I'm sorry.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Oh my God, that's so sad.
Okay, so can you tell me if there's any businesses or residential or anything that you see near you guys?
There's a liquor, a FedEx, and a liquor store. So there's a FedEx. The name of the liquor store, King's Liquors, King's Liquor.
Looking like LAKINGS?
KINGS, yeah, liquor.
Okay. Okay, give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
What's your last name, sir? Kevin, what's your last name?
Cheeseboro, CHEES, B as in boy, OROUGH.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, help is on the way for him. I'll just stay on the line with you until someone gets there, okay? Are you comfortable with doing that?
Do I have to stay here? I'm like,
Sir, before you leave, can you read me the license plates on the vehicle, please? As long as you're not placing yourself in danger, I'm ready. What state is it from?
You say what state is the license plate from?
Yes, sir.
One moment, I'm walking back to the car. I'm trying to walk away for a minute.
All right, don't place yourself in any danger.
Okay, the license plate is from Texas. And do you want, hold on, you want the license plate number?
Yes.
R as in Robert, K as in Kilo, and then M as in Mary, 9343.
Thank you. And is that man black, white, or Hispanic?
He's a black man.
What color shirt is he wearing? Can you tell?
It's a black jacket.
Black jacket. Anything else? Anyone else in the car?
No, no one else is in the car.
Did you see or hear any gunshots?
No, I had pulled up to the stoplight and I realized he was not moving. So I'm just kind of nosy and I'm driving and I'm looking and I see that he looked like he's like immobile, like asleep. So my conscience was like turning back around. So when I turned back around, that's when I realized like, okay, there's a bullet hole in his door.
Got it. Well, I hear the sirens in the background. Can you tell us if that's fire, police?
Fire truck.
Okay.
Oh, fire's on scene? Okay. Okay.
Did they stop with the patient, sir? I don't hear the sirens anymore.
I think they're turning around. I think they had to make a U-turn.
Are you able to flag them down without pushing yourself in danger to guide them to the patient?
I'm about to do it now because they probably would. I'm not sure if they would be able to get, but I'm about to.
Don't place yourself in any danger.
Yeah, he got shot, I think. Like I pulled up and he was right here. It's like, no problem.
Was that the firefighters or the police?
That's the firefighters. Now I think they got on the highway. Oh my God.
Were you talking to a firefighter or you were talking to someone else, the female in the background?
The police is here now.
Okay, let the police take over. Thank you so much for even taking out the time to report it. We greatly appreciate the call, sir.
No problem. Thank you so much for assistance.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Lattners, that third CAD report, is that 2 days after this March 14th 911 call we just listened to?
Yes.
What is the address for what's marked as 3 Victor Victor, the March 16th, 2022 CAD report?
2830 Waters Road, Southwest Atlanta.
Is that address the same address from 1 Victor Victor?
Well, the first one was 2837. This 2830.
Both Waters Road?
Yes.
And Ms. Lattners, what is the APD case number for this March 16th, 2022 CAD report?
220750015.
What was the time that APD received, and let me ask you this first, was this a 911 call as well, or officer generated?
911 call.
And what time did dispatch receive that call?
12:08 a.m. hours.
And when did the first APD officer arrive on that scene?
12:10 a.m. hours.
And what time was this call cleared?
4:19 a.m. hours. I'm sorry, it's still en route. Let's see.
Is there a time where it says route closed?
It does say route closed at 4:19 a.m. hours.
And Ms. Lattners, do you see the incident comments?
Yes.
At 0008 or 12:08 a.m., what does that state?
It advised, heard a lot of gunshots in the area and saw a dark-colored SUV speeding away. No further.
And what about at 1440 or 12:14 a.m.?
Univise 2830 had several shell casing and damage.
What about at 12:33?
Advised one detained.
And at 12:37 a.m.?
They asked for a 6-7. A 6-7 means they don't want anyone talking on the radio because they found something, so they need everything quiet during the time.
In Ms. Lattners, shortly after that at 37:47 or 12:37 a.m.
Univized 2 additional detained.
And what about at 12:40 a.m.?
They advised 6-7 is lifted. People can go start back talking on the radio.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Lattners. No further questions from the state.
Their defense questions? Ms. Weinstein?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lattners. You are excused and released, I
Retirement.
believe.
She can be permanently excused,
You are
Your Honor.
released. Congratulations on your retirement. All right, call your next witness. Is everybody okay? How long's your next witness going to be?
20 minutes.
Okay, let's do another witness unless anybody's desperate for a break right now. All right, go ahead.
Kevin Cheeseboro, 16.
Gotta squeak. All right, this was the 911 caller. 2 squeaks?
All right, raise your right hand from the top. You swear to affirm testimony you might give court the truth and the whole truth and what you tell. You may receive, please state your first and last name and explain the whole plea.
Kevin Cheeseboro, Kevin, Cheeseboro, Chees, B as in boy, Orough.
And good morning, Mr. Cheeseboro. How are you?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm well. If you could just speak into that mic for me, okay? How old are you?
32.
And you guys should talk to the jurors over here, but speaking to the mic, I know it's hard. And do you work?
Yes.
What type of work do you do?
I'm an administrative professional.
All right. And did you do the same type of work in March of 2022?
Yes.
Where are you from originally?
Florida.
And how long have you lived in the Atlanta area?
3 years.
What area of the city did you reside in March of 2022?
West End.
Back in 2022, did you have a car?
Yes.
What type of car?
Kia Soul 2018.
You said 2018 Kia Soul?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to March 14th, 2022 at approximately 10:20 p.m. Did you have the occasion to be in the area of Windsor Street and I-20?
Yes.
Why were you in that area?
I was coming from the gym and I missed my turn, so that was kind of the way that I was rerouting myself to get back home.
And where
Days
was your
lost?
gym located?
Midtown, LA Fitness, Midtown.
And briefly, what was the route that you were traveling from the gym to go home?
All right, guys. So, yes, we heard the 911 call that he made, but he's got other information that's unique that he can testify to that dispatch or the CAD report that Ms. Lattners can't speak to. So he saw something about the scene that is something that he can testify to before police were there to see it. So it is
I
unique.
am not sure, honestly.
Were you traveling on the highway?
Yes.
Was that highway 7585?
I'm not even gonna lie, I'm not the most familiar with the streets like that, but I want to assume yes.
Okay.
It was the highway, so yeah, it's a highway I take often.
When you missed your turn, do you remember where you went to try to turn around?
I do not remember the specifics, no.
Did you ever pass a BP gas station?
Yes.
Okay. When you passed the BP gas station, what, if anything, do you remember doing?
Was driving to get back on the highway after I passed the BP gas station, and that's when I noticed the car and I made the U-turn.
Okay. So tell me about when you noticed the car. Where did you notice a car at?
It was I believe it was in the turn lane, far left lane.
And what color was the car that you noticed?
Red.
And when you first encountered the car, you said it was in the far left lane. Where was your vehicle?
My vehicle may have been either in the middle or the far right. More than likely, it was in the middle lane.
And at the time, when you noticed the red car in the far left lane, were you right next to that red car in the middle lane next to the red car?
I can't speak for certain. I do know the car was holding up traffic, but as far as the exact lane, I'm unsure. I'm sorry.
And when you say the car was holding up traffic, can you remember now approximately how many cars were out there at that time?
It wasn't completely holding up traffic, considering there were about 3 or 4 lanes, but I would say roughly 10 cars.
When you noticed that that car was holding up traffic, what, if anything, did you do?
Well, I intended to kind of pass it by and go home, but they had their flashers on, their emergency lights on, and then they looked asleep. So before I got on the highway, I made the conscious decision to do a U-turn and check on them.
How far did you drive before you made the U-turn to come back and check on the vehicle?
I was actually about to get back on the highway, so I was making the turn to get back on the highway, and instead of making the turn to get on the highway, I hit the U-turn.
Once you made the U-turn, where did you go?
After making the U-turn, I pulled up next to the car just to see if they needed any help.
And when you said you pulled up next to the car, were you on the same side of the street that you were previously or on the opposite side of the street?
I cannot really confirm which side, because I did eventually end up, I remember being back on the other side, but actually, no, I was on the opposite side. I do remember I was on the opposite side. So I pulled up, if the car is facing this way, I was facing the opposite side.
All right. You have permission to approach? I'm going to show you what's been marked as 64 VV, 67 VV, and 68 VV. What's your first one if you recognize those pictures?
Hey guys, so this one, shout out to Floyd, good to see you.
First starting with 64 VV, how do you...
Were most of these guys in jail when this happened? So this particular incident, and it's very interesting that we had the free Quay movement and we only have 2 defendants left in this room, but this is one of the rare times that, probably not through this witness, but through the officer that's going to talk about the investigation into the Shymel Drinks shooting, right? That's where we'd finally hear QUAMARVIOUS NICHOLS come into play, and he's no longer in this courtroom. So just interesting timing of when we're finally getting to this. But this one's tied to Miles Farley and DAMEKION GARLINGTON, who are not in this trial, QUAMARVIOUS NICHOLS, who is pled out of this particular trial, and then Shannon Stillwell, who is one of our 2 remaining in the room. So thank you, Floyd, for the question. I really think this is important to say out loud because there's so much movement in this case, and we swap witnesses to fill time, and it's just, you know, I wonder if the jury realizes where we're going with this. I probably wouldn't if I was just sitting there. But yeah, so here we go. We'll probably hear more about the names when we get to the investigator.
Recognize 64 VV.
That's my car on the far right.
And do you also see in that picture the other car that you were just speaking of?
Yes.
All right. And looking at 67 VV, how do you recognize 67 VV?
That's probably the view I would have had.
Put that other one down for me.
Sorry.
Yes, okay.
That's probably the view I would have had before I did the U-turn to get on the highway.
All right. And then 68 VV.
Just another view of the car, so looks familiar.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the area where you were when you saw the red car on March 14, 2022?
Yes. I don't remember this debris on the ground, but that might be like a minor oversight. But other than that, there's a box on the ground, like of debris or something like that. I mean, that's minor, but I don't remember that. But other than that, everything looks accurate.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 64 VV, 67 VV, and 68 VV into evidence.
All right, those are admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yep.
First, I want to start with actually 67 VV. Now, looking at 67 VV, and it should be on your computer and on the screen behind you, looking at the picture, are you able to tell or remember where you pulled up with your car when you first saw the red vehicle?
I was more than likely in the left lane, and then after the car wasn't moving, so I probably was more than likely held up by the car, and then I moved over to the right lane to pass the car.
Okay. So initially you were behind the red car, And when you said there were other cars out there, were there other cars in front of you between your car and the red car?
So there were initially, but due to the car not moving, they eventually ended up going around until I was directly behind the car.
Okay. And when you said you went and made the U-turn, and I believe there's a stick to the side of you. If you can stand up a moment. And just show the jury where you went to go make the U-turn.
It would be actually past these cylinders right here to get on the highway, but the light is right here.
And when you were driving, before you decided to make a U-turn, would you have been going westbound on I-20?
Yes.
Now showing you what's been admitted as 64 VV. Looking at 64 VV, do you see your vehicle?
Yes.
And is that your vehicle on the right-hand side of the photograph? The single car on the right-hand side of the photograph?
Yes.
All right. And is the red car, the first car, in the picture on the left-hand side of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Now, once you stopped your vehicle, please continue. What did you do once you stopped your vehicle and exited your car?
So I vaguely remember, it's been a few years, but essentially I got out of the car, I walked around the car, I was going to knock on the window, but then that's when I noticed the glass was shattered. So when I noticed the glass was shattered, that's when I called 911 for assistance.
Did you call anyone else besides 911?
Before 911, I doubt, no. If anything, it would have been my brother, but I doubt I called him before. I did call him after, but not before.
Okay. Once you saw the shattered glass, did you see anything inside of the vehicle?
No.
Did you see anyone inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the person who was inside of the vehicle?
Driver's seat.
And if you can describe to the jury, how did he appear in the vehicle? I'm sorry, was it a he or a she?
He.
How did he appear inside of the vehicle?
He actually looked asleep. I didn't notice any blood or anything. He just looked asleep. But considering the glass was shattered, I figured something might have been wrong.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
You're right, Kay Grammer. A little bit of 403.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 69 VV, 70 VV, 72, and 76 VV. Take a moment and look at those. Tell me if you recognize.
Yes.
Okay, how do you recognize those?
Well, the first picture I don't really recognize because, when I say that, I didn't open the passenger side door, so this view is not technically familiar to me.
Okay.
For the other three pictures, I would definitely say those views are familiar to me.
So, looking at 69 VV and 70 and 76, 72 VV around the state would like to admit 69, 70, and 72 VV.
Okay, those are the three that he recognized?
Yes.
Okay, those are admitted.
First, looking at State's Exhibit, published in State's Exhibit 69 VV. Now, look at 69 VV. Is that the view that you had once you exited your vehicle?
Somewhat, yes.
When you say somewhat, tell me what do you mean?
This view would put me kind of in the pedestrian crosswalk, and I was a little bit behind the car.
So your car is further to the right of this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got out of your car, did you walk back towards the car, in the direction of the car?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 70 VV. And then 72 VV. Is that the shattered window that you just referenced that you saw when you approached the vehicle?
Yes.
Now, when you approached the vehicle, how did you see that the victim looked asleep?
Well, they just were leaned over, so I got out my car, and then I approached the vehicle, and then I noticed they were kind of just like leaned over. So that was my signification that they were maybe asleep until I noticed the window.
What side of the car did you approach when you saw that he was leaned over and looked asleep?
Considering where my car was, I'm going to say the driver's side. I'm not 100% certain, but I would assume that I would approach on the driver's side, considering where I parked.
Once you saw him inside of the vehicle, what did you do next?
Well, again, I didn't notice any blood, so I thought he was asleep. I think I just kind of continued to survey the car, and then that's when I looked through the driver's side window to the passenger side window and noticed that it was shattered. So then that's when I called 911.
And after you called 911, did law enforcement arrive?
Yes.
Did the ambulance arrive?
Yes, I'm assuming so. I don't remember vividly, but yes.
And once law enforcement arrived, did you speak with them about what you just told the jury here today?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions.
All right, are there defense questions? Go ahead.
All right, Shannon Stillwell needs some answers. All right, so Max needs to mic up, but remember, this is alleged to have been a shooting carried out by Shannon Stillwell. So important here for Max Schardt.
Mr. Cheeseboro, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? I just have a couple questions for you. Okay. I'm sorry. Miss Knight, could you please pull up 64 VP? Okay, thank you. Mr. Cheeseboro, just briefly, this, to your recollection, you've identified your car. Is this the moment that you parked and are exiting your car to check on things, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. The red car that you checked on, in this photo, it appears that the car is essentially, when you came across this car, was the car in the crosswalk as it is in this photo?
I would assume so, because at this point there would have been any interference. So yes.
Okay.
Safe to say that it was in the crosswalk.
Okay. While you were there, did you see the red car, not your car, the other car that you were checking on, move at all, forward or back?
No.
Okay. And lastly, when you checked on the car, if you know, did you know whether the car was on or off?
I do not recall.
Do you have any knowledge about whether the car was in park or drive?
I do not recall.
Do you have any knowledge whether the gentleman that was in the car, whether his foot was on the brake or if the car was merely in park?
I'm not sure what gear the car was in, but I feel like I do remember his foot being on the brake.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Weinstein, anything for you? All right, any redirect?
No.
All right, Mr. Cheeseboro, thank you. You are excused. Let's take a convenience break right now, and then y'all can be ready with your next witness.
Convenience or comfort break? I like Kendrick's suit a lot today. Actually, interestingly, got the bold blue sport coat over here too. Everybody looks all well dressed over there.
And just before we break, the two juror communications, I'll make those court's exhibits. I still don't know what court exhibit number we are on, but those will be court's exhibits.
Should I frame
Anything else
it?
before we take our break?
The juror email
Sure.
over here.
On the record?
Okay, oh my gosh. So we are going to be skipping most of this break. Again, can't thank you guys enough for the support and the love. If you missed yesterday, a lot of what you guys are doing to support this channel, this is my favorite season of the year. We are going to be giving back as a chat, and chat with the capital C will be the name on anything. I can put a stated name. So that's going to be fun. A lot of these are going to be out of order. I'm sorry. But the Honorable Yeah That. Hey, Jesse. We'll mute Jesse there real quick. Everybody say hi to Jesse. But the Honorable Yeah That says, Merchant already told us they were arguing who gets the Lambos. Who gets the Lambos? Finders keepers. They definitely stole jewelry. They were banking on him getting the max. I really I try to always just say, hey, anything's possible. But here I think I'm a bit beyond that. I really think that it's probable that somebody swiped stuff that they shouldn't have been swiping here. I really think there's enough there to raise big questions. So 100% and great reminder on the Lambos here. Good to see you, Honorable Yeah That. STS says, the state, that's on you. That's on you. So this is in reference to the juror emails. We'll look at the filing. We can look at the email word for word. I think she read it word for word, but in case you guys want to look at it, get it exact, we can do it just for the kicks and giggles. And also that is clipped. This morning's whole debacle about this juror email is clipped separately if you ever want to watch it for the good laughs and joys in the future. Thank you so much, STS. Touche says, the fact that Paige just said they're driving a juror, crazy. I mean, yeah. And I love that the juror said 3 to 6 months, because during voir dire, when they were asking questions about hardship, would it be too much of a hardship for you to sit through the length of this trial? The estimated time frame that they gave. This was like 2 Januaries ago, guys. 3 to 6 months. It took them 10 months to seat a jury panel. Case kicks off, trial kicks off November of 2023. And here we are in November of 2024. What's the math on that? Does that sound like 3 to 6 months? And that juror anchored that time frame because that's what was given to them during hardship discussions when they said, you know what, I can probably do 3 to 6 months without hardship. So shout out to that juror. And I think his answers were really interesting, very precise, but as long as you keep this in 2024 and don't go into 2025, I'll stay. So very interesting wording in that whole exchange. Good to see you, Touche. Indie Love says, good morning, cat, mods, and chat. The juror said he's effing tired. Like, come on. Let us free. This is ridiculous at this point. That is definitely, and it kills me that he sent it twice. He sent a draft, and then he sent his actual email. Hilarious. Hilarious to me. Shout out to juror number 56. K Grammer very generously, and I'm so behind on this. K Grammer, we've had you in the banner. Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. You guys, make sure you're saying thank you as always. If you got a gifted membership today, you can use the 56 juror special chat emoji. So have fun with that. If you guys want an all caps sesh, it's been a while. You guys can kick off 60 seconds all caps. There you go. Really, you can use an all-cap session for anything that won't upset the mods. Make the mods happy, you guys. This isn't a chance to go way far into left field, but it's a chance to get something off your chest. So there you go. Red Bunny says, I called it yesterday. Now that Young Thug, right? Young Thug took the plea. He's out of the courtroom. None of the jurors are going to want to stay. Young Thug is the only reason they have lasted this long. I'm a bit more optimistic that they're just, at least invested enough that they want to be able to get to deliberations. It's kind of one of those sunk cost fallacies, right? I've already been sitting here. I've already lost so much time to $25 a day. And I think with this reinforcement that, hey, the attorneys are saying, and I, the judge, this better be done before 2025. I think that could be that final nudge of optimism for that sunk cost fallacy. Maybe we're aware that we've already given up enough time, but we'll just do it for another month and some weeks and finally be out of here. So I think that this might be a little bit of a factor for some of the jurors, but I really think that clarification, and they only read that to that one juror. They only told the one juror that of their time estimate. I think it would be nice if they told more jurors of their time estimate. I could be mistaken. Did Paige say that to all the jurors? I think that's something that the jurors should have their expectations rounded off on. So if it was only to that one juror, I hope somehow the message just generally is repeated as like a general scheduling message, because that could make a big difference. So, Miss Jazzy Jazz says, that can mean they can come out not guilty, especially if forced to stay. Yeah, and I think that this is so interesting that this is the second day back from these plea deals, you guys. Again, bittersweet because I wonder what the defendants that took a plea might be thinking after hearing this. But at the same time, maybe the juror wouldn't feel this way if the juror might be piecing together why there's only 2 defendants left sitting in the room. We don't really know exactly what's going on in the juror's mind. We can only speculate. But what a bittersweet thing to see the second day back from these plea deals. I think this is so positive for the 2 remaining defendants. So, and thank you so much for your 5 here, Miss Jazzy Jazz. The Honorable that says Harvey told us months ago with case law that long trials directly affect the jury verdict, and to put a time limit, they might say not guilty out of spite. I think this was Doug Weinstein's motion. He really went into like juror psychology, the unprecedented length, and requested, because of those issues, to put a time limit on the trial. But I'm sure Harvey thinks the same way, right? I'm not saying Harvey isn't thinking the same thing. But that was a great, great motion. Might have to revisit it when the trial actually wraps up. And thank you again for the 5. One happy white girl says, I wouldn't even want a handshake. So I joked, right? At this point, if the state scrambles to come up with plea deals, knowing that a juror is already leaning in what seems to be not guilty, right? If the state now decides to offer plea deals after ripping plea deals out from under the feet of these 2 remaining co-defendants last week, I made the joke like, they have so much leverage. What plea deal would I even accept? Just a handshake and we're done. That's it, right? That's not going to be, in my opinion, something. If they turn down whatever they were offered last week, this has to be a golden offer. But one happy white girl says, I wouldn't even want a handshake because that wouldn't be sincere. I would want a formal public apology. Can you imagine? After Fani made that, it's not even an opinion. It was a factually incorrect statement she released when Jeffrey Williams took a plea. She said that he pled guilty to all the charges. That's not true. He did NOLO for 2. The 2 main ones that she's got her sights set on. So a public apology would be great. And as far as the district attorney's office is concerned, having to issue an apology for any single one defendant is an L kind of for the entire indictment. So you are right, one happy white girl. I think you're right. A handshake is not enough. STS very generously gifting 20 gifted memberships here. Thank you so much. If you guys could drop some STS in the chat, show some love. So much support here from STS, and he's also always giving tons of great information in the chat. So big appreciation there. And yeah, a lot of a turnover here. The state's been losing since day 1. So imagine being the juror and sitting here that long just for this. Like, just crazy. Leah's dad says the police stealing from you is something both party lines seem to agree is trash. Right. No matter how much somebody may or may not want the government to be able to be involved in something. I think the idea, right? The concept of the government, the police, whatever, getting to just sneakily take something from you. They're not line iteming the individual things that they're gathering from a scene that are very valuable. I think it'd be a hard find. We've got diverse thoughts in this chat. Does anybody in this chat that think that's an okay process for police to just, we line item the other stuff, the amount of drugs that we found. We want to make sure we notate all the containers and all the bottles and any volumes or weights that we can surmise as a guess on the scene. But when it comes to this table full of jewelry, we'll just put it in a bag. It's fine. Just jewelry. We're not going to specify that it's 12 pieces of jewelry, 13 pieces of jewelry, just jewelry. And if it's not in the report, we can't tell you if something's really missing from what we documented. Who out there would say that that's an acceptable process, right? And I love finding the unison on issues like this. This shouldn't be how it goes. Great to see you today, Leah's dad. Touche celebrating 2 months. So happy to be here another month. Love ya. Thank you for being here. Ike says, I'll try to be unbiased judge, but if the state shows any more spent ammo shells, photo number 36 of a shell casing, on my daughter's birthday, I will be Webster's picture of bias. Yeah. And they almost teetered down that lane today with the extra questionings of this witness, right? Show us where the cars were. Tell us what you remember that you saw. That's really all we needed from that witness. Good to see you, Ike. STS says, 2,365 watching, 463 likes. Please help us celebrate the shade to the state by pressing that like button. Always remember, hit the like button an odd amount of times, because that's what keeps it lit up in the up direction. Thank you so much, STS, for the reminder. Sassy Experience says, keeping the juror was Paige's slick way of forcing the state to hurry the heck up. I think you're onto something. I wouldn't be surprised if pleas are back in play by the end of the week. Oh, and I wish, if that's the case, I just wish we could see it go down. Like, the state would be on their backs. You've got 2 defendants left and a juror saying, oh my God, I'm over this. The state would be on their backs if they re-enter plea negotiations. Like, I just wish we could see it if that were to happen. I think you're right, though, that this is a great nudge, an opportunity for the judge to be like, hurry it up. So thank you so much for the 5, Sassy. KC Dog says, random thought. I would have loved to see Steele argue the goat sacrifice, right? So this is in relation to Shannon Stillwell and, you know, when they went into the backyard and this was ruled inadmissible. They're not supposed to touch on this. But was metaphorically done to represent Thug's case, bringing exposure to Fulton County. They did it in advance to represent what was to come. Hilarious. So many, like, references from this trial. Just nuts. Thank you, KC Dog. Apunin Woo says, good morning, Cat, Chat, the mods, and fellow slimes. No slime left behind. Mod love all the time. Love to hear it. Great positivity here. Thank you always for your support, Apunin Woo. If we could get double A's in the chat, we're going to make Apunin Woo the squeak counter sponsor. And we've gotten 3 squeaks. We got like 10 or 11 squeaks yesterday. They've been giving us what we want, you guys. Factual Lie, thanks for being a member for 5 months. It's a long time. Appreciate getting to know you over these months. And the kind reminder here, thank you. Hit that like button. Beauty is her name's been here for a month. Thank you so much. Recused Judge Glanville in the house says, as our team keeps adding to the blooper reel, I may be looking for a new job. As a side hustle, is anyone interested in a slightly used? And what is it, Richie Mill? I don't know how to pronounce these things. The Bubba Watson watch. So, recused Judge Glanville, guys, in the chat, if you've got any interest, hit up the recused Judge Glanville here. Good to see you. Thank you for your humor, as always. Touche says, this is awful to watch. Meanwhile, Paige is thinking, Juror 56 is all of us. Shout out to Juror 56. Who's the juror that joins the chat? It's not really the juror. I mean, you know, I think it's juror number 5. They gave themselves number 5. I hope if they watch today or if they join, they just change their name to 56 for the cult fandom of it all. Touche, yes. I think a lot of us feel like Juror 56. Amber Dawn says, ask him if he saw a white ceramic watch before he goes. Yep. That guy wouldn't remember. He was wishy-washy on the stand. What was it? Wofford? Aaron Wofford, Lieutenant. He was wishy-washy. He would not remember this, even if he held that watch in his hand. So, shout out to Amber. Good to see you today. The Honorable, yeah, that's been here for 3 long months. But that's only a fraction of the time the poor jury has sat here. Yeah, that says, Schardt is going to ask how long footage is kept. Man, I hope we get questions about this road camera footage. Ms. Tutti says, Max is maxing. Love to see these camera angles of the defense table all day. Happy Annie says, does/can Love ask for a directed verdict after they have finished with direct? No, so the defense can. But this would be completely improper for the state to ask for a directed verdict, right? The defense gets to do this because the state has the burden of proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt. So the point of a directed verdict is after the state has presented everything that they've presented when they rest their case in chief, if there isn't sufficient evidence that when taken at a certain preponderance would meet the elements as charged for each of the crimes as charged, there could be room at the judge's discretion to issue a directed verdict if the defense moves for that. So it would be the defense that has this tool available to them, not the state. But the state can make a counter argument to the defense's request. So, but then Happy Annie says, or do you think that's when hurry up, get final pleas sewn up will happen? Honestly, nothing would surprise me here. But I think at the same time, I think the state is so marred by their own determination that they're gonna, no matter how down bad they might be, I don't think that they'll try to offer a final plea for the last two defendants. Somehow I think they just want to show that this trial can move forward. But great questions and food for thought here, Happy Annie. Yeah, so Black Butterfly, great to see you. It's been a little bit. Hope you're doing well. This Blalock situation, Lil Rod, Blalock, the two girls, 3 guys in the car. Clear setup. What do you guys think? I have a lot of questions about it. I don't know what I think, but I do think that one argument the justice made, hey, if this is supposed to be strategy on counsel's part, right? Because if it's strategy to not do something, that pokes holes in an ineffective assistance of counsel argument. And the one justice was like, well, if it was strategy, you would expect that trial counsel would have raised that argument in their closing statements, which they did not, did they? And we heard a little bit of silence from the state prosecutor, the prosecutor. He was like, no, they didn't make that argument in closing arguments. So the justice is like, all right, so you would think, they would have done it if it was strategy, right? Right? You get where I'm going? So yeah, a lot of questions there. Black Butterfly. Might be worth rewatching Mariah Smith on the stand, because she's the only witness that was present during that incident going down that actually took the stand in the YSL trial. Be interesting to watch again. Floyd says, quick question. Does the state need to, for jury's sake, need to explain in some way why they're having this person testify to these events? Maybe I'm missing something, but I'm just so confused why this guy was even there. Now, I believe with this timing, this was probably the YFN Lucci incident in the jail. And it's because of that count 1, that RICO. If these things were going on in furtherance, could these people have been tied to an overt act, something being done in furtherance of the conspiracy? We're trying to violate the RICO Act. We're trying to protect and further our enterprise. So when we hear about these things that don't directly involve Shannon Stillwell or Diamante Kendrick, it seems so far out of left field, but it's because it's a RICO trial. Even if it deals with someone that's pled out or is severed and awaiting their trial still. So, and at the same time, just because there's an explanation for it, the same confusion that we sit here, we're like, here we go, is someone hearing something about someone that's not in this room. The jury could be feeling that, even though there's an explanation for why the state has the leeway to present these things about other individuals named in the indictment, right? The jury could be thinking exactly like you're thinking here, Floyd. So, great question here. Kiki says, oh, we're gifting a membership. Thank you for gifting a membership, Kiki. STS said, hold on, I want to gift one too. And then Gwen and Garnett, thank you guys. 1, 2, 3 in a row here gifting memberships. Really appreciate that. KC Dog says, when Steele makes that face and looks down, it's on. Ready to make the argument. I would have loved if there's just a way that we can watch him make his full argument orally. Would have loved it. That's just not the way it's structured though. But it was great to see what we could. Kimmy P813 says, how are the jurors even paying their bills? If they're employed, their employer is supposed to continue paying them. I don't know each of their individual situations. But at the same time, being stuck on this schedule, however many days a week, yeah, you get some unexpected days off, but there isn't much room for you to plan to have time off. If you need to do something, you need to get the judge's approval in advance. I think there's beyond just the $25 a day thing. These other questions about being locked into this trial schedule is a bit overwhelming too. So it sucks. And I really hope that this court is serious about ending this trial in 2024. We're not going to go into 2025. Sassy Experience is so freaking cool. SCOTUS should do this too, damn it. I love the oral argument quality, the audio from SCOTUS, but yeah, no video in there. Really love to listen to it. And hear the back and forth questions. It's really more like a dialogue when you have multiple justices versus one party and the other party really kind of arguing with each other, but facing the court while they do it. I agree. Dolly says burden shifting. Yep. It's the state's job to prove he was there, not his job to prove he wasn't. And to be fair, the trial counsel did raise this objection, but they didn't raise the objection of the comment on pre-arrest silence. I also really love that the justice said, hey, if your case was so good and had so much evidence, why do you need to shift the burden? And guess what we've seen in the YSL case here? We've heard objections because Adrian Love was shifting the burden. So, oh man, it like never stops. It is I don't even know. It's like there's a virus or some type of growth on this prosecutor's office. And not only this office, I'm sure there's others, but this office just has a problem with presenting their cases with integrity. So glad to see the justice make note of that. Sassy Experience says, the job Paige has been auditioning for since 1996. Yeah, wanting to get one of those seats. Nas says, and I love this picture remix, arguing in front of this court looks intimidating as hell. They're both just frying arguments. Yeah, I'd be nervous. I'd be nervous. I get nervous on these streams, but speaking to these justices while fighting for someone that's facing a life plus 25 sentence, pressure's on. And I'm not saying Steele didn't feel pressure, but he really was so strong and firm that you couldn't really tell if he was feeling the pressure. Great comment here, Naz. Ashley Merchant on the panel, what you think? She would be well aware of the case law and the specifics. But I really think her heart and her passion is working for defendants' rights. And in like a selfish way, I hope she stays in that space. Not to shun if she has her career aspirations to be seated as a justice on a court somewhere. She'd do a great job, I'm sure. But I really like seeing her in the space fighting, not just for the rights of criminal defendants, but really in the post-conviction relief space, which is just such a wild, undeveloped frontier. There isn't that much recourse or resources available out there, advocacy for the post-conviction space. And I really think she's a great person to have there. Touche says, how many lives have been ruined in the system because the lawyer was inexperienced? Yeah, we all have a first day, but the stakes are just too high here. I agree. And sometimes it's what bothers me. There can be a low bar to what actually constitutes ineffective assistance of counsel. That's why it's a really bold argument that Steele went in there and framed some of these issues within the bigger umbrella, the overall overarching theme of ineffective assistance of counsel, rather than just arguing the error itself is that the prosecution mentioned pre-arrest silence. He made it a bigger issue that not only did they not mention it, but the counsel didn't object. So I think what Steele is doing is very bold. Because some judges, ineffective assistance of counsel, oh well, you had your shot. Who cares? And I hate that. And I don't really know what the solution is. STS is out here sniping again. Thank you so much, STS. KC Dog with the mod love. Thank you so much. Shout out to the mods and anyone that was willing to provide their information for helping, spending their time moderating this channel and keeping it a friendly place to be. Appreciate them for that. Always say thank you if you can. But there's also, if you want to do a little extra, the mods information is always in the live streams, the descriptions. KC Dog also says, Mr. Chesborough or Mr. Cheeseburger? Yeah, the closed captions are great. Tay Biz, good to see you live yesterday. It was great to hear you again. Tay Biz says, for the love, as always. We appreciate you, Kat. So glad. Thanks for tuning in over here on this side. But really, I was so happy to see you behind the camera again yesterday. Please, please, please keep going. I saw familiar faces. So make sure you guys have a good time. STS says, but there's pictures, so we don't need to inventory. FBI didn't do that with the private lockbox raid. Yeah. And I think the pictures are what's catching them up, right? Because pictures are telling us that something's missing, right? We know that something's missing now. So I think this is part of the backfire. But oops. Torres has been here for another 90 days. That's a long time again, but not as long as these jurors. Torres says, hey, Kat and Malat, mod love all the time. Shannon Alexander's hoping for a huge lawsuit if they don't recover the jewelry. I hope they do. I hope they do the lawsuit. And I would follow it. I know that'd be in the civil realm. That might be a little bit more boring than a criminal trial, but I'd be all in. I would watch it. Good to see you, Shannon. The Honorable Yeah That says 28, 2 plea / free, 2 already serving life, 15 years worth of revoked probation for Munktunk and for Unfunk. Those names trip me up. 17 to serve between the quays. This was a huge L, but it's Atlanta, so her job's safe. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You're couched. You've got this position. You could be couched in. I know technically the DA is an elected position, but the other positions, you know, it's pretty cush. Pretty cush. Seems like they get you out of there if you're trying to do the opposite of what they're doing. Amanda Timpson comes to mind. But yeah, so and Uber drivers will still sing her praise. Oh my gosh. Oh man, almost forgot about that email. Yeah, we've got this email from Fonnie Willis with this Uber story praising love, and then we've got an email from this juror in this case like, excuse me, judge, but I really can't do this anymore because the state just does, they're just a mess. So shout out to the email correspondence in this case. Chris Hayes out here sprinkling with a gifted membership. Thank you, Chris. And then Stella, we are back with the 99. Thank you for your support, Stella. Now let's get, Paige looks like she's about to get some clarification here.
Detective Thorpe next, or coming up sometime soon. Detective Thorpe is the investigator, the lead investigator on the Christian McMillan Darius Ford homicide, double homicide. I have not received, and I don't, quite frankly, I don't think it's been released. I haven't received any reports from Detective Thorpe. Now, typically there's an initial investigative report, but my understanding from Ms. Hilton is he wasn't the initial homicide investigator. But I have not received a report indicating it. I'm trying to describe it. When I'm representing someone charged with a homicide, typically there's, you know, it could be 50 pages or whatever. It's a summary and it goes through all the things that they did as part of their work. I don't know, it may be an issue because this case is open and pending and not solved. I don't know why that hasn't been released, at least some rough drafts of the report. My concern is this. I believe that the state is going to try to elicit from Detective Thorpe that while no arrests have been made, while no charges have been filed, their chief suspects are YFN members or IF gang members. I don't know how they're going to verbalize it. But to say that we haven't arrested anyone, but this is who we suspect, and then also I can't get a copy of their rough reports to even check behind that and check behind the work, I think is inappropriate, and it handcuffs me. So I'm asking for the rough drafts of the reports. Now, Ms. Hilton did tell me that she's not planning on going into deep detail with this case, and I think she said she was planning on asking like 5 questions. That may mitigate some of my need for the rough drafts of the reports. However, I would definitely absolutely oppose any conclusions of who did this or who's suspected of doing this or anything like that unless I'm given the materials to evaluate that and cross-examine that effectively.
All right, response?
Thank you, Your Honor. So as it relates to Investigator Thorpe, the investigation is still open and pending. And so generally, the reports are not issued until the investigation is completed. And then once that case is turned over, there is a complete.
I would suspect that generally you don't call the detective to testify to a pending investigation. So that, is it available for the defense attorneys to be able to review before examining this witness? He's going to be testifying as to it, correctly?
Correct. He was testifying to certain facts, which is a report that the defense already had, which was the date of the incident, the location of the incident, and the individuals involved in the incident. And that report has been given to defense counsel in discovery. As it relates to any further information regarding the suspects or the fact that they believe that this shooting was targeted, it was a targeted gang shooting, that information has been developing over the course of the 2 years that this case has been open and pending. I know there is a draft. I do not know if APD releases that draft because it's still a pending investigation. So,
do you have it?
I do not, Your Honor. I do not. I only have the initial report that has been turned over.
Okay, has the defense talked to Detective Thorpe about this at all? I mean, have y'all just asked him questions?
And Mr. Schardt brought it to my attention during the break, and so that's the only reason I know there's a draft, because I went and asked Investigator Thorpe, but until it was brought to my attention,
I was actually asking Mr. Schardt if they had asked Detective Thorpe anything, which they're certainly, able to do.
I have not. I mean, the plan for Detective Thorpe to testify about this incident was new to me because I thought
Right, it was new as of this weekend when we got the new witness list.
So I have not spoken to him about it, but, and quite frankly, I'd want the reports.
Let me ask you this. I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to see if we can get the reports, even if they're draft reports, if this detective is going to be testifying about what's in those reports. And we can do it with an instruction that it can not be released to others and that it, can be just used for the purposes of this examination. I mean, I'm fine with putting some strictures on it. And maybe instead of having him next, is he here available right now?
He's here.
Okay, we could maybe take another witness and then give the lunch break for the defense attorneys to be able to talk to Detective Thorpe?
Yes, they can surely talk to Investigator Thorpe at the lunch hour. He'll be available. As far as the releasing of that report, given the sensitive nature of it, we don't have it.
If you're going to have him testify to it, though, then...
But he was testifying to what is in the report that they already have. They already have the report that has who the individuals were.
Okay, well, I mean, do y'all want to come up to the bench and we'll review what the testimony is going to be?
Yes.
Okay, come on up. Actually, why don't we do this when we break for lunch? And we'll maybe just take a little bit longer break. Can y'all just call a different witness for now? All right, let's get the jury out, call
Get the
a
next
different
witness.
witness, and we'll deal with this after that.
Another cop, it looks like.
It's Christopher Butler, CHRISTAPHER, BUTLER.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Smith, do you mind grabbing one of those mics that move and speaking to that so everybody can hear you? Thank you.
Is that better?
A distant squeak.
Lieutenant Butler, where are you employed?
I'm with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with APD?
A little over 14 years.
And what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to Special Victims Unit.
All right. As of March 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
I was a sergeant with the Homicide Unit at that time.
Okay. Can you tell the jury some of your what your role was and your responsibilities within the Homicide Unit?
So I worked on evening watch. So our hours were 2 to midnight. And we would respond to any homicide, any kind of suspicious death, suicide. So anytime an officer would raise us, we'd respond out to that location.
Now, are you familiar with the with VIC cameras?
Yes, those are our cameras that are around the city.
See for camera.
And what does what are they?
So basically, the city has cameras around the city. Some of them they record all the time, and some of them are license plate readers, we refer to as LPRs. And currently, businesses are allowed to let us have access to let us know there's cameras there. They kind of operate like security cameras, basically.
Okay. And what is the VIC unit within APD?
Our VIC unit's manned by sworn and civilians. It's a video integration center, so we have people up there 24 hours a day monitoring the cameras. So if a crime occurs, we can radio to them and they can start looking into it off scene while we're handling the scene.
Now, are you familiar with GDOT cameras?
GDOT, that's our Georgia Department of Transportation cameras. So through our VIC unit, we have access to their cameras as well, and those usually monitor the highways.
Now, can you tell the jury how GDOT cameras operate?
So they're different than ours. Ours are live stream and they record. GDOT cameras don't record. So like when you're watching the news and you're seeing the traffic ebb and flow, GDOT, they just keep going. They don't record, so we can't go back and ask for a recording. They're just live stream.
Sorry, Steele.
Now, is the VIC unit able to look at an integrated map and tell which cameras are working?
Yeah, so the way it works is we just have a program, and it kind of works like Google Earth and Google Maps. You can zoom in and out. And when we zoom out or zoom in, it narrows down on that and tells us what cameras are there. So whether it's ours or a school, or if it's a GDOT camera, it'll tell us what cameras are there and if they're working or not.
Okay. And if it's a GDOT camera, it tells you it's in real time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your role, is it routine to look at these big cameras?
Yeah, typically anytime a call would come up, depending on the location, an officer would respond to the scene and raise us on radio. So before we would respond, I would typically, given the type of crime, if it's on a street or a parking lot location, I'd try to pull up and see if we had any cameras in the area.
Now, is there any kind of correlation between the VIC cameras, the LPR cameras, and the GDOT cameras?
They're just all manned by the same system that we can access. GDOT has their main hub, we have ours.
And you mentioned LPR system. Can you tell the jury what LPR is?
So it's short for license plate readers, and typically they're just all around the city. They basically are just, their main job is to run tags. Every tag that runs through there, it captures it, takes a picture, and then if we, for investigative purposes, need to locate a vehicle, we can put in the license plate and it'll run it through the system and tell us it'll give us a picture, what intersection and time that it hit.
Okay, I want to turn your attention to March 14, 2022. Did you assist in the investigation of a murder at Windsor Street and I-20?
Yes, I was on duty at that time.
Okay, and tell the jury what you did.
So typically, the officer would raise us on radio and let us know that they had a male deceased in a vehicle. And like I stated, before we left the office, I went ahead and pulled up our cameras. And we were able to locate that GDOT had a camera that was pointing at 20 in Windsor, so I-20 in Windsor. And it captured that intersection where the crime scene was. And at that time, the camera was actually frozen. So before I left the office, I took a screenshot of it just for preservation because I didn't know if the camera was going to come back on. And then we would respond to the scene. So myself and other detectives would respond out to the scene, and typically we task them out with different responsibilities, whether it's evidence collection, speaking with witnesses. And I kind of just oversee all that and coordinate with crime scene and the medical examiner and notifying other people.
I'm now going to go ahead and publish what's already been admitted as States 64, Victor, Victor. Lieutenant Butler, I think there's a pointer right behind you. If you can tell the jury what's depicted in State Victor, Victor.
Right, so that's going to be the intersection of Windsor. So the way the camera is facing, it's actually it's pointing south on Windsor Street. And you can see there the car at the intersection is where the decedent was sitting. And that was just the camera was frozen. So it was sitting there, it just happened to be frozen when we needed it.
Now, is this a GDOT camera or a VIC camera?
It's a GDOT camera.
Okay. And the GDOT camera was frozen?
Correct.
Is it typical for them to freeze?
It just depends. I mean, ours do it. It's technology. Sometimes it, works all the time, and sometimes it just goes down.
Okay. Do you know why this one was frozen?
I have no idea.
Okay. And what else did you do?
So we responded out to the scene. Also, when we got out there, we didn't know the vehicle's license plate. So after processing the scene and coordinating with ID or crime scene technicians, we go back to the office, and I took the vehicle's tag and ran it through our license plate readers just to find out where they've been traveling. And so I was able to determine from there, earlier in the evening, that vehicle was caught traveling just northbound towards that intersection.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Lieutenant Butler, this handed you what's been pre-marked as States 121, Victor, Victor. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this would be our typical, it's a query of that tag and the camera in that area to see what vehicles have passed through that intersection.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the query you ran?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit 121, Victor, Victor.
No objection. Admitted.
Now publishing States 121, Victor, Victor. Okay. Lieutenant Butler, if you could kind of walk the jury, what is depicted in States 121, Victor?
So basically, it's showing that I was the user and performed a query for the LPR, the license plate reader, at Windsor and Richardson. And so what it does is it just gives me a list of every car that went through that intersection. And towards the bottom there, you can see the license plate RKM 9343, which was the vehicle the decedent was in. And it had actually hit Windsor at Richardson, which is just south of Windsor and I-20.
And what time was that?
That was at 9:24 and 7 seconds p.m.
Now, did you prepare a report in this case, Lieutenant Butler?
I'm sorry?
Did you prepare a report in this case?
No, I did not.
Mm-hmm.
Pass the witness. Let Schardt get up there. Ask about the reports again.
Yes. Lieutenant Butler, was that the only image from State 64V? Was that the only image that froze that night?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Any questions for the defense?
Lieutenant Sergeant or
Lieutenant Butt.
Lieutenant now.
Lieutenant. Good morning. My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. Just briefly, when you were in office before going to the scene on March 14, 2022, it sounded like you began your work in the office.
Correct.
Okay. My understanding from your testimonies, we have VIC cameras, which can be divided into different groupings.
Correct.
Okay, so we have the city-owned cameras, which record.
Right.
We have LPRs, which take photos.
Correct.
Okay. Then we have businesses on the grid that record as well.
So depending how the business wants, they can provide access to their cameras, or they can just let us know, hey, there's a camera here. So if an investigation were to go on, instead of knocking door to door, it can kind of streamline us to go straight here instead of walking a whole neighborhood or whatever the case may be.
And then we have Department of Transportation cameras. Are those part of the VIC system?
Well, we just have access to it. Like, they're not controlled by us, they're controlled by the state, but the state allows us access. Like, we also have access to Atlanta Public Schools cameras as well.
Okay. So let me ask you this. To city-owned cameras that record, were there not any city-owned cameras at the corner of 20 and Windsor Street?
Not at the time, no. Not that I could locate.
What do you mean, not that you could locate?
Well, we zoom in and out, and at the time, there were no cameras there. But cameras are always getting installed, so at the time of that incident, there were no VIC cameras there.
Okay. You did locate this Department of Transportation camera, and your testimony is it just froze at 10:23 p.m. just as Mr. Cheeseboro showed up?
Correct.
Okay. And we don't have any recording of what happened at that location as seen by that camera from 10 o'clock to 10:23?
To my knowledge, that is correct, yes.
When you say to your knowledge that is correct, have you checked with the Department of Transportation?
No, I handle the scene and the response, and the investigation gets turned over to the lead detective.
Okay. And going back to, was that the only LPR you ran?
This query?
Yes, the query of, what is it, corner of Richardson and Windsor?
Yes.
Is that the only LPR that you personally ran?
I ran this, and then I also did the tag itself to see where else it would hit.
Okay.
And so there was another query, but this one most related to that geographical area.
Understand. The only individual car that you personally looked into or queried was the red
Correct.
Versa.
Right.
Okay. And finally, this VIC camera system, how long have you been working with the system?
I mean, everybody on the department has access to it, so from day one, I mean, anybody can log in and use it. I mean, however, since it's been in existence, so I don't remember when we first started getting it, but it's been some years.
When you say some years, when approximately, you said from day one?
I mean, I can't give an exact date, but I was in Special Victims back in 2018, and we just started getting them, but I really started using them mostly when I was in homicide, which was 2019.
Okay. And now, are you saying you started using them, or that's when they were available?
I don't know the go live date on it.
Okay.
But my most interaction was probably between 2018 and 2019.
How about LPRs?
LPRs, the same. Those actually came out a little before, and it was on a different program, but still the same.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Ms. Weinstein, anything from you?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sergeant Butler, for the years that you've been serving in your position, did DOT camera ever record?
No.
No, right.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Quick and snappy.
Take off, Officer Johnson.
This one first, just want to give it a truth, hope it doesn't truth.
Demetrius Johnson, Demetrius Johnson, JOHNSON.
You may.
Good morning, Officer Johnson.
Good morning.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with APD?
Coming up 6 years.
All right. And what unit are you presently assigned to?
Presently, I'm assigned to Zone 3 Day Watch.
All right. And going back to March 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
Zone 3 Evening Watch.
All right. And what were the hours of Zone 3 Evening Watch?
3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
All right. Can you tell the jury some of your responsibilities and what your role was at Zone 3 Evening Watch?
As an officer, you just there to protect, serve, patrol, answer 911 calls, help out citizens, make sure everybody's safe and okay.
Okay. Turning your attention to March 14th, 2022, did you respond to a call at Windsor Street and I-20 ramp?
I did.
All right. What was the nature of that call?
It was a signal, it was a person shot call that came up.
And he was responding officer to Shymel Drinks.
Okay. And when you responded, were you alone or were you with a partner?
I was by myself.
Now, when you arrived, do you recall what time you arrived?
I would say roughly around right before 10:30, around that time, something like that.
Okay. Now, what did you observe when you arrived?
What I observed, it was a red light. I was in my patrol car, and I seen a vehicle, and I just figured that it would just stop at the red light. And then I happened to look over, and that's when I seen the bullet holes. I got out of my car, and I seen the male kind of just slump in the driver's seat. Okay.
And what did you do next?
I immediately got on radio to confirm the person was shot. And I believe it was a citizen out there talking with me. I just basically just tried to secure the scene until more units arrive, supervisors arrive. That's pretty much what I did.
Okay. About how long were you on scene before additional units arrived on scene?
I was just the closest officer to it. So I would say about 3 minutes when the next unit arrived.
And you say that you were the closest officer to it. Why is that?
Well, I was being prepared to end my shift. I was heading to the precinct when the call came up. I was actually on Fulton Street, right by the juvenile courthouse. And, once you get to Windsor, it's just right there. So I was like, well, let me just go and check it out. And that's how I was just the closest officer there.
Okay. I'm now going to publish what's already been admitted as States 67, Victor. And while we wait for that, Officer Johnson, can you tell the jury what direction did you, what side of the vehicle were you on? Did you approach the vehicle?
I approached the vehicle on the passenger side when I seen it, I believe. I haven't really looked back at the video, so I believe that I approached on the passenger side.
Sure. So right behind you, there's a ruler. And then there's also on the screen now what's depicted in State 67, Victor.
Okay.
If you could turn around and kind of orient the jury of what's depicted in 67, Victor.
So pretty much.
There should be a pointer somewhere. I don't know where it is.
So as stated, it was a red light, and I noticed the brakes lights were still on. So I knew somebody was still holding the brakes. I really can't. I believe I approached on this side. Like I said, I haven't looked back at the video.
Okay.
But I knew it was just a single car there.
Okay.
And when I approached the car, that's when I saw the male.
Okay, you can have a seat. Now going to publish what's already been admitted, 72, Victor. And while it's on the screen now. And please tell the jury what's depicted in State 72, Victor.
So pretty much here, it's definitely when I was able to confirm that it was defects from gunfire that went through the vehicle and where I saw the male. As you can see, the glass shattered. There was some on the door as well.
Okay. You can have a seat. Permission to approach, John?
You may.
Officer Johnson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as States 76, Victor. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
And what is it?
This is what I saw when I approached the vehicle, pretty much him being slumped, with his head canted and I can tell he wasn't alert, conscious, or breathing.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that night?
Very accurate.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit 76, Victor Victor.
Admit it.
Now publishing states 76, Victor Victor. And Officer Johnson, if you could just describe to the jury what's depicted in state 76, Victor Victor.
So as stated, once I saw the male, this is the exact position he was in, but his foot was still holding a brake, and it was still in drive. So I became concerned with, the car potentially just rolling off. So, because he was still holding the brakes.
Okay. You can have a seat. And what did you do next?
I know it was I can't recall which officer, I believe it was a supervisor that came out there. And like I said, our attention switched to, let's just put this car in park because it was still in drive. We didn't want it to go rolling off. So that's what we did. I can't recall if I leaned in to put it in park or the other officer did. But I know that it was my effort and somebody else that actually put it in park.
And after you guys put the car in park, what else did you do?
I remember I was trying to look for like shell casings. I don't know if I seen any. It was just standing by for additional units to come. I was also informed to block off a side of a road so no cars can pass through. As I stood by and waited for homicide, because I was first on scene, so homicide wanted to speak with me. And then I soon after got replaced by a morning watch unit.
Did you prepare any reports this week?
No, I didn't do any reports. Typically, homicide handles these types of cases. They just collect my statement, and I guess they do the report.
That's the witness to Schardt, so he can ask about the no report again.
All right, defense questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Officer Johnson, good morning. My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning. Officer Johnson, my understanding, you were the responding officer, meaning you're the first officer on the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and at the time you arrived, did you observe a Mr. Cheeseboro?
My attention was focused on the car. I believe it was the citizen kind of was trying to tell me what was going on, but I can't recall whether or not if I actually made, just a full conversation with him. I believe he might have been off from my peripheral vision.
Fair enough. I guess my question should be this. When you arrived, there wasn't a large group of people that were tampering with anything like that?
No, it was just that car, and nobody was in that car. It was, yeah.
And you told us, and I thank you for this, that when you arrived, the car was in drive.
Correct.
Mr. Drinks' foot was on the brake.
Yes.
The brake lights were on,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Is that, in the picture, does this picture, and it's 72 VV for the purposes of the record, does that picture indicate the brake lights are on?
Yes.
And is that how it was when you arrived?
Yes, because I came from the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. And just one last question. You see how the car is on the crosswalk, past where if you were obeying the rules of the road, you would stop, right? This car is past that stop point.
Yes, it's past it.
Okay. What I want to know is, was this car in this position when you arrived, or did it move after you arrived?
When I got there, I don't think the car moved any further. It could have moved before I got there, but once I was there, I didn't observe the car move.
So this is an accurate reflection of the location of the car when you arrived?
Yes, from what I can recall, the best of my ability.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, and you are excused, officer.
Oh.
Call your next witness.
State calls former crime scene technician Davis to the stand, and Your Honor, while she's approaching the stand, could I approach the
You may. Yes.
Thank you.
Did that witness want to stay longer? He was surprised. He's like, oh, I can go. Oh my goodness. Also, timely reminder here from DC Pete. Guys, if you're trying to go vote, now would probably be your best moment to go out there and vote. Otherwise, you might get stuck in a line for a very long time. Bring this trial with you. You'll have plenty to listen to while you wait. So thank you for the reminder, DCP. Tracy Fagan had asked, and thank you, chat, for the answers here. But why is he in uniform? Isn't that prejudicial? They don't have that in Georgia, so he's likely on duty, and since he's testifying, he's doing it on duty. It's got to be in uniform. That's just like the manifest, the outward explanation. But latently, I think on the secondary side, it could have the impact of bolstering his credibility, or anybody's credibility if they're in uniform.
All right, with this next witness, who's a crime scene tech, there are going to be some photos displayed that are graphic, so I'm warning everybody in the courtroom to prepare yourselves, and also I'd ask the media if you'll just please focus on the witness and not on the pictures on the screen. Thank you. All right. Come on
So
up.
we're not going to see
Next
these.
witness.
And we've seen some other stuff that's queasy inducing. So these might be extra rough.
Sharon Davis, SHARONDAVIS.
How are you doing, Officer Davis?
I'm well, and yourself?
Doing well. Are you currently a code enforcement officer?
Yes, I am.
Before doing that, were you a crime scene technician?
Yes, I was.
What do you do in your current role?
Inspect properties that are in violation.
When did you move to that when previously being a crime scene technician?
July 4th of this year.
How long were you a crime scene technician?
5 years.
And previous to that time as a crime scene technician, did you work for any other law enforcement agencies?
Well, I started with the city in September of 2018 as a recruit, a police recruit. But no, this is my first law enforcement agency.
And I wanted to turn your attention to March 14th of 2022 for a crime scene that you reported to.
Yes.
And when you came up to the witness stand, did you have an opportunity before testifying that stack of photos and folder to look through some photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to
Maurice.
grab and
Maurice.
ask to the witness for what's marked as State's Exhibit
Oh my
65, Victor Victor through 115, with 4 of these exhibits have been admitted, so absent 69, 70, 76, and 72.
All right.
And Officer Davis, with those photographs, you look through a depiction of the crime scene you responded to that day.
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 65 through 115 minus those 4 omissions.
Those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, around what time, or how did you end up to arrive on that scene?
I get what's called raised on the radio. An officer calls in and says we have a homicide raised crime scene, and the person next in the rotation, I happen to be next in the rotation. I answered the call and they said it was on Windsor Street.
And did you end up arriving to Windsor Street?
Yes, I did.
Roughly around what time did you arrive?
I didn't look at the time on the report, but I worked morning watch, which was 11 at night until 7 in the morning. So it was somewhere in between that time.
That's fair. Would looking at a copy of your crime scene report help refresh when you arrived?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm handing the witness a document that I will mark later for the record's purposes is 65 Victor Victor Zulu. And does look at that report. If it refreshes your memory, just look up at me.
Yeah.
What time did you arrive on scene?
A little after 11, excuse me, a little after 12.
Okay. Now, with you, what's your process when you arrive to a homicide crime scene like this? What are the first steps that you personally do and did in this case?
Well, first you have to let radio know where you are, that you've arrived at your scene. So I get back on the radio and say that I've arrived. Then I look for an officer on the scene or an investigator and ask them to give me a walkthrough. And the walkthrough is just showing you what they have, where items of evidentiary value are located. So you ask for a walkthrough so that you prepare your mind, and then you just start photographing your scene.
Now, I'm going to publish, it's going to come up both on that laptop and also on a screen behind you, what's been admitted as 65 Victor Victor. And when you arrive on scene, do you typically take either an overall photograph or some way to orient where that crime scene is?
Yes.
And is 65 Victor, well, it's going to come up here in a second. And while we're pulling that up, I'm going to give you the hard copy stat. Is that first photograph, what is that 65 Victor Victor?
It's showing that I'm at the light that is right under at Windsor Street, and you go underneath the underpass to make the left to get on 20.
Now, I'm going to publish what's as 66 Victor Victor. And is this the vehicle that you responded to that day?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to publish 67 Victor Victor. Now, was this this car when you arrived, was it in this location and in this form?
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
This is 66. There's no 67 in here. Just respond to what I see.
Look
It was
at the
pre-
screen. It
yes.
should be on the screen.
I see. Thank you.
It was
Yes.
admitted a little earlier.
Whitaker's like, look at the one on the screen. Don't rely on the paper exhibits because we don't want another oopsie.
Okay.
Oopsie poopsie.
Yes, that was the vehicle.
And this has 3 lanes of traffic?
Yes, 2 going straight and 1 making the right turn.
Now, I wanted to publish 68 Victor Victor. What was the tag number on this car?
RKM 9343. It was a Texas tag, out of state.
And it had the brake lights on when you arrived?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 69 Victor Victor. Now, when you respond to a crime scene such as this that involves a vehicle, is it important to take photographs of different angles of that car?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
Just to orient you so you can clearly see when I stepped back further, you're catching more of the street and the lights.
And when you arrived, was the door, do you recall if the door was open like this?
Yes, the door was open. If the door was closed, it would not have been open until the medical examiner came and opened it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Or if fire came, they may have opened it, but I don't open doors.
That makes sense. I'm going to publish what's been admitted as 70 Victor Victor. And I'm going to go to a closer up of 72 Victor Victor. Now, where were the defects in this vehicle, if any?
On the passenger side, more on the passenger side, and just 1 on the driver's side.
And we're going to walk through some that are closer up, but I wanted to, so primarily were they concentrated on the passenger side versus the driver?
Correct.
I'm going to publish 73 Victor Victor. And do you see any defect, and we'll zoom in just a little bit on the left side of that window?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you and use real quickly, there's a wooden pointer. If you would be so kind, or if you could be so kind to just point out any defects you see.
From here or where?
Using the big screen so the jury can see it. Thank you.
Okay.
And if you need my help, I can use the pointer.
You have a defect here, here, and here, or that might be a leaf.
We'll have a picture that is a little bit closer here. So I'm going to publish
might be a leaf.
74 Victor Victor.
Oh my god.
Is this a closer up of those first 2 defects?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 75. Inside of that front passenger door.
I don't see any in the door.
But this is this is
inside
opening.
the interior front passenger door.
Thank you. Now I'm going to publish 76 Victor Victor. Now, what do we have in this photograph?
You always take a photograph of all sides if you possibly can. So it's to establish what's going on the passenger side, and that I can see what's going on the driver's side.
And in this vehicle, did you collect or identify any items?
Yes.
What were they?
There was a firearm in the front passenger seat right here.
And
Is there any way that you can reorient yourself so that you're facing the jury? You can just maybe scoot back here and,
Sorry,
that's okay.
is that better?
That is perfect.
Okay.
I'm going to publish 77 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of the firearm you were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
Now, is the glass underneath or on top of that firearm?
On top.
And what window was it in the car that was shattered?
The front front passengers.
And is that the window immediately next to where that firearm and glass is?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 78 Victor Victor. Is this a photograph from the opposite side, the driver's side?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 79. And is this a closer up photograph?
Yes, so this would be my photo called overall a victim in front driver's seat.
And do you see his feet in this photograph?
On the pedals, like he was waiting at the stop, at the light.
And what direction is his head resting? Is it to the left or to the right?
To the left.
I'm going to publish 80 Victor Victor. Is this a close up? I'm going to go to 81. This photograph, where is his left hand?
On his left thigh.
And is that where his hand was when you processed the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 82 Victor Victor. Is this another angle from what would be the passenger viewpoint?
Yes.
And where is his right hand?
I think I don't know if it was in his pants or his jacket.
We will have a photo here in just a second. I'm going to go to 83 Victor Victor. Is this the back seat of the car?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to move to 84. Now, do you see more clearly these defects in the passenger door here?
Yes, there's the one there on the door handle, and the one here, and the one in the window. There could have been one here, that's why it shattered, but I can't say for certain.
And you remember that first photograph one of the first photographs we introduced where it showed the 3 lanes of traffic?
Yes.
So if I was seated or a vehicle was seated in that middle lane immediately to the right of that car, if shots were fired, would it enter that side of the vehicle?
Yes, it would.
I'm going to publish 85 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of that defect?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to go to 86. Now, what do we have here?
A latent print.
Now, what did you do or were you ever requested to do anything with this latent print?
To recover it and submit it to the latent department.
How does that process work? I'm going to go to 87 while you, Victor Victor, while you describe this.
You will look for a latent print, you photograph it, you mark it just so that it's in a frame, give you an idea of the size of it. You lift it, then you fill out the card, you submit it to the latent team, and they'll come back and tell you if you got a hit or not.
And have you had to do that sometimes for crime scenes you've responded to?
I'm sorry.
Have you had to collect latent prints? Is it usually at the request of either an investigator or officer?
It's at the request of an investigator if they see something. But if you're looking for a print, as the crime scene technician, you're always looking for prints. I see prints on people's cars when I'm driving by, and I'm like, what a nice print. So that's something you look for. It's part of your job.
It's hard to unsee it once you... I'm going to go to 88 Victor Victor. Now, is this the driver's side door?
Yes, it is.
And do you see a defect on this door?
Yes, I do. It's right here.
Now, in relation to the door, is that defect higher or lower on the door?
Lower.
I'm going to go to 89 Victor Victor. Is this the inside of that driver's side door?
Yes, this is the interior front driver's door.
Do you see, that defect that we just discussed on the outside of the driver door?
Yes.
Do you see any defect on the inside of this door?
Yes, right here.
And that was the only defect on the left side of the vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 90 Victor Victor. Is this a closer up of that defect?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 91 Victor Victor. Now, on a homicide scene that you process, you've described or you initially take photographs of the deceased victim as they are when you arrive. Is that?
Yes.
And then do you ever take photographs of the scene, or in this case, the vehicle, with them removed?
Yes.
And who handles or moves? How does that work?
The medical examiner removes the deceased.
And then you continue to photograph whatever crime scene, in this case, the vehicle that you were processing?
Yes, or I do it immediately after because I'm still focusing on the victim that has been removed. So then I'll start photographing them. Once the medical examiner removes them, then I will photograph it in the vehicle.
And is this one of the first photographs that you captured or took after the victim had been removed from the car? I'm going to publish 92 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of the driver's side of that vehicle?
Yes.
And what do we have on the driver's side seat?
We call it reddish-brown stains because we can't say blood, but...
Understood.
And it looks like biological evidence here, but I'm not sure, but it's reddish-brown stains.
I'm going to publish 93 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of what we were just discussing?
Yes.
And what is that in the middle?
I believe it was a chain, I'm not sure. I thought it was a gold chain.
And this is the driver's side seat?
Yes,
I'm going to publish 94 Victor Victor. Now, is this a photograph of the deceased victim after being removed from the car?
yes, and after his hands had been bagged by the medical examiner.
And is this process from the medical examiner?
Yes,
I'm going to go to 95 Victor Victor. Now, is this a close-up of the deceased victim?
well, it's more of a close-up of the defect in his neck.
And where is that?
Right here,
And is that the left or right side of his neck?
right?
And is it that spot right there in the middle of that blood trail?
It's right here.
I'm going to publish 96 Victor Victor. Do you see any defects in this jacket?
Yes, there was one on his right arm.
I'm going to publish 97 Victor Victor. Is that a close-up of the defect in his right arm?
It's a close-up of the defect in his jacket.
Understood. I'm going to go to 98 Victor Victor. Thank you for that. Is this a photograph of his arm?
Yes, this is an overall of the defect, overall of right arm with defect in his arm.
And does that correspond with the right shoulder defect in the jacket?
Yes,
I'm going to go to 99 Victor Victor. I'm going to go to 100 Victor Victor. I'm going to go to 101 Victor Victor. 102 Victor Victor. Now, and 103 Victor Victor. With some of these photographs, do you take photographs of the victim in different angles after in a homicide crime scene after they have been removed by the Fulton County Medical Examiner?
yes, you do the front of them when the medical examiner turns them over, you do the back of them, and then you do the back of their head.
Now, in this case, you had mentioned the firearm. Is that placard number 1, the firearm that you found in the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to publish 104 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of that with the placard number 1?
Yes, it is.
And what did you do with that firearm?
I removed it, I take it back to the annex, I put it in a super glue chamber, and you process it for prints, and then after you do that, you submit it upstairs to the crime lab, and they do ballistic testing to see if it's been used in any other crime.
And you, in this case, basically, when you have firearms on a scene, you will collect them and preserve them like you just described.
Yes, an officer makes it safe, I don't touch it until they make it safe, with gloves on their hands, and then it's put in a box, and I take it back to the to my office.
And did you do that process in this case?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to go to 105 Victor Victor. Is this a photograph of the firearm you collected and put it in the evidence box?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to go to 106 Victor Victor. And then you take a close-up of the serial number.
Yes.
107. Now, what is placard number 2?
They discovered a cell phone in his pocket.
And was that collected?
Yes, it was collected and turned over to one of the investigators on the scene.
And I'm going to go to 108 Victor Victor. Now, do you see that sticker that's on the vehicle now?
Yes.
What is this process?
It's just to note the defect. So this was the defect in the front driver exterior door.
I'm going to go to 109 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up of that defect in the front driver door?
Yes.
And do you mark it with sticker A?
Yes.
Now, are you able to tell from looking at this if that is was created from or if that is either an entry or exit wound of the vehicle, so to speak?
I'm not a specialist, but what I've seen from doing this is that when it has this little bend here, it looks like it came out. If it was going in, it would be more dented in, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. And you had 3 defects on the right side of the car, right?
Yes.
And this was the only defect on the left? On the driver's side, I should say.
Front driver's door.
I'm going to go to 110 Victor Victor. Do you also capture the defects on the right side of the vehicle?
That would, yes, that's the front passenger door.
I'm going to go to 111 Victor Victor. Is this the defect in the front passenger window that you marked with a B?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 112 Victor Victor. Is this the 3rd defect sticker that you have as a C?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 113 Victor Victor. Is that also a defect that you captured?
Yes.
And 114 Victor Victor. Now, what does this slide indicate?
When a victim is on the scene and they do not have ID on them, they They, being the homicide unit, will request check the zone and see if there is a zone that has an officer with a mobile scanning unit. And someone came to the scene with this unit.
And does it confirm the identity of a homicide victim on scene?
Yeah, so they take the person's finger and they put it right there, and then it comes back with information, and his name is up here.
And can you state that name at the top?
Yes, it is Drinks, Shymel dash.
And is some of it cut off as the middle name? But Shymel Drinks.
Yes.
I'm going to publish the next photograph. Was this some items collected or in Mr. Drinks' pockets?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to, just go back a couple slides to where it shows the 3 defect stickers on the door. Now, you remember when we were talking about the wound, the bullet hole in the right side of Mr. Drinks' neck?
Yes.
Do you remember when we discussed the jacket that had the bullet hole on the right side of the jacket?
Yes.
And do you remember when we showed the photograph with the bullet hole on the right arm of Mr. Drinks?
Yes.
With where this vehicle is placed and the 3 defects on the passenger side door, if the shots came from the right side of that vehicle, is where the bullet wounds are on Mr. Drinks on his right side, consistent with that, right neck and right arm?
Consistent with what?
Bullets coming from the passenger side door to where he's seated.
Yes.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
This is going to be really important for Schardt to cross on.
I'm going to go back to 90 Victor. Now, you know how we talked about that defect, and we're going to zoom in just a little bit in that door, on the inside of the door?
Yes.
Does that correspond with the defect on the outside of the driver's side door?
Yes.
So there's one defect on the driver's side door,
The front driver's door.
the front driver's door.
Yes.
Thank you. One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Officer Davis, no further questions from the state.
Defense questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
This is important for Schardt.
Officer Davis, how are you?
I'm well. How about you?
I'm okay. My name is
Wow,
Matt Schardt.
already?
I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes.
Okay. I know you got a lot of pictures in front of you, and I'm going to ask you about some of them, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you for your patience. My understanding, if we could display, Ms. Knight, 105 VV. This is the firearm that you collected from the red Nissan Versa, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, and if this is outside your expertise, just let me know, okay? Do you know what type of firearm it was?
I believe it was a 9mm.
Okay. And was it loaded?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to obtain a serial number from this firearm?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Now, I noticed, and you can thank you, Ms. Knight. I noticed in the pictures that were published, Mr. Drinks, you said his hands were bagged.
Yes.
Okay. Is that, in my understanding from your testimony, is that the medical examiner on the scene bagged his hands?
Yes.
Okay. As a crime scene technician, do you know the reason for why his hands were bagged, or why hands are bagged generally in a situation like this?
It's to preserve evidence on there, like gunshot powder residue.
Okay. On the deceased hands?
Yes.
Okay. So that is to preserve gunshot residue?
Yes.
The cell phone, could you publish 107 VV, please? So, Officer Davis, when you were working as a crime scene tech and you took over a scene, did you have the discretion about what evidence to collect, or were you instructed by the lead investigator or someone else about what should be collected?
So I don't take over a scene. I work under the direction of the homicide investigator. There are things that I know how to do from training, such as lifting prints and photographing, but then they give an input as to what they want. They might see something that you didn't see, and it has happened vice versa, where I've seen things on the scene that they haven't seen.
Understood. You collected a cell phone that's pictured in 107 VV, correct?
So I recovered it and I gave it to the homicide investigator on the scene.
Okay, so that is something that, in your experience and expertise, you deemed important enough to provide to the lead investigator?
No, they tell me they want it. Okay.
Oh, so that was, and that's what I was trying to.
Okay.
So that was an instruction from the lead investigator? Was it from Investigator Hogan?
Yes, it was.
To make sure you collect this cell phone?
Well, I would have collected it anyway because it's evidence. It would have either come to me, or if the investigator wants it, they take it first and then they put it back in property.
Understood. Now, and you personally collected it?
I recovered it from the jacket, I put it in the bag, and then I handed it to the investigator on the scene.
Okay, and you just said something that I didn't know. So this phone in this picture, it's resting on Mr. Drinks' arm. Was it recovered from inside his jacket, or was it?
No, and it's funny, I didn't even notice it. I thought it was in his jacket pocket. So the 2 is there because I can't put it on the phone.
Okay, so that's how you found it?
Yes.
Okay, and it was plugged in when you recovered it?
There was a plug at the end. I don't know if it was in the car part.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer Davis, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as DS-55. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in fact, it's quite similar to 114 VV that's already in evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is in that photo?
It's the GBI results.
Okay. The GBI results for what?
For the victim that was scanned, the finger, and it came back to Drinks, Shymel.
Okay. And permission to publish, or Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit DS-55 into evidence.
I thought you wanted me to confirm, sorry.
Admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish.
You may.
Mr. Kokomo, if you would. Okay. And so, my question, is this your thumb?
My thumb, no, I don't.
Holding the machine?
That would have been the medical examiner or the officer that brought it on the scene, whoever had it in their hand, because it's real fast. I have my camera, that's how that's photographed, so I can't be holding this and photographing at the same time.
So you took this picture?
I took the picture, yes.
You were there when the scanning occurred?
Yes.
Okay. The state asked you about confirming the identity. From you being at the scene, prior to the use of this machine to scan the fingerprint, was the identity of Mr. Drinks known?
Not to me.
Okay, so this, to your understanding, this machine and the results from the print was not to confirm an identity, it was to learn an identity of Mr. Drinks?
Yes.
Okay, and at what time was this device used to learn the identity of Shymel Drinks?
I don't know what time it says.
Does it say 1:06 a.m. on DS-55? In the
Yes.
top right? Okay, is that timing correspond and seem accurate from your experience that night?
It seems accurate for such simple cases. It was a small scene, and the medical examiner's office is not far from there. So if I was somewhere else and they were busy, it could have been 2 hours later.
Okay, but you would agree that this DS-55 indicates that this machine was used to determine the identity of Shymel Drinks at 1:06 a.m.?
Yes.
Do you know obviously Investigator Hogan?
Yes, I do.
And he was at the scene prior to 1:06 a.m.?
He was what? At the scene
Prior to 1:06 a.m.?
There were several homicide investigators there.
What about an Investigator Flores with the gang unit? He was there that night too, wasn't it?
It's possible. I don't remember.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions?
Ms. Weinstein, any questions for this witness? No, Your Honor. All right, any redirect?
They don't know. They don't know if they want to touch it. No redirect. Or did he say briefly? Either way, it sounded like they didn't know if they wanted to redirect.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused, and we'll take our lunch break right now. Let's be back at 12:20 right now. Let's plan to be back at 1:30. Well, maybe 1:45. I think we've got a matter we need to deal with, so 1:45 for y'all.
All right, I think they handle the issue right away, so we'll watch that, and or maybe they do go to lunch, and then they come back early. Well, we'll figure it out. Oh gosh, we're gonna be caught up. Look at
So
Hilton.
what I would propose, and y'all can suggest if you want to, would be that the state and the defense and Detective Thorpe get together and try to resolve whatever you can, and then why don't we come back at 1:20 to take up anything that can't be resolved, to sort that out, okay? Great.
All right, so it looks like they're not quite back yet, but should be back any minute. So we are back in real time after all that. But yeah. I'm still waiting to see. I guess we're going to likely hear what the investigators pieced together. I believe Viverito should be testifying to this shooting, the investigation, how they couldn't find anybody at first, then how they came to decide that it was Shannon Stillwell and Nichols and the others that are the prime suspects. Don't know what they'll rule on this Thorpe issue. So, and the ruling wasn't that Thorpe couldn't come back. It's the issue with Thorpe this morning was, hey, Thorpe might be on the witness list to come and testify to different things that he didn't even touch the last time he was testifying. But the state wanted to use him in calling him back for this other stuff to revisit an issue that should have been barred and boxed out because of that sanction for Detective Dennis. But the state tried to trickle back in testimony that they should have introduced through the Donovan Thomas murder discussion when they bring Thorpe back on for other issues. So he's supposed to not broach that topic. You know, a statement, I'm assuming Shannon Stillwell, it seems like it was hinted at that he spoke very positively of Jeffrey Williams, and one of the reasons the state didn't want to bring it in previously when Thorpe was initially on the stand, it was positive for Jeffrey Williams, but now they might concede and not care if that's introduced to the jury because the state isn't asking the jury to come up with a verdict relating to Jeffrey Williams' guilt. So it doesn't matter if someone says something positive about Jeffrey Williams anymore. They still think if we weigh the costs and benefits, maybe now it would be strategic for us to let this statement in because it would look bad for the remaining two. So the ruling was a bit, the ruling was a bit more about that specific content rather than Thorpe coming back to the stand at all. Thorpe is coming back onto the stand. He's got other things to testify to. But yeah, so then there's a separate issue. What they're worried about now is Thorpe, and Hilton's kind of unclear. Hilton keeps insisting, but then she's like, Hilton said that Thorpe is going to be testifying to something that's from an available report that we turned over to the defense in discovery. The defense is saying that's not quite the case. There's other stuff that it seems like Thorpe will be testifying to that is part of a report that's in a draft status that has not been turned over to us, that the state claims they also do not have. So now there's an issue of where is that gray line? Can they work it out by talking amongst themselves about it? And anything that you can't figure out on your own, the judge needs to make a ruling on before Thorpe takes a stand this afternoon. So, and yeah, Dee Dee, yeah, the state's going to find a way to mess this up. Of course. Jim R says, sup guys, seems like today is going smoothly. Yes, so this is true about Dennis, but we're talking about Thorpe. And so there's a theory that because Detective Dennis was booted off the stand early, that now, since they're calling Thorpe back up for other reasons, they wanted to work backwards and introduce something that they should have introduced a long time ago, that they didn't introduce through Thorpe, maybe tried to or would have introduced through Dennis, but they can't because Dennis is out. And they might be trying to circumvent this sanction by squeezing in a rewind when Detective Thorpe takes a stand again. So, yep. Dennis the Menace. Yeah, and I think this was disingenuous too. So the World's End puts this more eloquently. I think this is just total disingenuous representations from the state this morning. Thorpe cannot testify as an alternative for Dennis. Judge remembers the ruling, he cannot. State said that's not how they remember the ruling at sidebar. And the judge came in this morning like, well, you know, I don't even really think it's worth all the struggle to go back through the transcripts because that's not what I ruled. And Hilton really tried it. Hilarious. There we go. Both back to back. Tommy Rogers and T. Wood. Tommy says, here comes another mistrial. And T. Wood says, Hilton's still gonna ask it. Watch, mistrial coming. Guys, there's no court on Thursday this week. It's a non-jury day on Friday. So with a short week, if we get this mistrial motion this week, if the state can't even make it through 1 week, one short week without a mistrial motion, just a whole mess. It is crazy. Oh, Casey Dog says the angry ASMR lady is done. You know, I don't think the tone shift would have been that tangible if she didn't come off as so soft-spoken on direct, right? But because she was super kind on direct, it was a bit more noticeable when the tone shifted. Also, Amber Dawn, thanks for doing this research here. Amber Dawn says only 90 of those watches were ever made, the RM55 to this day. I did see in the chat, maybe it was only 50 models. But Amber, I think, confirmed that she looked up the same model mentioned. And in any case, whether it's 50 or 90, right? There's only a limited number of these out there. How crazy would it be if if this watch traveled and got resold to somebody? How big of a flex would it be if someone's like, yeah, got money, spent a lot to get this watch, I really wanted it, I paid more than the retail price, the sticker price, because I had to get it resold. How big of a flex would it be if somebody rebought this watch out there, and they're like, forget it, I'll forfeit the money that I spent on this, to say, hey, I'm the one that came across this. This is how I came across this watch. I think it's from this trickle down of this trial. I'm not saying that's a likely scenario, but can you imagine if someone just said, yeah, I bought this from somebody. Here's who I bought it from. Here's who they bought it from. Follow the trail. It'd just be crazy. And I don't know. I think they're just moving forward as far as these pleas. You know, they ripped that out from under the remaining defendants' feet. So. Yep. Mistrial motion about every 3 days that this trial's been in session. Just crazy. Oh my goodness. Also, over on the... I don't think I said it out loud. I think I just put a link in the chat. But if you guys have been seeing some awesome reenactments of the YSL trial floating around by our lovely Cash Money Cass. She goes by Cassidy's Audacity on TikTok. I shared the link, but I didn't say it out loud, so let me highlight it. If you guys use TikTok, make sure you follow Cass. You will not be disappointed. If you do not use TikTok, and I always struggle to pull up Cass on TikTok. I don't know why. Let's see. Because there's some random... I think there's another person out there in the world that has the handle Cash Money Cass on X. Well, let me just go find my retweets. I'll find her in there. But I'll share on X because she shares her TikToks over on X. So if you use X but don't use TikTok, there you go. Flip back over here so we're not missing anything. Also, holy moly, shout out to Peter Ortiz. Spend this wisely at the APD clearance sale. No. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine, like, thrifting and you just, like, come across this watch? Someone in this chat and you recognize what this watch is? Like, 10 years down the road. Like the Titanic moment, right? They start the movie Titanic. They tell the story. It's like a frame narrative. They tell the story with the elder Rose, with the jewel that was recovered. Can you imagine some like legacy story of this watch 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road? Even if I stopped doing YouTube, I would go live, Peter, I would kick up a live stream and I'd be like, guys, guess what happened today? They found the watch. The missing watch. Oh, man. Oh, if Peter wants a wrench, Peter can have a wrench. Where is Peter in the regular YouTube chat? But yeah, spend it wisely. And I'm also still thinking, you know, all the things... I know we said Paige, you know, Miss Whitaker, Judge Whitaker, when she did the plea, what she came up with for sentencing for Jeffrey Williams, she really leaned much more towards Jeffrey Williams, Brian Steele's suggestions. And it seems like, yeah, maybe out of left field, it seems like she added this thing about school benefit concerts. That's not really that far out of left field. That's a pretty common sentencing term and option when there's some type of possible gang activity, even if it's NOLO, right? NOLO is the defendant saying, I'm not contesting it, but I'm not pleading guilty either. But you still leave the sentencing on the table for that particular charge up to the judge. And with gang charges, it's not unusual. Speak to schools, speak to the youth, speak to the children, about how it's not good to surround yourself or get involved or get near something that could put you down a bad path. What I thought was really interesting is the state didn't suggest these things as part of either of their pleas. They wanted the fines. They even asked for the forfeiture of the items without proving that this stuff was gotten through ill-gotten means. But they didn't ask the judge to include as part of the sentencing. They didn't propose in their plea negotiations Do something to help prevent future crimes. Keep the youth on the right path. The state didn't care about any of that. Isn't that so telling? So, Peter, you got me thinking about, you know, Jeffrey Williams. He offered to do, what was it, $300,000, did he say? $100,000 each year for a gun buyback program to the sheriff's office. It was something close to that. I don't know the exact criteria that was offered by Steele and Jeffrey Williams. And the judge was like, oh, we don't really care about that. But the state doesn't even propose something that would help the community. The state only said, we want the fines, we want the money. And can we keep his stuff? Can we keep his stuff? Just crazy. And I see my recollection on Doug didn't really ask about the pink one, but he made the distinction that he's looking for the white one. So it seems to me like Doug is like, I get that there may have been a pink watch, but that's not the one I'm asking about. Do you see a white watch? No. So I think the question didn't need to be about the pink one. It was more the distinction between the one that's actually missing. Okay, so the pink one is the 51 made, and then the 90 is the one that Amber looked up. I mean, crazy either way, right? Okay, 100G to the sheriffs. No, we're in real time. We're all the way up. We are all the way up live. So, I'm already pulled over. I can't pull over anymore. We're already caught up. And that's the thing with this trial, you guys, right? I mean, we watched, I don't know, the Steele appeal, that was about 55 minutes. And, you know, read a lot of super chats. We paused a bit to get caught up there because I didn't want to get behind. And here we are, we're still caught up in real time. So, okay, wait, hold on, what am I reading? No! Oh my god, Amber Dawn. Amber says, y'all, I'm crying. Sprinkles flexing that watch on bar top. No. You know what's crazy is I can picture Sprinkle spitting out exactly all the details on this watch. I don't know if I think he'd be shifty shady with something that was pilfered during the course of an investigation. But however, if he were to come across something like this, he would know all the specifications to a T, and he would tell you about it. It's like that CrossFit joke, right? They used to make the memes out of people that did CrossFit. No shame to anyone getting in better shape, but it was a meme. People said someone that does CrossFit walks into a bar and all you're going to hear for the next 2 hours is them talk about CrossFit. That would be Sprinkle with any topic he comes across is the CrossFit meme, but any topic. Oh my gosh. Yeah, lots of slime celebrations in here for Peter. And also, you might have a wrench now, but Peter, are you good? How's your finger doing? Are we back to being able to using the slime signals, the hand signals? Go. Peter, you've got me thinking. November 11th? I could just Google it instead of asking you guys. Although you guys probably know as soon as I could Google. I think the 11th is Veterans Day this year, right? It falls on the 11th. Yeah, November 11th. Okay. So Monday's going to be Veterans Day. So maybe a good time. I mean, typically like the DAV, besides like local chapters of maybe like American Legions, but DAV is typically what comes to mind. But if you guys know any causes for, plus if you guys want to shout out places that give out free meals to veterans on Monday, that'd be nice too. But DAV, I know that the Disabled American Veterans is one organization. AMVETS, I don't know if I have an AMVETS near me. Used to have that in New York. Wounded Warrior. What organizations do we have for veterans that you guys can think of? Because that'd be good to put top of mind. Oh, is it always 11/11? Well, that's probably why I actually had a clue what day, because I probably didn't see anything about this year in particular, but something in my brain was like, I think it's the 11th. I don't know. There we go. And it's also for Always Forever for Life's birthday. So we'll also be celebrating your birthday on that day. And Anna G, when you catch up, anything happened with Brian's appeal? It was great arguments, but again, those rulings, those decisions, I mean, they don't make them on the spot. They could take weeks, months before we get a decision there. So, Dee Dee. Dee Dee says that watch would be too big for a baby's delicate wrist. Can you imagine Atkins' arms with a giant watch when he's speaking? Oh, man. Oh, heck yeah, Golden Corral does do a free meal for veterans. That line be around the building on Veterans Day. You're like, what's going on? Shout out to Rice Street. I'm looking, I mean, some things I'm seeing are like vehicles for veterans. Kind of getting the same ones that I'm aware of, the DAV, Wounded Warrior. Yeah, so big day on Monday. And the 10th is the Marine Corps' birthday, so that is a solid back-to-back right there. I know, it's kind of sad to, do a Google search and there isn't really... I mean, shout out to all the local initiatives. I do know that there are a lot of local programs and, maybe that works for the better. But really limited options. Right? So I don't know, this looks like a directory type site that compiles information. The mission continues, and some of these might be local. This might just be where they're based, or it might just be where they serve. Yeah, so Wounded Warrior Project's national, and it gives us Jacksonville here, so... America's Vet Dogs, Veterans Canine, that sounds nice. Helping to provide service dogs. Hire Heroes, Employment Assistance. Yeah, so, it seems like a pretty short list, which I think is sad, but, hopefully these are all good organizations. So we'll keep that on our radar. Figure out something good that we can do on Monday. Oh, cool. So November 11th is kind of like synced for the Allied countries. Remembrance Day in Canada. Cool. That's awesome. All right, Blue-Eyed Hillbilly with the plug here for the Monday meals. So Little Caesars, some Subways, Applebee's, different coffee shops, Texas Roadhouse. Okay, cool. So Mission 22 is suicide prevention for veterans. That's an important cause. So let's share the direct link there. Okay, wait, and T2T, that's an organization. Sorry, that flew over my head when I saw it mentioned in chat the first time. Tunnel to Towers, is that it? Okay, so Tunnel to Towers is a homeless veteran program. Okay, so let's share this one. And I'm also going to have this, add this to my list of things that we can highlight on Monday. I mean, great program. Is this, I see something about Atlanta. So it looks, okay, look, they have a ton of things that they're trying to get established here. This Tunnel to Towers program. They're trying to build and expand. Then we also have, Apunanwu says, okay, it's taking a bit to load. Okay, am I in the right place for this? Maybe it's under food security. Let's try this. Maybe this? Resource directory, let's try both of these. Okay, so Feeding America, I think this would go beyond veterans, but still a great program, right? But maybe this is where Apunanwu was directing us. I think this would be like, I'm in Brevard, you guys. Let's do Melbourne, that's a bigger metro area near me. Okay, this is limited. This only gives me a couple states, or I guess there's only Melbournes in those states, maybe. Yeah, okay, so there's only Melbournes. There's 4 different Melbournes. So there we go. Okay, this is, I think this is what Apunanwu, is this kind of where we were going, Apunanwu? This looks like a great database. All right, so let me go back and clear this search result. Because that looked like a ton of resources that are curated for veteran services through, we'll call it National Resource Directory. And it goes beyond veterans. It could be for active service members and their families, which I think is also, could be good. So I think I got us there, right? Is this, whatever we stumbled upon because of Apunanwu, I think this is a great resource either way. Let me just confirm, if you could confirm if that's like, if I went the right path there. Let me pull this up. Keep this. I promise court has not come back yet. Court is late. They seem to be pretty late from coming back. I see someone asking for Cash Money Cass's Twitter. I have it open here. So here's Cass on X. Drop that in the chat. And we might be able to do some type of stream initiative. I don't know about 24 hours, guys. I don't think I can do it. I don't know. A huge shout out to Ian Runkle. Holy moly. That was incredible. Maybe with some help from others, like if somebody could take over the stream, like I can alternate the time zone with some other streamers. That would be awesome. But 24 hours, I don't know how Ian Runkle did that. Amazing, amazing outcome. And big thank you again to Apunanu for the support and also for pointing us in that direction there. Great, that's a great database, and it pulled up so many results right away. Has the collar been popping out of the judge's robe all day? Oh, Paige. Okay, it looks like they're waiting for the jury to come back in. Big thank you also to Peter. I do agree. So veterans should just get a national month. Right?
All right. All right.
These out of the way. Okay, and then we're approaching and we're back out. Come on, court. But that's good. That gives me a chance to rant quick here. Peter, yeah, like, there's national months for many causes, right? And you can have more than one cause per month. Like, it's not like all the months are taken up and that's done. We could celebrate another cause for a month. So it's weird that there isn't a veterans or like service members entirely month, right? That's weird. That is weird.
Thank you. You'll swear on that witness.
I know the emojis are going to pop into the chat. I know they're coming.
You swear first that on you, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. That's it. State spell your first and last name for the court.
Yes, sir. Detective J. Thorpe Jr., Thorpe.
And good afternoon, Detective Thorpe. How are you?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I want to welcome you back. And I want to really direct your attention to March of 2022. Have you been assigned the homicide investigation of the death of a Christian McMiller and Darius Ford?
Yes, I have been.
And when did that homicide occur?
It happened March 11th, 2022.
And where was the location of that homicide?
It was 7585 North at Fair Street, City of Atlanta, Fulton County, State of Georgia.
And is that still an open and pending investigation?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any defense questions?
No questions. No questions.
All right, thank you for your time. You're probably our fastest witness yet.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so whatever happened was a huge win for the defense. That's all he can say, is that the Ford and McMiller shooting, that was 2 days before the Shymel Drinks shooting, so March 12th. This is where we get the 911 call with the riddled with one bullet. 2 days later is the Shymel Drinks shooting in traffic. And the state's theory, again, is that the Shymel Drinks shooting was supposed to be a pre-planned conspiracy as get back for Ford and McMiller being shot at. Look at his face on the freeze frame. Hold on. Oh, let's memorialize this. Let's memorialize that a little bit. We're just gonna memorialize this one. I don't know when we'll use it, but there we go. But that's all of that mess for Detective Thorpe.
Excuse. Call your next witness.
Oh my gosh.
State calls Rebecca Cooper Jackson to the stand.
The juror is definitely going to send another email. Whew.
clearly we've fallen off of our having them pass each other, coming in and going out. So if we could get back to that, it would be great.
Yes, Your Honor. She should be here momentarily. She was quite close to the courtroom when I left her, so something may have came up.
Nobody anticipated that witness being quite as fast as they were, I guess.
Wow. Just all day with the wow moments. Yeah, definitely like a blink and you'll miss it moment.
First and last name. Spell first and last name.
Rebecca Cooper Jackson, REBECCA, Cooper, COOPER, Jackson, JACKSON.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Can you tell the jury where you are currently employed?
Currently, I work for the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab.
And what do you do for the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
I am a latent print examiner. I'm the supervisor of that section.
Can you explain what you do as the supervisor of that section?
Sure. Currently, I supervise a small group of latent print examiners. We retrieve evidence. We submit evidence for searches in our APHIS system. We do comparisons, analysis for all evidence that revolves around latent prints.
Now, how long have you been in the supervisory position?
Almost a year now.
How long have you worked with Atlanta Police Department?
Since 2021.
When you came on in 2021, what was your role?
I was a senior latent print examiner at that time.
And did you remain a senior latent fingerprint analyzer until becoming supervisor?
I did.
Now, before working for Atlanta Police Department, where did you work before?
I worked for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
When did you first begin working for the GBI?
Back in 2019 or 17, I believe.
And what were you hired for at the GBI?
The same. I was a latent print examiner. I had recently graduated from the International Latent Print Examiner Training Academy before starting on there.
What did that academy entail in regarding training?
So it was about 5 months of rigorous training on an Army base in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And we learned the history of fingerprints, how to compare latent prints. We also learned how to collect evidence, latent print evidence, to testify. We discussed court testimony, also ethics and bias, how to handle evidence, and essentially anything that had to do with latent print evidence that would be submitted in court cases.
After that training, did you have any training within the GBI before reviewing cases there?
I did. I also had mostly repeat training, getting acclimated to their system, how they wrote reports and things of that nature.
Now, what is your educational background before working at the GBI?
I hold a degree in biological sciences from Howard University.
And if you had to ballpark in terms of either conducting the analysis yourself or as a supervisor, how many latent fingerprints have you analyzed?
Thousands. It's hard to quantify it. I not only do casework or previously did casework, but I also peer review others' casework, so it adds up pretty quickly.
And is peer review a part of the typical process?
It is. Latent print examiners utilize the ACE-V methodology, and so we analyze, compare, evaluate, and then verify latent print casework. And so the V, the verification, would be an equivalent to a peer review, a kind of a check and balance system.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders Ms. Cooper Jackson as an expert in latent print analysis.
All right, she is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I wanted to ask you, can you explain that acronym that you just used for the process?
Sure. Again, it's ACE-V, and it is an acronym for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification. During the,
I apologize. Keep going.
no, during the analysis phase, a latent print examiner would receive the evidence and analyze the images or lift cards that he or she received. They are looking for characteristics that make each fingerprint unique. During the comparison phase, the examiner would be given or search and find another latent print or a known print to compare it to. And we would do a side-by-side analysis of both the latent print and the fingerprint that has been presented for comparison. After doing that, we compared the minutia, the characteristics of the latent fingerprint, and come to essentially a decision. That's the evaluation phase. And then after that, that fingerprint will go on to another qualified examiner to be verified, and that's the V.
Now, I wanted to ask you about a couple terms that you may come across. What is friction ridge skin?
So friction ridge skin is simply the skin that you find on the palms of your hands or the soles of your feet. It has ridges and furrows. It allows us to grasp objects, or walk without slipping. It's what's giving us traction to hold things.
What is an inked fingerprint?
So an inked fingerprint is typically described as an intentional reproduction of the friction ridge skin. So it's intentionally done. If you go for a job interview or perhaps you are interested in adoption, I think you have to have your fingerprints taken. If you work
Holy
in
moly,
a
STS.
bar or as an Uber driver,
Oh my gosh.
it's essentially intentionally taking the fingerprints. You know you're having your fingerprints taken, and there's a technical person who is assisting in that process.
I better see
How
some
would you
STS
describe
spammed in the
what
chat.
a
That is
latent print
tons
is
of gifts.
in general?
A latent print is an unintentional reproduction of friction ridge skin. So if you casually touch a table or pick up a bottle of water, you are leaving your fingerprints on that object.
That's why they say
Now,
don't take that
what
stuff in
are
an
the
interrogation
basic
room.
principles for using fingerprints as a way to identify someone?
So typically, we've been given the premise that no two individuals have the same fingerprints. Fingerprints are formed in utero, both outside environment factors as well as in factors inside the womb control when the fingerprints are developed, how they developed, and so on. There are 3 different types of fingerprint patterns. But what make the fingerprints unique are the minutia, or we refer to them more commonly as the characteristics.
Now, I wanted to approach you with what's been marked as 122 Victor Victor through 122 Victor Victor Charlie.
So is that a Victor 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 Alpha?
Yes, Your
Bravo
Honor.
and Charlie? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. And before testifying, were you able to review these documents?
Yes, sir, I was.
What are those exhibits that I just handed you, 122 Victor Victor and Alpha through Charlie?
The first is a latent print hit report, and it has the name of an individual who was searched on our APHIS database back in 2022, it looks like. The second is a copy of the fingerprint card of that individual. And the last is the comparison, a screenshot of the comparison that was done on our APHIS system.
And are those all documentation that you personally were involved with, either creating or reviewing?
Correct.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the documents for that latent print analysis that you did?
Yes, for the most part. The photocopy is a little smudged, I guess, but for the most part, this is the same content and same documents that I reviewed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender into evidence 122 Victor Victor through 122 Victor Victor Alpha through Charlie.
I'm sorry, can I just
Yeah, you may. And just for my clarity, that's 4 total exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That is correct.
Yeah, go ahead and take a look. Any objection? All right, they're admitted without objection.
Now, when you review latent fingerprints with APD, do you yourself generate a report?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is, I'm going to approach the witness, won't be published, but with a document and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
Is that a report that you generated for a latent fingerprint?
Correct.
And does that report pertain to the documents we just introduced?
Yes.
Your Honor, not for publication, but the state will introduce state's exhibit, and I will mark that as 122 Victor Victor Delta. Now, at this time.
All right,
That's just for the record, I guess?
I'm not really sure.
It's to assist the witness with having the report she generated for the fingerprint analysis because they go hand in hand.
Okay, but you're not introducing it.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine.
Now, what was the case you got involved with for this latent print analysis? Who requested your services?
I received the latent print evidence, it appears on March 15th of 2022, likely from my supervisor at that time.
Who made the request?
I believe it was Sandra Tullis.
And was there a officer or crime scene technician who initially gathered the print that you analyzed?
Correct. It looks like the latent impressions lifted by is filled out by Officer A. Hogan and CST Davis.
Crime scene technician Davis?
Correct.
So when you got that report, what did you do next? Or request, I should say.
Well, we, as I stated earlier, we utilized the ACE-V methodology. So upon receiving the evidence, I analyzed the lift card for impressions that would be of value to search in our APHIS database. I did that, and it appears that one latent print was searched on the APHIS database and resulted in an identification that's listed here on the latent print hit report.
I'm going to publish 122 Victor Victor. Is this a document that you create for latent print analysis that you do within APD?
Yes.
And who was the victim in the case that you created this report for?
Shymel Drinks.
And this was when it has a latent impression lifted by, is that the Officer Hogan and Crime Scene Tech Davis you just discussed?
Yes.
Now, I want to publish 122 Victor Victor Alpha. What is 122 Victor Victor Alpha?
This is the fingerprint card bearing the name Christian Johnson.
And when you place this partial latent print into your system, who did it return back to?
Christian Johnson.
And with this document published, 122 Victor Victor Alpha, are any number of individuals' fingerprints in different databases?
Yes. Commonly, one individual may show up in one or several databases. I believe in this case, Christian Johnson showed up not only in the Atlanta Police Department database, but there is a note that also it hit to or was matched to a print in the Federal Bureau of Investigation database. So FBI and APD on this one.
I'm going to publish 122 Victor Victor Bravo. What is this? You had mentioned earlier about with copying a document, one of them had a smudge. Is this what you were talking about?
Yes, this and the page with the actual lift card, it just looks a little distorted.
What is the print on the right?
The right is the known print. That is the print that returned in the database.
And do you see those dots on that print?
I do.
What are those?
Those are the minutia or the characteristics that were marked that signal that the fingerprint is unique. So we marked those characteristics for the search. In this case, it is because we were doing a side-by-side comparison. And so where you see the marks on the right-hand side correspond with those that you actually cannot see on the left.
And can I ask one small favor? There's a wooden pointer right behind you I'm going to grab for you.
Okay.
If you could show the jury using this pointer what you were just discussing.
So here, I talked about the...
Do we have that lapel mic available or something if she's going to be up for very long so that everybody can make sure they hear her?
Yes, Your Honor. I will let her use this mic. I'll place it right here.
Okay.
Okay. So I mentioned earlier the minutia or the characteristics. And so you would see here a characteristic where you see the circles we mark so that you have correspondence from the known to the latent. And this one, it appears a little dark. When I looked at it, it was a lot clearer, but for whatever reason, it's dark. But it would be us marking what we see here in the latent and where it corresponds to the known print. Sorry about that.
Not your fault at all. And before testifying here, were you able to look at the original, the clear quality of this document?
Yes, I did. I have a copy.
And when you did the visual comparison in this case, were you able to visually see the comparison which is more clear than this copy here?
Yes, I used the original lip card to do the comparison, so there was no issue with the comparison. Also, when we get the candidate list back, there is a score, and oftentimes the higher score is an identification. Of course, we still have to do the comparison, but sometimes that can be a signal of an identification.
I'm going to publish 122 Victor Victor Charlie. And zoom in here. What is this a copy of the initial latent print that was collected from Crime Scene Tech Davis?
Correct. Here, upside down, but here is where I saw, thank you, where I saw the latent print, and this is what Ms. Davis lifted, and then this is what was actually searched in the APHIS system.
I am going to publish what's already been admitted as 87 Victor Victor. Give me one moment, Ms. Jackson. While that is being pulled up in a nutshell, when you get a print like the one collected, you initially have it in the system, and back in 2022, how many comparisons would be returned?
At that time, we would look at a list of 10 candidates. Currently, the list is at 5.
In present day, is comparison, but back in 2022, it was 10?
Correct.
And once you get those comparisons, is that when you I'm going to try to switch this one. Once you get those Once you get those comparisons back, is that when you do the visual comparison side by side?
Exactly.
So you get 10 or 5 possible fingerprints, and then you use your training experience to compare.
Exactly.
And what's on the screen, 87, Victor, Victor, is this how latent fingerprints come to you in terms of like they're actually collected?
Typically, I receive a powder fingerprint. I'm not sure why there's this red hue behind this one, but typically I get it as a powdered fingerprint. It's a lot clearer, the original.
And if that was possibly red paint of a vehicle, could that explain why it has that red hue?
Absolutely.
I'm going to go back to 122 Victor, Victor, Charlie. And this is the copy of the latent print that you initially received and conducted this testing?
That's correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor. And thank you, Ms. Jackson. I may have a couple more questions, but just 1 minute. Your Honor, no further questions at this time. Thank you, ma'am.
Are there defense questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Weinstein, any defense questions? All right, thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am. The state calls Detective Bender to the stand.
Okay, I still need to get my snack, but I'm a little shocked that there's no cross here, so. Oh, man. Maybe just not highlight on anything, because I think you guys in the chat were confused following that, right?
My apologies, Your Honor.
Page. Yeah, Dee Dee, I think it's this. Sometimes you don't need a cross because they destroy themselves.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. I see. I need you to pronounce your first and last name and spell your first and last name for the course now.
Okay, it's Detective Bender. It's Lisa Bender, Lisa
Futurama?
Bender.
How are you doing, Detective Bender?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Where do you work currently?
I currently work for Atlanta Police Department in the homicide unit.
How long have you been with APD Homicide?
For over 5 years.
How long have you been with APD overall?
14 years.
And what units were you a detective in before homicide?
I was in the Zone 6 unit.
And before being a Zone 6 unit, were you a Zone 6 patrol?
No, prior to that, I was in public affairs. Prior to that, Zone 5 patrol.
Now, since your time in APD and specifically homicide, have you ever had to utilize license plate readers or LPRs?
Yes.
How frequently have you utilized those in investigations?
Pretty frequently. Anytime there's a vehicle involved, we're normally using the license plate readers.
And back in March of 2022, you were in APD homicide?
That's correct.
Did you have any neighboring APD detectives whose offices were nearby yours?
Yes.
Was one of them Detective Hogan?
Yes.
And can you describe just in general how you utilize LPRs?
Just in general, Well, you can do it several ways. One way is if you already have a tag number, you can plug that into the LPR and you can give a time frame that you're looking for, and the license plate reader will bring back what we call hits of how many times it hits a license plate reader around the city. Another way that you can do it is you can, if you're looking to find a tag number, you can plug in a time frame and flip through pictures of the vehicles and pictures of the tags, and you can find them that way.
Now, did you ever did you ever assist Detective Hogan with a homicide investigation he was working in March of 2022?
Yes.
How did that come about?
We sit near each other, and we all work as a team anyway, and he needed some information. He needed some tag numbers for some suspect vehicles for his homicide.
And how did you help him out?
So Detective Hogan gave me a time frame of where the suspect vehicles were prior to the homicide time. And what I did was I looked at the location. He had information of them being at a convenience store. So I looked in the area for the closest license plate reader that we had to the convenience store, or reader or readers. And then plugged in the time frame to that license plate reader. He also gave me the description of the vehicles and of course the direction of travel, which helped me identify which license plate reader to look at. So once I plugged in the time frame, I knew the suspect vehicle descriptions. I was able to flip through the pictures and find those vehicles and find their tags.
And once you found those tags, were you able to search or determine other locations in the relevant time frame where those vehicles were?
Yes, so once we had the tag numbers, we were able to plug those into the license plate reader, and I put in a specific time frame that Detective Hogan was looking for, and we were able to see what we call hits when they hit across the city on the readers.
I am approaching the witness with what's been marked as 118 Victor Victor through 120 Victor Victor. And Detective Bender, before testifying here today, did you have an opportunity to review these 3 exhibits?
I did.
What are they?
These are license plate reads for a specific time frame for 3 different vehicles, 2 suspects' vehicles and the victim vehicle.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the vehicle queries that you assisted Detective Hogan with?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 118 through 120 Victor Victor.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I want to publish 118 Victor Victor first. And Detective Bender, you have that physical copy. There also will be one that comes up on that computer screen and the big screen behind you.
Okay.
And I'm going to zoom in at the very bottom of this first page and ask you, while that's being pulled up, what was the event timestamp, or other words, time frame you were looking for these vehicles? The date and time.
Oh, so March 14th, 2022. Excuse me. So this particular timestamp is 4:31 p.m.
And what was March 14th, 2022, at what time to what date?
What time did we query?
Correct. Or what time frame was the query? In terms of, was it March 14th at 8 a.m., March 14th at midnight? At the very bottom of page 1 under event timestamp in 118 Victor Victor.
Okay, yeah, so it was March 14th at midnight to March 15th at 11:59 p.m.
And scrolling back up to the top of page 1, what was this vehicle that we're looking at with this exhibit in general, and what was the tag?
Okay, it's a white Audi sedan, and the tag is 8 Edward David 7071.
And when you were assisting this investigation, was this possible suspect vehicle or victim vehicle?
Possible suspect vehicle.
Now, what is and can you explain for the jury, and I got a pointer to help you, kind of what we're seeing here when you get these LPR queries? There's a larger screen behind you. Can you kind of break down what these boxes pertain to?
Okay, sure. So, so this first box would be the license plate number. The LPR unit would be where we have the license plate reader. So that's where the license plate reader is located, and this one's at Cleveland Avenue Southwest eastbound. So it'd be facing eastbound, that will be the direction that the vehicle is traveling, at Metropolitan Parkway Southwest. Then of course the time, the date stamp, and then the time stamp. Manual capture, when it says no, it just means it automatically takes pictures every time a vehicle goes through the reader. So nobody stopped and took the picture, it's just the machine doing it on its own. And then of course there's a photo of the vehicle, so it has a close-up of the tag, and then a photo of the vehicle that went through the license plate reader camera.
And is this how, when you query LPRs, that it comes back in this format?
Yes.
Now, what was so your time frame was March 14th at midnight to March 15th at 11:59. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
So what was the first LPR read for the white Audi in that time frame?
Okay, so the first one would be Cleveland Avenue Southwest traveling eastbound at Metropolitan Parkway Southwest on the 14th of March 2022, and this timestamp is 3:22 and 45 seconds, 3:22 p.m.
And does it capture, and as we see that photograph at the very top, is that pertain to that LPR reader?
It does.
Now, is there another query right after that that's also Cleveland Avenue Southwest eastbound?
Yes.
And from this photograph capture, does that white Audi have any tint on the windows or not?
It appears to have tint on the windows.
Now, turning to page 2, where is the vehicle? Do you have 3 hits starting at 5:06 p.m. to 5:12 p.m.? Do you see that?
I do.
Where in general are those 3 hits located?
They're all along Metropolitan Parkway at different cross streets. So one's at Fair Drive Southwest, one at University Avenue, and one at Perkerson Road.
Now, is there different parts of the city that have more LPR readers than others?
There are.
And is there times where if you're at a particular part in Atlanta where there's a lot of cameras, you may get a bunch of LPR hits in a short span of time?
Correct. If the vehicle's traveling in that direction and the license plate readers are picking it up, yes.
Now, I want to turn to page 3 of this white Audi LPR. Where was the vehicle at 5:14 p.m.?
Cleveland Avenue Southwest, traveling eastbound at Metropolitan Parkway Southwest.
And after that 5:14 p.m. LPR, when is the next hit?
The next hit is at 5:21 p.m.
Do you see, and after that 5:21?
Another hit?
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
Yes, sir, at 8:07 p.m.
And when it hits at 8:07 p.m., is this March 14th?
It's still March 14th, yes.
Where is the vehicle at 8:07 p.m. on March 14th?
Cleveland Avenue Southwest, traveling westbound at Highway 75.
Now, turning to page 4, after that 8:07 p.m. query, when is the next hit?
The next hit is still March 14th, 2022 at 8:28 p.m. And that's at Forest Hills Drive Southwest, southbound at 6th Street Southwest.
Now, that's at 8:28 p.m.?
Yes.
When is the next hit after that 8:28 p.m.?
It is still March 14th, 2022, 8:30 p.m. at Forest Hills Drive, Southwest northbound, and 6th Street Southwest.
And after that 8:30 p.m. hit, when is that vehicle captured on LPR, the white Audi, next?
3/14 of 22 at 9:44 PM. And that's Forest Hills Drive Southwest northbound and 6th Street Southwest.
After that 9:44 PM, March 14th hit, where does it come up next?
The next hit is still same day, 3/14/22 at 9:49 PM. That's at Windsor Street Southwest northbound and Richardson Street Southwest.
After that 9:49 PM on March 14th, LPR hit at Windsor Street Southwest northbound near Richardson Street, when is the next time that that white Audi is captured?
Okay, still same day, 3/14/22 at 10:12 PM. It says the number 3 interchange drive westbound from Fulton Industrial Boulevard towards Wendell.
Now, from this 10:12 PM hit, how much, what time is the next hit?
The next time is 2 AM, so that would now be 3/15/22 the next day, 2:04 AM.
How much time passed between those two LPR hits?
A little under 4 hours.
And where is the vehicle at 2 AM?
It's at McDaniel Street southbound at Fulton Street.
And after that 2 AM on March 15th hit, when is the next LPR hit for the white Audi?
It's still 3/15/22, and it's at 12:33 PM at Windsor Street southbound, Fulton Street Southwest.
How many hours roughly are there between 2 AM to 12 PM?
Roughly 10. All right.
Now, turning to, or do you see another hit at 7:12 PM?
I do.
Where is the vehicle at 7:12 PM?
So this would still be 3/15/22. It's at Cleveland Avenue Southwest eastbound and Metropolitan Parkway.
Now, other than this white Audi with license plate ending in 8 Echo Delta 7071, was there any other potential suspect vehicles that you queried for?
Yes, the other one was a white Ford Fusion.
And is that 19 Victor Victor?
It is.
Now, publishing, sorry, I'm in 119. I'm publishing 119 Victor Victor. Now, is this query for the white Ford Fusion, is it the same time frame, March 14th?
Yes, March 14th at midnight through March 15th at 11:59 PM.
And what is the tag number for this white Ford Fusion that was of interest?
It's Tango Adam David 8611.
How many queries did you get returned for this vehicle in terms of how many hits were there in that window of time?
6.
When is the first hit for the white Ford Fusion?
So the first one is on 3/14/22 at 9:02 AM.
And where is that vehicle?
It's at Old Hapeville Road Southwest, traveling northbound at Cleveland Avenue Southwest.
When is the next LPR hit after that 902 at Old Hapeville and Cleveland Avenue?
It is still on 3/14/22, 5:36 PM at Marketplace Entrance Number 2, Camp Creek at North Commerce.
After that and this is March 14th?
Still March 14th.
When is the next hit for that white Ford Fusion after the 5:36 PM hit?
That's also still March 14th, 22, 8:35 PM.
And is that also at the Old Hapeville Road northbound and Cleveland Avenue area?
It is.
Now, after that 8:35 hit, when is the next LPR reading?
Okay, the next one is still on 3/14/22 at 9:50 PM.
And where is the vehicle, where is the white Ford Fusion at 9:50 PM on March 14th?
It's at Windsor Street Southwest, traveling northbound at Richardson Street Southwest.
Now, I'm going to republish 18 Victor Victor at the top of page 5. This was at 950, what we currently have?
Yes.
Now, looking at 18 Victor Victor, top of page 5.
118 Victor Victor.
Yes, Your Honor. 118 Victor Victor. And it's going to come up for you on the screen. What is the time and location for the white Audi with tinted windows?
It's 3/14/22 at 9:49 PM.
And what's the location?
Windsor Street Southwest, traveling northbound at Richardson Street Southwest.
Are those the same locations?
They are.
How many minutes apart?
Less than 1, I believe.
Going back to 19 Victor Victor, page 2, and it's going to come up for us with the white Ford Fusion. When is the next LPR hit after that 9:50 p.m. on the white Ford Fusion?
The next one is still on 3/14/22. It's at 10:12 PM.
And where is the white Ford Fusion at 10:12 p.m. on March 14, 2022?
It's on number 3, Interchange Drive westbound from Fulton Industrial Boulevard towards Wendell.
Now, I'm going to republish 18 Victor Victor, page 5 in the middle. Do you see, and is this the white Audi now?
Yes, yes it is.
Where is the white Audi at 10:12 p.m. on March 14, 2022?
It is at Interchange Drive westbound from Fulton Industrial Boulevard towards Wendell.
Is that the same location as the white Ford Fusion we just discussed?
Yes, it is.
How much time is between when the white Ford Fusion and the white Audi hit at Interchange Drive westbound from Fulton Industrial Boulevard?
9 seconds.
Now, going back to 19 Victor Victor with the white Ford Fusion, after that 10:12 p.m., when is the next LPR hit?
The next one is the next day on 3/15/22, and it's at 12:01 p.m.
And Detective Bender, in 2022, ballpark-wise, I mean, how many LPRs are there roughly in the city of Atlanta? I won't hold you to it.
Hundreds.
Now, what's that address? March 15th, 1201, not address, but where the LPR returns at?
On March 15th?
Yes, ma'am.
It's Forest Hills Drive Southwest northbound and 6th Street Southwest.
I'm going to republish 18 Victor Victor at 8:28 p.m. on March 14th, 2022. Is that the same location?
6th Street, yes it is.
Now, other than the white Ford Fusion and the white Audi, did you ever conduct any license plate readers for a red Nissan?
Yes.
Is that what's marked as 120 Victor Victor?
It is.
And was that the victim's vehicle?
It is.
Now, I'm going to publish 120 Victor Victor. And was there a number of queries that returned for that vehicle?
Yes.
Going to and was it the same time frame, March 14th at 12 a.m. to March 15th at 11:59 p.m.?
Yes.
Going to page 5. Or excuse me, page 6. Where was this vehicle, the red Nissan, at 7:08 p.m. on March 14th?
It's at Lakewood Avenue Southeast, and then it says Southwest, and Shadydale Avenue Southeast.
where does the vehicle travel after, or where's the next LPR hit after 7:08 p.m.?
The next one is same day, 3/14/22 at 9:24 p.m. And that's at Windsor Street Southwest northbound and Richardson Street Southwest.
Republishing what's been marked as 18 Victor Victor, do you see the 9:49 p.m. LPR reading for the white Audi?
Yes.
What is the time and location for that vehicle?
So it's 3/14/22 at 9:49 p.m. and 6 seconds. Location is Windsor Street Southwest northbound at Richardson Street Southwest.
Is that the same location for the red Nissan we just discussed?
Yes.
And how much time difference is there between these LPR hits?
About 25 minutes.
And going to 19 Victor Victor, the white Ford Fusion, do you see a LPR hit around that same time frame?
Yes.
What is the time and location for the 950 white Ford Fusion LPR hit?
It's on 3/14/22 at 9:50 and 47 seconds at Windsor Street Southwest northbound and Richardson Street Southwest.
So with those three LPRs, those three vehicles are hitting the same LPR within roughly 20 minutes of one another?
Correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor. And Detective Bender, after you assisted Detective Hogan with these LPR readings, did you have any other involvement with the murder of Shymel Drinks?
I did not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Hey, my name's Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I'm just going to ask you a few questions about the work that you did on this case. What day did you run the LPRs?
I don't have the date I don't know which date that I ran them for Detective Hogan.
Do you have a date range?
I would imagine it was within a few days of the actual homicide.
May I approach?
You may.
Can you see those?
Yes.
And Detective, I'm not going to pretend to know more about the LPR system than you. On the lower left or lower right, it says March 28th, 2022.
Right, that's when Detective Hogan ran the hits.
So, when you say Detective Hogan ran the hits, okay, explain.
So in order for us to produce this is like a PDF copy. What we're looking at in the computer, we can just flip through. So he ran his own copy of the information.
Understood.
For the case file.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You ran it for Detective Hogan. The 328 that's indicated on the state's exhibits there is the date that Detective Hogan took what you came up with on your computer and actually printed it out to PDF. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great.
According to what this says. It says user Hogan, so.
Understood. So you certainly ran these before 328?
Yes.
But your recollection is earlier than that, within a few days of 314?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now, my understanding, well, Detective Hogan, when he came to you, do you remember what day he came to you to discuss these matters?
So it would have either been, this happened late on the 14th. So it would have probably been the 15th or 16th. I just don't remember which day.
All right, and when Detective Hogan came and asked for your assistance in this matter, did he have license plates at the time, or did he ask you to do the first step as well?
He did not have the license plates. He had the vehicle description and last known location and a time frame.
So you did the first step that you talked about on direct, which was identifying license plate based on the description of a car.
Correct.
And a location that Detective Hogan thought they might be.
Yes.
And from those LPR reads, you were able to get license plates, and then you ran the reads on the license plates.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, Detective Hogan, to do that first step, to try to identify license plates, he gave you descriptions of some vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what descriptions did he give you for vehicles?
A white Ford Fusion and a white Audi sedan.
And then the red Versa?
Yes.
Okay. Did he ask you, besides those three cars, the red Versa, the white Ford Fusion, and the white Audi sedan, besides those three cars, did Detective Hogan ever come to you and ask you to run any other LPRs on any other vehicles involving this case?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so he did not identify to you any other vehicles of interest for you to run LPRs on?
Not that I recall. At the time, he was looking for these two specific suspect vehicles and for his victim vehicle and what time they might have been in the area.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with this case besides the LPRs?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen any surveillance video regarding this case?
I know there is surveillance video. I've seen still shots from it.
Okay. Okay. But Detective Hogan just asked you about those three vehicles.
He gave me the description of the vehicles. And so when I'm looking for locations nearby, I'm going to look at any white vehicles. If I know that they're white vehicles, I'm looking at any white vehicles. But he knew the make and model. He happened to know the make and model. So when I'm, or you know, in this case, it's white vehicles and then a red vehicle. So I'm looking in general for any vehicle that remotely matches the description because it doesn't always return what type of vehicle it is. And sometimes the pictures, you can't tell what type of vehicle it is.
And thank you for that. So if you were doing the first step, which was to identify vehicles, you would be able to look at pictures, the LPR caught other white vehicles, but then you would be able to be determined, okay, is this a Ford Fusion or is this a Audi sedan?
Correct.
Okay, and that would narrow it down for you.
Right.
How long is LPR records kept?
From my understanding, at one point, it was maybe 2 years. I don't know if that's still the case.
Okay. All right. And does the public have access to the LPR readers around town, or is it just for law enforcement?
In what way?
Could I or any other citizen have access to the database that you have to tap into the LPR system? Or is that strictly law enforcement?
It's law enforcement, from my
Is this a
understanding.
Brady issue?
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Hold on, that type of question sounded like it could be getting at an equal access issue. So I don't know if that's a hint towards a Brady issue there.
Any redirect?
One brief comment, Your Honor. No further questions.
Okay, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Take the call, Mr. Sandeep Gurung.
Shout out to Amber Dawn, who says, just have to say, we are a nice looking group in this chat. I concur. I concur. Got some good looking pets in this chat too. Handsome good boys and good girls.
Amen.
Raise your right hand. You swear to testify you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? That's it. Thank you. Need to state, sit down, State and spell your first and last name.
Okay.
Of course, okay?
My name is Sandeep Gurung. First name Sandeep, Sandeep. Last name Gurung.
Hey, good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
I'm sorry?
How are you currently employed?
Oh.
What do you do for a living?
I work at a gas station right now.
Okay. And back in 2022, can you tell the jurors, were you working at the same place or somewhere different?
Right now I'm working at somewhere different, but before I used to work at BP at Windsor Street and King's Liquor.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, how long did you work at the BP gas station and the King's liquor store?
Approximately 3 to 4 years.
Okay. And while working there, can you tell the jurors, what did you do for the BP gas station and the King's liquor store?
So I used to manage both of the stores, just ordering the new products and get in touch with the vendors, just regular stuffs, nothing much.
And for the entire time that you worked there, how long did you say you worked there?
3 to 4 years.
Were you always working in management for both of those establishments?
No, I started as a cashier.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as working as a cashier and then up into a management role, did you have access to the video surveillance system that I guess the BP gas station and the King's liquor store had?
Yes, before when I was working in the cashier, I didn't have the access, but after that I moved to the management and then they gave me access to the records.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors a little bit about the camera system or the video surveillance system that the BP gas station and the King's liquor store had?
It was NetGeo. The company name was called NetGeo, and both of them had the same system which works with the DVR. And King's, I think they had 18 to 20 cameras, and BP, they had around 24-ish.
And can you tell the jurors, the cameras that you just described that are on the property or the premises, did the majority of them, or can you tell the jurors, did the majority of them, I guess, capture, or were they pointed towards the, I guess, inside of the?
Yes, mostly inside.
Okay, both establishments?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was there any cameras that, I guess, that captured, I guess, the outside portion of where the pumps were, the gas station, or?
Yeah, there were only 2 cameras that were pointing towards the pumps.
Okay. Now, I want to show you State's Exhibits 187 Victor Victor through 189 Victor Victor. Now approach on.
Yes.
And if you'll just take a look at those. Can you tell the jurors, do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize those exhibits?
It's a satellite view of the street towards Fulton and Windsor, where I used to work at the King's Liquor and the BP.
Okay. And that's State's Exhibit 187 Victor Victor?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, do you recognize, or how you recognize State's Exhibits 188 and 189 Victor Victor?
This 188 Victor Victor is going towards Windsor Street And it's facing right in front of the gas station where the BP is. And 89 Victor is facing at the back of the building where King's Liquor is, at the bottom where you see the glasses.
Okay, and do all of the exhibits, the first being States Exhibit 187, Victor, does it fairly and accurately depict the area which you worked and you've described off of Windsor Street back in March of 2022?
Yes.
And as it relates to the States Exhibit 188 and 189, Victor, do those photographs also fairly and accurately depict the actual gas station and King's Liquor store that you worked at back in March of 2022?
Yes, they do.
Okay. This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 187 through 189, Victor.
They're admitted.
And and I apologize, I should have shown you this as well. Do you recognize States Exhibit 186, Victor?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize States Exhibits 186, Victor?
This one, this is a pen drive with the footage of the BP video surveillance of the video that was used in this case, I guess.
Okay. Is it an overview of, I guess, the area that you've kind of talked about that travels from the BP gas station to the intersection of
Yes.
Windsor and I-20?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibit 186, Victor, into evidence.
All right, it's admitted.
Okay. Mr. Groom, in the screen in front of you, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 186, Victor, in a second. And I want you to try to orient the jurors as to what they're looking at as soon as I get it up. Okay, can you see it? Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so can you describe for the jurors, I guess, is this the front area of the gas station that we talked about?
Yes, this is going towards Windsor Street to the front side of the building where it faces the gas station.
Okay, and do you see, if you're looking at the left-hand back side of the exhibit, do you see where it says FedEx on that building?
Yes.
Can you orient the jurors or explain to the jurors the road that's in between the FedEx and the BP gas station? What road is that?
Windsor Street, I guess.
Okay. And Mr. Groom, is this how the gas station that you were working at the BP in March of 2022, how it looked that day?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to skip to... Okay, and if we're looking at 1 minute and 14 seconds into States Exhibit 186, Victor, do you see, I guess, if you were looking at the back middle of the exhibit, 186, Victor, like the bridge and the tunnel area?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors, is that towards, I guess, the I-20?
I-20.
Okay. Now, I'll go ahead and show you States Exhibit also. I'll get them all in 116, Victor. Can you look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, the video surveillance that we had from BP and King's.
Okay, you said it's the video surveillance of the BP and King gas station?
Yes.
And did you actually pull that video surveillance and provide it to members of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And you have an opportunity to review the footage that's on State's Exhibit 116, Victor Victor?
Yes, sir.
And did the footage that you reviewed on the USB or the jump drive in 116 Victor Victor, did it fairly and accurately depict all of the files that you provided to members of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 116 Victor Victor into evidence.
Mr. Way Up,
that's
8K
admitted.
drone when it's not exculpatory. Heck yeah.
So I want to show you real quickly State's Exhibit 189, Victor Victor. And while I'm pulling it up, could you kind of explain or orient to the jurors? So we talked about the BP gas station and we've seen it. Can you explain to the jurors where in relation to the BP gas station that we've seen is the King's liquor store that you also managed back in March of 2022?
So right behind the building, there's a hill that goes down the King's liquor store. It's right behind the building, but there's a slope that goes at the bottom of the liquor store.
Okay, so in State's Exhibit 189, Victor Victor, can you, and that way you don't have to get up, I'm going to point. Do you see the top of State's Exhibit 189, Victor Victor, with the red lettering where it says King's Liquor Store?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see the fence that's in, I guess, in front of that area? Yes?
Yes.
Now, is that where the entrance?
Yes, we use the entrance from either BP or either from this side.
Okay, and so if you were, do you see the building? It's a mid-rise or high-rise building that you can see
Yes.
above? Yes? Now, I guess on the other side of that building,
Yeah, it's right across.
is that where the BP gas station is?
Yeah, right in front of it.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, this is Windsor Street?
Windsor Street.
Okay, now, do you remember, or I guess when the detectives requested you to pull footage, did they ask you to pull footage from 9:25 p.m. to approximately 10:30 p.m. on March 14th of 2022?
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay. And you said, did you provide, I guess, can you tell the jurors, did you provide footage for all the cameras on the property?
Yes, when I download the files, it goes through all the cameras.
Okay. Now, I just want to show you a couple clips. I want to show you camera 19. I'm sure the technology is a little better at the BP gas station than it is here. Okay, Mr. Groom, in camera 19, on State's Exhibit 116, Victor Victor, is this the camera that you were describing that kind of
Yeah.
captures the outside area where
Outside
the gas
view.
station is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is from March 14th of 2022?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes?
Yes.
And do you see that white Audi, how it's, I guess, backing up right now?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors, I guess, the area that it's backing into, where is that in relation to the entrance of the BP gas station?
It should be right in front of the door.
Next, I want to show you camera angle number 3.
Okay, I wish we could fast forward, but we can't. We're in real time. If I say something, they'll start
All right,
talking.
can you explain to the jurors what area of the store we're looking at here?
This is the inside cashier's area on the left-hand side, and right in front of the door as well.
And in this camera angle 3, you see at the top left-hand corner of the exhibit where it's frozen at about 1:43 seconds into that angle?
Yes, sir.
You see that the brake light?
Yes.
Is that the area where the white Audi had backed into in relation to the front door that we saw?
Yeah, it's right near the front door, so yeah, that's it.
All right, say it one more time because we were talking at the same time.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's like I said, it's near the door while it backed in, and that's it.
And would that be right there?
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then just want to show you 2 more. Now, Mr. Gurung, on the screen in front of you now. You see, is it up for you?
Yes.
Okay, where in the store is this camera
This
located?
camera is in the middle of the store where it's facing the door, the main entrance, and towards the cashier section.
Okay, and did you see where the individual came in with the blue shoes and you see the white long sleeve shirt?
Uh-huh.
Is that I guess the only entrance into the gas station?
That's the only one.
Okay.
Hello? Why are we buffering? Right as we get some action. Why'd he do a spin move? Can they not play that?
And in camera angle 9 of the King's Liquor Store footage, is this the area that you had described that would have been, I guess, behind
Behind the
fence?
store, yes.
Okay. And is this the only camera angle that points towards the street area or Windsor Street?
Yeah, towards the
where-
street, yes. This is the only angle that points towards the street.
And Mr. Grimm, when you were, I guess, providing this footage to members of the Atlanta Police Department, were you just providing footage for specific timeframes that was
asked
requested?
for.
Okay. Did you know anything about why or what was going on as it relates to the footage that you were providing?
No.
Okay. And I don't think I have anything further at this time.
Any questions for this witness?
I do have a few.
All right.
I'm going to require Mr. Abate's technical expertise if he's able to help me. Sure.
Yeah, so I do think that they can't show the rest of that clip, or maybe they only got that portion. Very specific start and stop times.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you do me a favor? Could you pronounce your last name for me?
Gurung, G-U-R-U-N-G, Gurung.
Gurung?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Gurung, nice to meet you. My name is Max Schardt, okay? I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. We just reviewed 4 different cameras that were at your establishments, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many total cameras are there at these establishments back in 2022?
On BP, there's around like 20 to 24.
Okay.
And in King's Liquor, around 18.
Okay. Now, my understanding is someone from the police department asked you to retrieve some footage.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what times they asked for the footage on 3/14/22?
3/14. I think they, what I remember is they asked me to give me a footage from certain time to certain time. So that's what I pulled up, but I don't remember the exact time and date.
Very fair. Okay, so do you remember how long the footage was?
No.
Okay. Now, Mr. Abate was kind enough to pull up, I believe this is camera 19 of the BP, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now, I can't, because we're on Zoom, there's a, do you have that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, you see how it says Adam Abate's screen in the bottom left? Okay, do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
The bottom left? Okay. What I want to know, and I don't think this is blocking something, but tell me if it is. I want to know, when we're looking at this picture right now, or if we played this video,
Yes.
how would we know what time it is Eastern Standard Time?
There should have been. So yeah, on this screen I don't see any time, but it should had a side section where when I use the app on the GeoVision, there's a side stamp that has time and date. But I think when the video was downloaded, it doesn't. Maybe I can see it, or it's not. I can't see it yet because.
Okay, and from what we have right here in front of us, and I guess you don't remember the exact time frame that they asked you to. So from what we have in front of us, you can't tell us exactly what time any event occurs on this video, correct?
Yes,
Eastern
based on
Standard
this
Time?
video.
Not good.
Okay, cool. And is that also the case, going to be the case with camera 3? And if you could pull up camera 3. Thank you, Mr. Abate. And so, for instance, this is camera 3, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and also look, another person just also wearing a mask, right? So hopefully somehow Schardt underscores this, but the mask thing isn't necessarily nefarious. And Schardt spent a lot of time with Kenneth Copeland going through daily life and asking about the face masks that came about as part of COVID and how a lot of people started wearing them and they kind of became part of fashion, right? So,
Okay, and that is inside the BP from behind the cashier.
Yes.
Okay. From what we have here, we can't tell the exact time that anything's occurring, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you this while we're on camera 3. On 314, when the police came and talked to you, did they ever ask you who the clerk was working in the store that night?
No, they didn't.
Okay, do you have any information that the police officers spoke to the clerk that was working at the BP that night?
I have no idea about it.
Okay. The other camera, what was the other camera from the back of the store?
Sticker?
No, from the back of the BP, with the third angle that we viewed. What camera number is that?
King Slicker, it might be 19, something like that, outside.
Okay. Could you
18 or 19, something. Oh, this one?
Yes.
This is 12, I guess.
Camera 12, okay. And the clerk would be on the left behind that plexiglass, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just to make sure we're on the same page, none of these cameras will have the exact time displayed.
If it was on the app while we use it, it has the current timestamp. But while we download it, it should have it, but I can't see it.
Okay. Well, and let me ask you, the time is from an app. You're saying an app as
in, yeah, it's a software.
For security.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any information that the times on this app are synced to, say, the clock used by APD for 911 calls? Can you testify that the time on your app is exactly in sync with this city's 911 system, or Fulton County's 911 system?
No, I don't think so. It's a little off, I guess.
Little off?
Yeah,
When you say a little
maybe
off?
15 minutes.
15 minutes? Okay. How about, you're familiar with the FedEx across the street, across Windsor Street?
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with their surveillance system?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that your surveillance system, which is a little off from the county's 911 system, is in sync with the FedEx system?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
this is huge because this is supposed to be circumstantially based, right? This murder investigation. You couldn't believe it. Like, there's no other explanation for this difference in time. They see each other at the gas station, then they catch each other at the light, and they pop off, and they're responsible for the murder of Shymel Drinks, right? This is supposed to be strong circumstantial evidence to convince a jury that this couldn't be explained as a coincidence. The stars are all aligning. But then we find out this key part of their circumstantial evidence. We don't even actually have a solid grasp of the time that this footage is coming from. And not only that, but the police don't go and talk to the clerk. You heard them say March 14th, right? So right as this murder happens, they don't wait. They could go right in that building and that same clerk could still be on the same shift. And they could say, hey, we have some questions for you. Now, I have a secondary concern because I think maybe they did talk to the clerk. But Schardt asking those questions to me suggests Schardt never received anything in discovery. So if they did talk to the clerk, they didn't actually turn over any information to defense about what that conversation may have entailed. Right? So maybe they never asked and that's bad police work. Or maybe they did ask and we don't actually have anything turned over to the defense about that conversation. So neither of those things are good for this investigation. And then we find out that we can't actually match the time. We don't know what time this video footage is from. And they only asked for specific time frames. They didn't ask for, a whole 2-hour block. We just want these specific start and stop points.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Mr. Groom, do you see at the bottom of, I guess, the state exhibit as it relates to camera angle 9 from the King's Liquor store?
Yes.
Do you see the date and time?
Yes, on this one I can see it.
Okay, can you tell the jurors, I know it's very small, what is the date and time that you're saying?
It is 3/14/2022, 9:28. 9:26, yes, PM.
Mr. Schardt asked you a little bit about, I guess, the time that you saw, I guess, in the app
Tell us.
that you are able to use to pull the video surveillance footage. You remember talking to him about that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you believed it was a little off, and I think you said roughly 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Can you tell the jurors, I guess, how do you know that?
Because when I used to compare it with the time that my clerks, my fellow cashiers, they told me about anything I have gotten stolen or anything, they tell me the time. So I used to run it always like 20 minutes off, and then I used to find it around 15 to 10 minutes in between.
Okay. So you would know it sounds like what you're saying is you know the general time that an event occurred. So here, I think your example is someone had taken something from the store, right?
Hmm?
Yes?
Yes.
And then you would then, I guess, take that time and then add, you said, 10 or 15 minutes to that and look in between that time period. Okay. And that's how you would find the event. And
whatever we need to find, yeah.
Okay. I don't think I have anything further, Your Honor.
Just overall, whether it's 10 or 15 minutes, is it fair to say that any times, whether it's on the BP or on the King's Liquor surveillance, are approximate times, not exact?
On King's Liquor, it is an exact time, but on BP, it's a little different.
Is King's Liquor lined up, and I'm not talking about an hour off or 30 minutes off, I'm talking about to the second. Is it lined up with the Fulton County 911 system?
I have no idea about that.
Speculation.
Yeah, I have no idea about this.
If he knows.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
don't know.
Okay. Is it lined up exactly with the FedEx surveillance system, if you know?
I have no idea about it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
Thank you.
We call Mr. Moffett.
Mr. Moffett? I might have that wrong. And that's Schardt creating reasonable doubt on the time, the way the times align according to the state. Oh boy. Yeah, and STS, this is a good point. Let me lower this volume while they bring them out. I don't believe this testimony. Most computer-based products connected to the internet use NDP to synchronize time. And this was more modern, some of the footage that they're capturing. I'd imagine this to be more likely true right now than these older things.
First and last name into the moment for
First name is Moffett, Moffett. Last name is Wells, Wells.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
I am what we call a security specialist with FedEx Corporation.
Okay. And how long have you been a security specialist for FedEx Corporate?
Around about 10 years now.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors a little bit about, I guess, what you do as a security specialist with FedEx Corporate?
In general, just investigations involving company fraud, theft, workplace violences, and also responsible for like our security systems that we have in this area.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors your responsibility as it relates to FedEx? I guess how far do they reach here within the city of Atlanta and further?
As far as my responsibilities, I'm responsible for at least 2 or 3 buildings in Atlanta, moving all the way down to LaGrange and Columbus.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about the security system that each building or that FedEx Corporate has for their facilities. Can you tell the jurors, does that include video surveillance cameras as a part of that?
That does include that.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors, I guess, roughly or generally, how many cameras usually are within the property of a FedEx building, let's say the one located at 401 Windsor Street here in the city of Atlanta?
For a location that size, anywhere between 30 to 35.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked as state's exhibits. 117, Victor, and then 190 through 192, Victor. If you'll just look at those again and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
Okay. We'll start with 190, Victor through 192, Victor. Can you tell the jurors what are those photographs of?
Those are photographs of the FedEx location of 401 Windsor Street.
Okay. And do the photographs fairly and accurately depict how the FedEx facility or the building looked back in March of 2022?
Yes, they're accurate.
And then as it relates to State's Exhibit 117, Victor, can you tell the jurors how you recognize that exhibit?
This is a disc. Looks like it's been copied from from the video surveillance footage that we have.
And prior to your testimony here today, have you had an opportunity to review the footage that's on that disc?
Yes, I did.
And the footage that's on State's Exhibit 117, Victor, is it the same footage that you provided to members of the City of Atlanta Police Department of video surveillance footage from 401 Windsor Street?
It is.
Okay. This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibits 117, Victor through 190. 190 through 192, Victor.
All right, so start that entirely over,
I'm
the
sorry.
numbers.
So it's 117, Victor, and
okay.
190 through
Gotcha.
192,
All right,
Victor.
those are admitted. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
No objection.
Okay, admitted without objection.
Okay. While I am pulling up some of the exhibits, could you explain to the jurors where, I guess, the layout for the FedEx facility that's located off of Windsor Street here in the city of Atlanta?
Well, the layout, a portion of the building sits facing the Windsor Street side of the building. Another portion just faces that I-20 side. And that's pretty much the forward-facing side of the building that's facing the public.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 189, Victor, in the top, I guess, left-hand corner of the exhibit, do you see, I guess, a portion of the side of the FedEx building?
Which one did you say?
I'm sorry, it's also on the screen in front of you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you see in the left-hand, I guess, corner, middle area of that exhibit, the FedEx building?
Yes.
And the street, I guess, that's in the middle of the exhibit and that's in front of the FedEx building, what street is that?
That's Windsor Street.
And if you are to continue to travel on the right-hand side of the street towards the, what you can see is a bridge in the middle back of State's Exhibit 189 Victor, what intersection is that?
I don't know the exact street name, but I know that's the I-20, I guess that would be an I-20 exit.
Okay, an entrance. And then if you were to go, I guess, behind the FedEx building going, if you're traveling on the, I guess, the right-hand side of the left-hand side of the street, you're looking at the exhibit, would you, I guess, get in to the BP gas station and the King's liquor store?
Yes, she'll be heading towards the gas station. At the top of that, there's a hill, top of the hill there.
Oh. Why are we doing this?
Now, if we're looking at that exhibit, can you kind of orient the jurors or explain to the jurors the camera that face, is there a camera that captures part of the street from 401 Windsor Street building for FedEx?
Yeah, there's a camera that faces Windsor Street in the direction of the I-20.
And do you see that camera in Stacy's at 192 Victor?
Yeah, it'll be that right there.
Is it the white, the white camera at the top of the exhibit?
Correct.
Instead of taking the time with the technology to put it up on the Can you explain to the jurors, kind of orient them the camera, I guess, quality as it relates to what it captures outside of the property of the FedEx building into the street, Windsor Street?
It catches the entire street down to there's a traffic signal before you get to the overpass of I-20. Captures all of that area down there.
I want to show you State's Exhibit, or published State's Exhibit 117 Victor, and is this the angle that you just described as it relates to the camera that we could see in State's Exhibit 190 Victor?
Yes, correct.
And were you asked to provide the camera footage from the evening of March 14th of 2022 between 9:30 and 10:30 by City of Atlanta police officers?
Yes, I was.
And now, when you provided the footage to the detectives or members of the City of Atlanta Police Department, did you have any knowledge as to why you were providing them the footage?
No.
Okay. And did you have any involvement in any of the investigation in which they were requesting the footage for?
No.
Okay. Was your only involvement complying with the request from members of the City of Atlanta Police Department, the footage that we see here in State's Exhibit 117 Victor?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And my last question, sir, what we're seeing here in State Exhibit 117, Victor, is this the only camera that captures Windsor Street?
Yes.
Okay. I lied, I do have one more question. So if we're looking at the top of State Exhibit 117, Victor, where it stopped about 4 seconds into the footage, you see at the top, you see the car lights up there?
Yes.
Is the direction in which they're traveling, is that towards the BP gas station, or is that towards the I-20 underpass that you were just describing?
That's towards the I-20 underpass.
So that is my last question.
All right, any questions, defense questions for this witness? Sure.
Mr. Moffett?
It's Wells' last name, but Moffitt's first name is.
Oh. Moffett Wells. My name is Max Schardt. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So, you were asked to provide surveillance footage to the police. What times were you asked for?
I don't remember the exact times. It's been a while, but it was, I guess there was a subpoena that was submitted, and we gave it footage for those hours.
Okay, but you don't remember the exact times?
I don't remember the exact times right now, no.
Okay, and Are there any timestamps on the videos that you provided?
I don't see a timestamp on there. It looks like it gives a date range, I mean, a time range, but not a timestamp, from what I'm looking at.
Okay. And when you're able to view this offsite in the system, does it have times in?
Some of our systems do, some of them don't, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, I want you to be honest with me, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And does FedEx, to your knowledge, take pains to sync their surveillance systems or the times on their surveillance systems with any other surveillance systems or government entities or anything like that?
No, these are all independent. Our system is independent of everybody else's. It's just, it's a company that we use that just runs our system.
Okay, and so you cannot say that your surveillance system, the times on it would be synced to phone records or Sprint or anything like that?
No, I can't say that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Redirect.
Just one question.
Sure.
I'm going to pull up State Exhibit 67, Victor Victor. And what you're looking at in State Exhibit 67, Victor Victor, is this, I guess, a close-up view of the underpass that you described earlier from the video footage in State Exhibit 117, Victor Victor?
Yeah, that appears to be, I mean, as far as I know, as much as I go there, yeah, that appears to be the same thing.
Okay. I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state called investigator Nico Flores, and Your Honor, this is one of them.
He's going to be longer. All right, let's take a, no?
Yes, he's going to be
Not on
longer, but
camera.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, let's take a break.
Okay, a longer witness. All right, so I would guess, but who knows, right? Who knows? That this detective is finally about to give us some narrative. Like, how do these pieces fit together? The fingerprints and the surveillance footage. What did we do with this information? Why did we think it was these guys? So,
I don't know, where am I? One of the witnesses that shouldn't be shown on camera. Okay, got it.
Are they actually gonna go on break?
We'll be back whenever the jury's have their break.
Okay, so they're actually taking a recess. There we go, you guys. So, I mean, I don't really have much to say because I think a lot of my thoughts will come across when we see how this detective takes a stand. And hopefully this detective is about to tell us about the Shymel Drinks investigation. And it's not another one of these instances where we're just going to talk about something else for the next 30 minutes after you heard all this other stuff about a different incident. Hopefully we keep this focused on the same thing. After we see where they go with Detective Flores, I'll probably have plenty of commentary. The FedEx guy, didn't really move the needle. He's important because he's the one that procured, he turned over the surveillance that was coming from the FedEx building of that intersection. That guy probably didn't want to be called to testify, although I guess it's what he gets paid to do. Not really that significant of a witness, just a vehicle to get this footage. Shout out to McDonald's on Cleveland in the chat saying, nobody cares about these cameras, they care about my cameras. And also, we want to end the lies. We gave APD all our footage. Right, I really don't think that this is beyond the realm of possibility that maybe they did actually get this camera footage, but where did it go? Where did it go? And why did that happen to disappear if that's the case? Why? So, either they could have gotten it and didn't, or they did get it, and where did it go? Shout out to McDonald's on Cleveland. Also love the green background. Good attention to detail there. STS, our resident tech guy here, helping us out here. I really think this is sticking with me. This is more modern technology. I mean, he said the clerk made it seem, not the clerk, the owner, made it seem like he offset the cameras at one of his facilities on purpose. And that's a little weird to me because if you have a convenience store and a gas station that both have cameras, and for whatever reason you think it's beneficial to have your clocks on your equipment offset at the one store, I mean, if you ask me, liquor stores get robbed. Liquor stores have shenanigans happen in them, and if they're right near each other, you know, wouldn't you kind of use the same practice at both? So I don't know. That was just weird to me. And STS says not on network time protocol, like it's not on the uniform time. So I think Schardt, I mean, has plenty of room here to say there's reasonable doubt about the timing, how these timestamps align. And maybe the state can fight this and make it more precise, make the jury see that, no, we do actually have a fine estimate of the time that certain individuals were at the gas station and when they would have been at this intersection, right? Hey, Jesse. Shout out to Jesse. For whatever reason, it doesn't have... Every time they've played Jesse, there's been no sound. So I don't even have to mute him today. But yeah, something is a little bit weird about this window of time. And again, it's the state's job to remove this doubt beyond, you know, reasonable doubt. Don't know if they're getting there. Gina Samino says the judge and witness are visibly over this trial. Like I said, I mean, the whole chat's kind of said it. Juror 56 is kind of speaking something into existence that a lot of people feel. So, yeah, Whitaker's like, move it along. Have your revolving door of witnesses ready. Thank you for that, too. Jennifer Devine says, Abate, say something. I am getting over you. Oh, man. Yeah, and that's it. I don't know. Why are they muting those ads? That's interesting. I wonder if there's a real reason. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm really excited to see what happens with this investigator, because that's where we're going to see what the investigator tried to make of the little bit that they're working with. KC Dog says, let one more Post Malone Raising Cane's commercial play. Oh, hold on. Is he doing a collaboration with Raising Cane's? That's kind of funny. I haven't seen those. I mean, my ads are always for like software or something. Maybe it's for the better, right? So I don't get like a food craving because I see a commercial. Shout out to KC Dog. Ms. Kim says, good morning all. Every day is a good day if you choose it to be. Get well soon, FFS. Big shout out to FFS out here. Yeah, he gets the all caps pass. If you guys want, we could do a 60-second all cap session. It's been a little bit. Or all BAPs, as some would say. And also, Miss Kim's always love the positive message. You're always supporting this channel and giving a positive message to everybody that's here. So thank you so much. Young Dro says, you're a brilliant cat. Truly the GOAT on YouTube. I do try, but I wouldn't put myself up there all the way. Very kind of you to say, though. I appreciate it. Touche says, I just have this mental... This had me rolling, guys. I just have this mental image of Love sitting somewhere with binoculars, waiting to pounce on a probation violation. Just sitting in the bushes with her binoculars. Not unlike Detective Viverito doing her investigation. Oh my goodness. Love to picture this. Thank you so much, Touche. KC Dog says movie role auditions will be miles long. Yeah, so I saw Nosy Wren post it. And I don't know the original TikTok creator. Let's see. Let's find Nosy Wren. Or actually, I'm getting two videos confused, I think. Let me find them. Because one of them was a video set to a song. I don't think I can play it. I think they'll strike it. But the other was a movie casting. Sorry, Nosy Ren posts a lot. A lot of content here for me to scroll through. But I am determined to find it. I think it had like Larry David as Bruce Harvey. Here is the first one I mentioned. You'll recognize a familiar sitcom with footage from this trial set to the theme song. So check that out if you want. And where was this casting call? Oh, so Nosy Ren made this. Okay, so let's check this out. So for Brian Steele, we have Adrian Brody. There we go. Let me get a link here. I should have warned Steph before I played this. Steph, look at your screen. The middle name. There we go. Let me link to this, you guys. Make sure you show Nosy some love. We'll call this the casting. And that wasn't Dr. Phil. This is David Cross, right? I'm not tripping, right? This is David Cross. That's Doug Weinstein, not Dr. Phil. I saw someone say in the chat. Flip back over here so you guys know we're not missing anything. Still on a break. FFS, love your message. Can everyone please be respectful to everyone in the chat? Guys, I know today's a big day, especially in the United States. Big shout out to the mods for holding it down and the chat for giving the mods not a hard time, right? So big thank you to you guys today. I also saw Ian Runkle is doing like a Canadian stream watch tonight for anyone that needs to decompress from American news today on the election. So Ian Runkle is going to be doing a Canadian stream just to help you get your mind off things if you're stressed out, which I thought was really cool. FFS also very kindly gifting 2 memberships here. Thank you, FFS. STS says, Simon says, thank you, meow. And I think that's because I said we have some good-looking pets in the chat, too, because of all your avatars when you guys use your dogs or cats as pets. And sometimes hedgehogs. Sometimes hedgehogs make an avatar appearance. Always love to see it. FFS, another sprinkled gifted membership. Thank you so much. KC Dog. Every time someone's looking at this, so many cameras today, we don't have Mr. Steele. KC Dog says, Steele enters the room. All heads turn in disbelief. Someone gasps, Your Honor, did the state ever produce the video from McDonald's? Right, just one more final time. Can you let us know? KC Dog also says, brah, y'all lost, just give it up, lol. The Thorpe, guys, I'm telling you, like, when it happened, my guess was that was a huge win for the defense. The attorneys are acknowledging that that may have been the biggest win of this trial. What went down with Detective Thorpe's second time on the stand. Huge, huge, huge. So, excited to hear a little bit more about that. And I'm really bad at doing panels and organ, because I'm bad with commitment, right? My biggest commitment in life is showing up to Nick Starrow's panel stream, which sometimes I sit in the chat because I want to listen to the other guests. But that's like my biggest commitment. But I am Doug Weinstein, guys. We're going to do a stream when this trial's over. And Doug did give in a month or so estimate for that. So I'm really excited to do what I guess would be more like an interview or conversation. I know Doug goes on a bunch of channels. He's very generous with his time and his insights, sharing his insights on what he can share with the general public. Gives us really great access and insight into the process. But I'm really excited to have this conversation with Doug. Love Doug for his advocacy for his client in so many ways. So really excited, and I plan to take a little bit of a different approach, kind of let Doug steer the ship a little bit, and really cannot wait. But he says that this Thorpe win, probably the biggest of this trial. So again, show the love to these attorneys today. Very, very excited. And hope you guys can join, right? It'll be like a holiday party. So, and let's see here. Casey Dog also says, just got my subpoena to testify next. Yeah, just add to the witness list. I was at a concert in Atlanta 10 years ago. I mean, everyone else is testifying, so why not? LOL. Atkins, hand me the pointer. Oh, man. I really hope they just condense this witness list. They really should, after this juror this morning said, look, I'm going to be biased against the state if they keep dragging this out, right? The time management is an issue for this juror. The state's time management, because it's their case in chief. And it's going to create a bias issue for me, right? The state needs to listen to that, read the room, make the adjustments. They're getting through a lot of witnesses today, but I think that's the nature of the types of witnesses they're calling, right? They're kind of establishing how they got a hold of these videos. So I don't really think that we're getting through a lot of witnesses today because they're adjusting. I think this is just the segment of witnesses. They're going to be short in nature, right? So we'll see how they do with this questioning of Detective Flores. Kiss and Pink says, juror pending case equals the state doesn't know who did it. Right. And I wonder, all of that, they had a break. They just got back from lunch. I would imagine that the first thing for most jurors, unless they get immediately distracted by something, you know, they're attentive. You just got to walk around, move around. You just sat down. So the itis isn't kicking in yet from your lunch because you just sat down. And you get Thorpe up there for like less than a minute. And all you hear him say is that they didn't complete an investigation into something. And to me, it sounds like that's probably the Ford and McMiller shooting. But whether it's about the Ford and McMiller shooting or the Shymel Drinks shooting 2 days later, either way, that's not a good look. And if the jury's confused and assumes that that's about the Shymel Drinks murder, when it might not be, it might be about the shooting that happened 2 days before that the state thinks is the cause of the Shymel Drinks shooting. I think it's even worse if the jurors are confused what Thorpe was even referring to. You just have Thorpe get back up on there and say, no, we didn't complete that investigation. It's still pending. Why are we here? Why are we here for this? And why are we hearing about this? Right? So, don't think the state is doing any better today. Good to see you, Kiss and Pink. Black Butterfly, loved this. We had pulled this up while it was happening. You know, we're getting questions from Schardt about potential gunshot residue. Did you test for it? You know, questions about the entry of bullets into the car. What window? Entrance should have been coming from the right, according to the witness. Very good questions there from Schardt. Can't wait to rewatch and catch any details I might have missed. But Black Butterfly is recalling a great point here. We saw Schardt get these questions out with Detective Hogan, even though Detective Hogan took the stand for a different incident, the Jamari Holmes murder. Schardt got up there and said, you know, did you happen to test the van in this incident for gunshot residue? Well, no, we never got a search warrant. And I'm pretty sure Schardt got into, well, but you got to test some things about the victim's car because you were able to, or not the victim's car because the car was stolen, but the car that the victim was in. You got to do some testing there because you were able to impound that vehicle, right? Greater access to the victim's cars because you're able to impound that a bit easier. You get to search it. So what do you think the parallel here is? If in the Shymel Drinks murder, Shymel Drinks passes away, he's dead in the car. That's the victim in this incident. His car's stuck at the light. State has the opportunity to test for gunshot residue. They don't test anywhere else, even though they're running around on March 14th trying to get as much information as they can. And I don't know if we'll get Hogan back. But if we do, I don't know, there's a lot here. I think Schardt is doing fantastic questioning in advance, right? So if he can get something out of one witness that could become helpful to him to talk about dozens of witnesses later. Again, and thank you, chat. Thank you, Ayana, in the chat. The shiesty mask, that cloth mask that like comes up from the clavicle area, almost like you unravel a turtleneck. It comes up. It's not just like a strap around your ears. But the shiesty type of mask, that's the mask that Schardt asked all these questions when Kenneth Copeland was on the stand. Right? Really important, because I don't know if the jurors went through the same thought process, but when the state showed this very selective clip at the gas station. Oh, 2 men in a mask. Oh my God, that's crazy. It looks like they're going to rob the place. I think that's the reaction the state expected by showing that very curated, selected, time-stamped clip. Well, we heard earlier about these shiesty masks. And if we were listening and paying attention to Kenneth Copeland, they're not anything out of the ordinary or unusual. People are wearing them all the time as a fashion statement post-COVID. And then Schardt also gets up there and shows us a different clip from that surveillance footage where a random customer is wearing a different mask, right? Just remind us all that masks were common at this point in time. And it's subtle enough. It's a visual thing. Something that you can piece together without Schardt having to say
then
it.
we'll get the jury out.
So very awesome lawyering there by Schardt as well.
What's our time estimate now? I know y'all weren't quite sure we'd go through the end of the day.
He's our last witness, Charlotte.
Well, I'm not saying drag him out, but but y'all weren't able to get anybody else. Okay. All right, I really would, as we're moving forward, let's really try to make the most of every day. And I'd rather go closer to 6 than closer to 5 so that we can,
And
you
before
know,
2025.
get done at some point.
Look at Doug.
I do believe that it's a very strong likelihood that the state will rest, if not by the end of next week, by the following week. So,
Okay,
I mean,
well, that would be good. I'm just trying to factor in the fact that we've got jury charges that I do not think are going to be the most simple any of us have ever tackled, and that's going to take some time, and we've got holidays, and anyway, we can deal with all that later, but I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, ready for the jury. And I know y'all aren't going to be able to do a complete jury charge request by Monday, but can y'all start trying to put something together and at least give us something to start working on?
Mr. Weinstein's working.
Thank you. Okay.
That's by Mr. Schardt.
I love it. Thank you.
I'm always willing to fill in for him.
Yeah, this is not true.
No, I'm willing.
Are they even gonna call Martinez Arnold? Because the stuff with Duke Martinez Arnold is related to, you know, the Shell Kell thing, that they think that Duke got beat up at Magic City, and that's kind of excluded, and Underwood didn't really get back into that. Like, are they just not gonna talk about their theory of how Duke got together with Yak, and they were supposedly out on the prowl trying to get their get back against Shell Kell? Also, Martinez Arnold, remember, it was Yak, Martinez Arnold, and Jeffrey Williams that were charged with having the machine gun with the 2022 search of Jeffrey Williams' home we saw yesterday. Are they just gonna, like, I mean, maybe they'll call him tomorrow or next week. That's not a lot of time.
To the present time.
Thank you. All right, if you won't mind swearing our next witness, and we can just go by last name.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give today. Hold to number 2. Yes, sir. I have seen. We need you to pronounce your first initial and your last name. Spell your last name on the paper.
Okay. N as in Nancy, Flores, Flores.
And where are you currently employed?
Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department?
since 2015.
And what is your current role with the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm an investigator in the gang unit
And how long have you been in the gang unit?
since 2020.
And within the gang unit, do you have a particular shift that you work?
Yes, day shift.
Day
Day
shift?
shift, yeah.
How long have you been on day shift?
Since 2020.
And what are some of your job duties and responsibilities as an investigator in the gang unit?
To investigate gang activities, gang crimes, gang violence, document gang members and their associates.
And as a gang investigator, do you at times have to respond to crime scenes?
Yes.
When would the gang unit be tasked with responding to a crime scene?
When requested per the zone supervisor or zone officer.
Are there certain types of crimes in which you usually get these calls for?
Yes. Homicide, robberies, aggravated assaults, just anything under the sun that they feel like, gang investigator needs to respond to.
Hang on just a second. If you hear an objection, if you don't mind waiting until I rule on it, and then if I sustain it, then
Yes, sir.
we'll move on. If I overrule, you can answer, but hold on for just a second.
Yes, Your Honor.
Speculation, testify to the motives of others.
I'm going to overrule that.
And investigator, if you could speak up for me a little and speak
Okay.
into the mic. Do you sometimes respond to shootings if there's a shooting at a home or multiple shots fired to a home?
Yes.
When you respond to a crime scene, what do you do as a part of your investigation?
We tend to interview victim witnesses, trying to find a gang connection, a gang nexus within the crime.
And I know you said you worked the day shift. Are there times with members of the gang unit are on an on-call, in an on-call capacity?
Yes.
How does that work?
Typically after our shift, there's an on-call investigator that get called out by a supervisor or the zone per their request.
And does that on-call investigator work the overnight shift?
No.
So when you're on call, what would make the on-call detective get called out to the scene versus you, if you're on duty, getting called out to the scene?
We're typically on duty, we're on the clock, so we'll respond during our regular shift. The responsibility of an on-call investigator after hours, typically when they're off the clock, that they respond to the incident.
I want to take you back to March 16, 2022. Were you in the same position that you're currently in with the gang unit?
Yes.
And on that day, did you have the occasion to respond to 2830 Waters Road in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
Let me ask, what was the weather that evening? Do you recall?
It was dark and it was raining.
And when you responded, do you remember about what time you responded to that location?
It was about 2:30 a.m.
And were you on duty or were you on call that evening?
I was on call that evening.
And I'm sorry, I said in the evening.
That morning.
That morning.
Yeah, that morning.
Why did you respond to that location?
Sergeant Suazo advised dispatch to reach out to the on-call gang investigator, which was me, and they called me and I responded to the scene.
Did you respond with anyone else?
No.
Did any other gang unit investigators meet you at the location?
Yes.
Who was that?
Investigator Dabney.
Did anyone else respond to the scene with you and Investigator Dabney?
Yes.
Who was that?
Investigator Viverito.
At the time, back in March of 2022, where was Investigator Viverito working?
The Fulton County DA's office.
Once you arrived to the scene, tell the jurors what you found when you got to the scene.
2830 Waters Road. The house was shot up, multiple shell casings on the ground. Vehicles in the yard. A vehicle was parked directly in front of the house. That's about it. From the first walk up, that's my first observation of the house.
And when you made that first observation, what, if anything, did you do?
I spoke to Sergeant Suazo, and he briefed me on, what transpired before my arrival.
After receiving that information, what did you do?
I went inside to speak to one of the victims that was inside the home.
Do you recall who you spoke with?
Cavante Battle.
And without saying what he said, was he able to provide you information?
Yes.
After speaking with Mr. Battle, what, if anything, did you do?
I went outside to speak to the individuals that was inside the vehicles.
And when you said they were inside of vehicles, what vehicles were they inside of?
Marked patrol car.
And to your knowledge, were these individuals detained or arrested, or neither?
Detained at the time.
When you were inside of, when you spoke with Mr. Battle, was that inside of the house?
Yes.
Did you notice any camera or surveillance systems inside of the house?
Yes.
Permission to approach your honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 163 VV. Tell me if you recognize this in the 163 VV.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
That was a TV on the wall with the surveillance cameras.
And does that appear to look like the TV on the wall with the surveillance cameras that you saw back on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 163 VV into evidence.
163?
Yes.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
Now, at the time, is this the surveillance video that you looked at or that you saw inside of the home when you went inside?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not any of the surveillance videos were collected on that night on March 16, 2022?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, it wasn't collected?
Oh, no, it wasn't collected.
Now, you said that after you spoke with Mr. Battle, you went back outside and you spoke with some other individuals. Who did you speak with?
The next individual was Miles Farley.
Oh my God, sorry. It's me buffering, pulling
And
these links.
was Mr. Farley able to provide you any information about what had occurred?
No.
Did you speak with anyone else?
Yes.
Who else did you speak with?
Shannon Jackson.
Okay. And where was Mrs. Jackson when you spoke with him?
In the rear of a patrol vehicle as well.
Was he able to provide you any information about what occurred that evening?
No.
Okay. Was he able to provide you any information about any of the vehicles that you had saw inside at the home?
Yes.
What was he able to tell you?
He identified a white Audi as his.
All right. And was he able to tell you which, were there multiple Audis outside?
Yes, it was a silver and a white one.
Okay. Was he able to tell you which one?
Yes, the white one.
All right. And did you ultimately take pictures of that Audi?
Yes. Yes.
Did you speak with anyone else?
Yes.
Do you recall who else you spoke with?
Okay, my bad. This is my fault because I'm grabbing these Waters Road links
DAMEKION
from the past.
GARLINGTON, Cortez Arnold, Craig White. But it was just basic demographics, names, and stuff like that. They weren't able to provide any information about the incident that occurred.
Okay. And with Mr. Garlington, where did you speak with him at?
Rear remark patrol vehicle.
Now, with Mr. Garlington, Mr. Farley, and Mr. Jackson, were they all in the same vehicle or different vehicles?
Separate.
And on March 16, 2022, did you take any pictures of those three individuals?
Yes.
And did you take pictures of the cars that were at the home?
Yes.
And did you take pictures of the white Audi that Mr. Jackson said that he rode, that was the car that he was using?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 164 VV to 169 VV. Tell me if you recognize 164 VV to 169 VV.
Yes, I recognize.
How do you recognize 164 VV to 169 VV?
There were all the photos I taken.
And are those the photos you took on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the photos that you took on March 16, 2022?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 464 VV through 169 VV.
Okay.
164 through 169?
VV.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Um,
Yes, those are admitted.
Thank you. We're going to start with 166 VV. Looking at State's Exhibit 166 VV, who did you take a picture of?
Shannon Jackson.
And what is he wearing?
Pink hoodie with a pink skull cap.
And does the hoodie have any particular words on the front of the hoodie?
I see letters, but can't really make out what word.
We're going to try to zoom in for you.
INLY.
Okay.
Not really.
We'll look at 167 VV.
Oh.
Who is in 167 VV?
Miles Farley.
And do you see an item inside of his left pocket?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever ask him what that was or take that item out of his pocket?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Okay. Looking at 168 VV. Who is in 168 VV?
DAMEKION GARLINGTON.
All right. And now looking at 169 VV. Is that the area where some of the cars were that you, when you took the pictures on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
All right. And now looking at 164 VV and 165 VV. Now, is this the white Audi that Mr. Jackson said was his car?
Yes.
All right. Now, what is the tag number on that vehicle?
It's a Maryland tag 8ED7071.
I'm going to approach with what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 118W. Do you see that same tag on State's Exhibit 118W?
Yes.
And have you seen an exhibit like this before?
Not this one though.
Not this one particular. Have you seen this? Do you know what the LPR readers are?
Yes.
Have you seen this as an LPR reader?
Oh, yes.
All right. What is the date and time of this last LPR read on State's Exhibit 118 VV, page 1?
3/14/2022 at 4:31 p.m.
And I'm also now looking at page 5 of State's Exhibit 118 VV. Do you see an LPR read at 9:49:06 p.m.?
Yes.
And is it for that same tag number 8ED7071?
Yes.
We just, I'm sorry, can we clarify the date that we're talking about time?
Is that March 14, 2022?
Yes, March 14, 2022 at 9:49 p.m.
And what was the location of that read?
Windsor Street Southwest, northbound, and Richardson Street Southwest.
Now I want to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 116 VV. And while we're waiting for that to pull up, after you spoke with each of those individuals, and you took the pictures, did you have any other involvement in what occurred on March 16, 2022?
No.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 116 VV with camera 3 at approximately 1 minute and 44 seconds. Do you see an individual in that video with the same clothing in which Mr. Jackson had on March 16th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the similar same pink hoodie?
Yes.
All right. And do you also see the same pink kind of skull cap as well?
Yes.
Now I want to show you same Exhibit 116 VV, but camera 14. And we're just going to play starting at 2:19. I want to pause. Did you see the individual that kind of spun around?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at when you, when you went to 2830 Waters Road on March 16th, is that the same individual, Miles Farley, that we just saw in this video?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the item that's on his head in that video?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe it?
Looks to be a burgundy skull cap.
And I'll just zoom in. I don't think we're able to zoom in. Okay. And was that the same person you spoke to on March 16th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to direct your attention to March 17th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to an address on Meadowlark Lane in East Point, Georgia?
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
Undercover officers got behind the white Audi A5 with the Maryland tag 8E.
I'm going to object to A, hearsay, but also to the witness reading off the report.
Sustained.
Okay. Without reading off of the report, why did you respond to the location?
Undercover officers got behind a white Audi A5 with Mr. Jackson being the driver, leaving Chick-fil-A. He was a suspect of an incident that occurred the day before.
How do you?
You may.
All right, so we're going to count this as a third objection, this approach. We'll see what happens with it. Oh, man. We're also doing a little bit of a fun exercise over on X. Do you think the state can make it to the end of their case in chief, without a mistrial motion? Oh my gosh. I don't know. Yeah, everyone's saying no. Nope, can't do it. Not at all. Big ol' nope. And also, big thank you here. Heart of Inspiration. Loving, Heart of Inspiration called this the Paige Whitaker energy this week with the readings. The astrology is aligned for Paige to be done playing these games. Heart of Inspiration called it. But also very nicely gifted 5 memberships. So hearts in the chat for Heart of Inspiration. And if you guys don't already follow, I'm going to drop her channel link.
Let me
Reese,
first
get it
ask
together.
you, when you responded to the
Foundation.
incident at Waters Road on March 16th, was there anyone arrested at the Waters Road incident that you responded to?
No.
Okay. When you responded to the Waters Road incident, were the individuals there considered victims in that case on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you had gotten behind the white vehicle because Mr. Jackson was a suspect. You said in the day before. Was he a suspect in the incident that happened on March 14th, 2022, a homicide?
Oh, yes, March 14th, yes.
Okay. Once you, let me ask you this. Did you ever make it to the location in East Point, Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. What happened once you arrived at the location?
I walked to the rear where officers detained 2 individuals, and I picked up a skull cap and a backpack.
Where was the skull cap in the book bag when you recovered those items?
In the bushes directly behind the house.
And that house, was that a residential home?
Yes.
Once you recovered the book bag, did you look inside of the bag?
Yes.
What, if anything, was inside of the bag?
Narcotics.
Once you looked inside the book bag, what, if anything, did you do with the book bag and the narcotics inside of the book bag?
I held on to it until I was instructed to hand it over to another investigator,
What investigator?
Investigator Belknap.
And then did Investigator Belknap take control and custody of the book bag along with the narcotics?
Yes.
Permission to approach around?
You may.
Look at Schardt.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 201 BV and 200 BV. Tell me if you recognize what 201 BV and you can look inside the contents. Before pulling it out, just look inside of 200 VV.
Yes, I recognize.
And first starting with 201 BV, how do you recognize 201 BV?
This was the backpack recovered in the bushes behind the house.
And is that the book bag that had the narcotics in it?
Yes.
All right. And now looking at 200 VV, how do you recognize 200 VV?
This was the hat recovered as well with the book bag. Skull cap, I mean.
And do they appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you found them back on March 17th, 2022?
Yes.
At this time, the state would like to admit 200 VV and 201 VV into evidence.
No objection.
All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
That you found outside.
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to pull back up 168 VV and next to State's Exhibit 116 VV at 217. Looking at State's Exhibit 116 VV, which is on your right-hand side, and 168 VV, which is on your left, do you see the item that's on Mr. Farley's head?
Yes.
Do you see a similar looking item in his pocket on the left-hand side?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for one moment. I have no further questions.
Oh, okay.
Maine Police Court. Investigator Flores, good afternoon. My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Seems like we got 3 different dates to talk about. March 14th,
14.
March 16th, and March 17th.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to try to go from one to the other to stay organized here.
All right, I got you.
Let's start with the last one first, March 17th.
Okay.
Okay? That was the day that my client Mr. Stillwell, you said Mr. Jackson, we're talking about the same person, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That was the day he was arrested on warrants for the March 14th homicide, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about, you talked about people were following or pursuing the car to this address that you responded to. Were you part of the pursuit?
No.
Okay. The car that was located on Meadowlark Drive, where Mr. Stillwell was arrested, was a white Audi, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The same white Audi that was present on March 16th,
Correct.
and the same white Audi that he is alleged to have used in a horrible crime on March 14th. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you indicated that you found a book bag with drugs or narcotics in them, correct?
Correct.
And that was in some bushes at that Meadowlark Drive address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Present at the address was Mr. Stillwell, but also another individual by name of QUAMARVIOUS NICHOLS, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see who had control of that book bag?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that, do you know what Atlanta Phoenix, APD Phoenix is?
Yes.
That's helicopters, correct?
Yeah.
That can follow pursuit,
Yeah.
okay? Are you aware if APD Phoenix, let me ask you this, do they record from the air?
Yes.
Are you aware if APD Phoenix caught on video who discarded the book bag full of narcotics into the bushes?
Yes.
Okay. Was it Mr. Stillwell?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Your understanding is that Mr. Nichols was also in the Audi on the way to that Meadowlark Drive address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it would certainly be illegal for Mr. Nichols or Mr. Stillwell, for that matter, to be in possession of narcotics in a book bag, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was Mr. Stillwell charged with those narcotics?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. I'd like to move back to the first date, March 14th, 2022. You were present at the scene on Windsor Street that night, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were called to the scene. Who called you to the scene?
Dispatch.
Okay. What time did you arrive at the scene?
Oof. I don't remember.
Okay. Did you write any reports regarding your work on the night of March 14th, 2022?
I believe it was an internal memo with no report.
Okay. Now, when you arrived, there was a deceased gentleman in a red Versa, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You did not recognize the deceased when you arrived, did you?
No.
Okay. You were a gang investigator for APD since 2020, correct?
Correct.
Your focus is on the gangs of Atlanta, the members within those gangs, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you did not recognize Mr. Shymel Drinks?
Correct.
Okay, in fact, later on in that night, law enforcement had to use a GBI scanner to use his fingerprints to determine his identity, correct?
No, I believe his ID was on scene.
Okay, okay. Either way, you did not recognize it?
No.
Okay. Now, the state just had you compare some photos of Mr. Stillwell and also of Mr. Miles Farley, correct? Remember that? Side by sides?
Yeah.
Okay, you recognize the left part of those side by sides as being from the BP surveillance from March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was the night of the Shymel Drinks homicide.
Correct.
On that surveillance, you identified, I think just now, Mr. Stillwell wearing a hoodie and a pink hat, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's move to to March 16th of 2022. Okay. You respond to 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Correct.
All right, and let's just be clear. You responded and located Mr. Stillwell. I don't know if you located him, but Mr. Stillwell was at the residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you and other law enforcement strictly viewed him as a victim for March 16th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The incident involved someone shooting at that house repeatedly.
Correct.
Okay. And by the time you arrived, Mr. Stillwell was in the back of a police car.
Correct.
Okay. Wearing the exact same clothes from the BP video, or at least the exact same hoodie and distinctive pink hat.
Correct.
Okay. When you arrived, you sought to speak to Mr. Stillwell. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. He was not under arrest.
No.
He was detained as a victim.
Correct.
Okay. He was not legally obligated to answer your questions.
Correct.
Okay. And you asked some questions about March 16th. What had happened?
Correct.
Okay. And you said he didn't provide any information, but in fact, he said he was present and people shot at the house. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. But importantly, you asked him what car he was driving, correct?
Not he was driving. I asked him what car was his.
Okay, you asked him what car was his. And this is 2 days after you were alleging, you being the police, he used a white Audi in a homicide.
I don't think that was known at that time.
Is there not video at the BP?
I don't think that was collected the night of the incident.
It was. We just had so much testimony on that.
Well, you asked him
Look at
2
Schardt.
days after a homicide that the police are accusing him of, what car is his? And he is not legally obligated to answer any of your questions, is he?
Correct.
And he told you, while wearing the exact same hoodie an exact same hat that he was wearing in that BP video, he told you that white Audi is mine, didn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't hide that fact.
No.
So why would he be wearing the same clothes and tell you the car if he was trying to hide and cover up some conspiracy to murder?
Besides those 3 days, was that all the work you did on this case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, is there a redirect? All right. On March 16th, let me back up. On March 14th, you said you responded to the homicide of Shymel Drinks. Is that fair?
Yes.
Had you seen the surveillance video when you arrived on March 14th, 2022?
No.
So did you know that Mr. Stillwell was in that surveillance video when you went to the house on March 16th, 2022?
No.
So why did you think the hat and hoodie were significant?
For the homicide case, who was the lead detective? Do you know?
I don't even remember.
Viverito, you mentioned her earlier.
On March 16th, 2022, do you know if they had solved the homicide yet?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, they had not?
No, I don't know if they solved it or not.
You said that you arrived at 2830 Waters Road on March 16th at about 2:30 a.m. on March 16th?
Yes.
Do you know what time the homicide occurred on March 14th?
No. I know it was early morning hours that I responded to that as well.
What time did you think you responded to the homicide?
Maybe 1 a.m.
And so would that be 1 a.m. on March 15th?
Correct. Sounds about right.
So when you asked Mr. Stillwell about that vehicle, did you know at the time that he was connected to that vehicle at the gas station?
No.
Do you know if it was after he told you it was his car that they connected him to what they saw in the surveillance video at the gas station?
So did you not use the plate readers?
They connected the dots about 2 to 3 days later.
And that's your memory of it?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. If you saw him at 2:30 a.m. on the 16th, on March 16th in the morning, and you were arresting him on March 17th.
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
thinking about the 14th. From the 14th.
So to be clear, on the morning of March 16th, when he's telling you about this vehicle that is his, you have not connected him to the homicide that happened on March 14th, 2020?
No.
I have no further questions.
She was sounding like she was cleaning up detective
Mr. Flores,
problems.
you used a couple terms. Solved, connected the dots. Says who?
I said those words?
Yeah. You agree with them? Who? Says who you?
Hang on.
They says who about what?
Overruled.
Who says you solved anything?
I didn't solve anything.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you again. It's not about what dots you connected. If you do 2022,
Hold on,
you
one
would
crime
know
just
what
jumped.
you did or didn't do, correct?
Hold on.
I'm not talking about what the police know. I'm talking about what you would know.
Correct.
That was
Okay.
weird.
And Mr. Stillwell knowing about March 14, 2000.
Sorry, we're gonna redo it. I don't know why it jumped like that. It could have been the court camera. But I don't want to miss a single word.
To be clear, on the morning of March 16th, when he's telling you about this vehicle that is his, you have not connected him to the homicide that happened on March 14th, 2020?
No.
I have no further questions.
Investigator Flores, you used a couple terms. Solved, connected the dots. Says who?
I said those words?
Yeah. You agree with them? Who? Says who you?
Hang on.
They says who about what?
Overruled.
Who says you solved anything?
I didn't solve anything.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you again. It's not about what dots you connected. If you do 2022,
Okay, so it jumps there. That's the court.
you would know what you did or didn't do, correct? I'm not talking about what the police know. I'm talking about what you would know.
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Stillwell, knowing about March 14, 2022, and what he did or didn't do, never shied away from owning that Audi, did he?
Objection on speculation.
Overruled.
Didn't even hesitate. He said, that's the car that I am driving, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I think this is our last witness. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to remind you that you're to decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during this trial and the law, as I will later explain it to you. Remember, you can consider only the evidence that's admitted in this courtroom. Don't do any research on your own. Don't use the internet or any other source to find out any information about this case or about the law, or to find out kind of anything hypothetically that you're wondering about this case. Don't watch, read, or listen to any accounts of this trial, whether online, social media, radio, anything. And don't discuss this case with anyone, or let anybody discuss this case with you or around you, or even amongst yourselves, until you have retired to deliberate as a jury at the close of the evidence. And I will see y'all in the morning at 9. All right, anything we need to put on the record before we break for the day?
Just my daily inquiry about what the agenda is for tomorrow
Okay.
from the state.
We covered a lot of witnesses today. Good job, thank you.
We're trying 11, Your Honor. That's our normal number.
Are there going to be any witnesses tomorrow that aren't on this week's list?
No.
Okay. Is that what y'all need to know, basically, then?
And everyone, if I'm looking for what I did before this morning, but everyone, I'm partnering with my team, but everyone on page 1 should be here tomorrow, so, except for number 1. So number 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Guys, interrupt for a second.
Yes. And then number 7 on page 2 should be here tomorrow. Number 10 on page 3. Number 20 on page 4. Number 22 on page 5. For number 24, we have a different custodian of records, but the custodian will be here. And then we should be able to go in order from 25 on. I know the court said we want to go to 5:36, so we're going to try to make it work to get to 5:36.
Thank you. I'm at least 5:30.
Okay.
Okay.
Could I just make an inquiry of the state? Mr. Arnold, number 1, do you know when you plan on having him?
There we
in?
go.
We're still making some decisions about that. We talked about whether or not Mr. One will be here or not.
Okay.
They don't want to call him.
Okay.
They don't want to call
If
him.
he is going to be, is it still the date y'all had contemplated previously, or might that change?
Given how fast we're
All right, y'all just make sure you keep Ms. Merchant apprised.
we will.
She wanted 5 days' notice. Okay. All right, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
As it relates to one of the witnesses that we requested to not be on camera, there are some members of staff of the Atlanta Police Department who would like to further explain to the court.
Yeah, that was
Gave
Starks. Okay. Are they available now? Okay. Do you want to do that up at the bench, or how do you want to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
As this is a whole mess. This is a whole mess. Like,
For whatever this discussion is there going to be anything else? Okay.
The state will be sending Ms. Percival an email in regards to a witness issue for Your Honor to
Okay.
look at.
Do you want to approach up here to the bench and somebody from,
all right, so they're like going back and forth with this camera. Earlier today, guys, especially because of the Steele appeal in the Damone Blalock case, we talked about the Leah Abbasi, Adam Abate debacle, where Adam Abate tried to play like they didn't just pull an okey doke with calling Bernard Mitchell, BJ, to the stand when we were discussing the Jamari Holmes murder, right? Just did a little switcheroo there and acted like it was no big deal. And Leah Abbasi said, hold on, you know, you've been having the sheriffs transport both Rodney Uten and Bernard Mitchell, BJ, because they're in custody, over to the courthouse more than one day in a row. And then suddenly you're not calling them anymore? This could have changed things up for us. We want a mistrial, right? There was an issue there. And we heard Adam Abate mutter that, you know, they said they weren't going to testify to all that much. So to me, I take that to mean they're not going to get on the stand and say anything that's helpful to us. So we've decided not to call them. We also saw pretty recently Brian Steele filed a motion regarding Rich Homie Quan, no longer on this earth, but initially was on the state's witness list. The media was notified that he was on an upcoming witness list as if he was about to be called in upcoming days back in the spring. Then they don't call him. And the suspicion there is that Rich Homie Quan would have actually had positive things to say about Jeffrey Williams. So back then, the state made the strategic decision, let's not call that witness. Then today we're resolving this Thorpe issue. Can Thorpe suddenly be called back to the stand to talk about an interview that Shannon Stillwell gave back around the Donovan Thomas murder, closer in time to that? Should have been testified to already, but the state didn't want to talk about it for some reason back then. till suddenly maybe they want to introduce it while they're calling him for a separate issue, which has been squashed.
The witness indicated on y'all's media sheet, Investigator Starks, the objection's been withdrawn, and so everybody is okay with him not being shown. So we're going to testify tomorrow. It'll be one of the reasons not shown. All right, anything else? Okay, we're going to have a pleasant night, and hopefully we can just see each other at 9 in the morning. Okay.
She is ready to go. So yeah, 3 examples right there, just spitballing, right? In recent times where the state has changed their mind on who they want to call. And then we get now, what are you guys doing about Martinez Arnold? Duke, the one who can retain his right to invoke his Fifth Amendment on the stand, even though he took a plea. He also did not sign a special condition saying that he's going to get up on the stand and has to testify that YSL is a gang. We find out right after the jury finally hears about the 2022 search of Jeffrey Williams' home that largely involves Martinez Arnold and Diamante Kendrick. And now the state suddenly seems wishy-washy. Like, in my opinion, I don't think they want to call Martinez Arnold to the stand. When the last 2 defendants we have in the room is someone that you would think you need this guy's testimony about Diamante Kendrick. All signs point to the state being laid flat on their back. I think they are down bad. I think they are down so bad. We've said other times throughout this trial, we think they're down bad a little bit. We think they're down bad a lot. This, I think, is like the limbo stick cannot go any lower. So there's my rant on that. I'm very glad that Doug asked that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I agree, Miss Tina. Doug, I was trying to find your comment. Doug is awesome for asking that. Like, just crazy. They're gonna rest their case soon. They're just throwing the rest of their case away. And then on the flip side, this could be really disappointing in its own way. But maybe they don't care about the case anymore now that Jeffrey Williams is gone, right? There could be a couple factors at play here. The big fish pled out, so maybe who cares if we throw the rest of this case away? Well, which is a messed up way to approach it if you're really out for justice. So, you know, the reasons floating around in my head, none of them are positive really for the state there. Be Frank About It says, what did they end up saying about Juror 56? So he's staying on. Juror 56 is staying on. And they assured Juror 56 this trial is not going to go into 2025. So they addressed the core grievance. You know, state's really bad at organizing their case. It's taking too long. Juror didn't want to do another 3 to 6 months and said, I can't be unbiased if you make me do that. So Juror 56 is staying on. I think that was a very, very light at the end of tunnel sign for the 2 defendants remaining. KC Dog says defense closing arguments must include Love's Jungle Book Wolf opening statement. Right? Recall that for the jury. And if Viverito takes a stand and talks about hiding in the bushes to watch people in there, this is a quote, guys. If you didn't see the Viverito transcripts reading, go back and watch that. This is a quote. She said, natural habitat. She lurks in the bushes to do her work, to watch people on Cleveland Avenue in their natural habitat. And then we have Adrian Love open this case with a quote from the Jungle Book. So do with that what you will. But yes, defense closing arguments must include Love's Jungle Book Wolf opening statements and mention who is in the bushes observing the defendants in their natural habitat for a perfect, harmonious balance. Guys, it's a hot mess. It's a hot mess. And I really love when, in closing, one of the parties can turn the other party's opening statements on its head. It's probably a bit more effective in a shorter trial where opening statements are a bit more recent in memory for the jury to remember, hey, they're spinning that thing back. But at the same time, a Jungle Book reference might be something that sticks in someone's memory, right? It might be there even though it's like more than a year. Well, just about a year, right? Like we're a few weeks shy of it being 1 year since the Jungle Book opening statement. So thank you so much, Casey Dog. FFS, what are you doing? I look down and FFS is just, I see green, FFS, green, FFS, green, FFS, green, FFS, another green FFS. You know, my bad. I think I'm late on putting you in the banner here. Thank you for gifting so much today, FFS. Make sure you guys are saying thank you if you just got one of those gifted memberships. And we're growing the gang, you guys. We are over 114 new members today. That helped us get the extra emoji. I did swap out. I did have to remove some emojis. We were losing our limit. It's based on how many channel members you have. But we made room for the Juror 56 emoji today. So thank you to everyone that's gifted, especially here, FFS out here sniping from the bushes. Steph JK says, clat mlat chlat. Thank you again to the mods for all of their moderation work today. Been a pretty busy chat. So make sure you guys, if you want to show some love in the chat for the mods, that'd be super appreciated. Young Dro says, what's the jury charge? So jury charge is like what they charge to the jury. The instructions they might give to the jury. So it's, you know, I'm not a lawyer and maybe there is something more distinct, but I kind of hear the terms used interchangeably. They charge the jury, they give something to the jury. In addition to the regular spool of instructions that might be given to a jury for a certain scenario, especially closing arguments, right? After closing arguments, the judge rolls out the jury instructions for deliberations to begin. And there's things that go in there that are standard that they have to say. But then there might be additional things that are tacked in there, certain charges to the jury. One example would be in a self-defense case, you might add a justification charge, right? And it sounds weird because we think of charge as we're accusing you of doing the crime. We're going to charge you and prosecute you with this thing. But in the sense of a jury charge, it's kind of like, this is the thing we're charging to the jury. We're telling to the jury. We're instructing to the jury. So it's really just a jury instructions, but the word charge is confusing because of how charge is also used as who we're prosecuting. STS says, end of November? I'm not turning to the sports book just yet. Yeah, it might be good to hold off on those bets there. And again, she said next week, and if not next week, the week after. So that's not really all the way through November. That's, we have no court on Thursday, and we have a non-jury day on Friday. So that's really tomorrow. And then next week of testimony days. Is court open on Veterans Day? Because that could be a short week next week too, right? Is court open? I have no track of time on what stays open or closes for certain holidays anymore because things change. I don't know. But this is a short time frame that the state's predicting they'll rest their case in chief in. So their case in cheese. So I don't blame you for not opening your sports book here. Thank you so much again, STS. Mike the Mob said, you joined us late. Mike the Mob came in here and said, man, I miss Squirrel Brain, which easy to miss because he was only up there for less than a minute. Then says, oh, Paige did her hair today. It's like we can watch Mike the Mob adjust to what's on the screen as he joined us here around 4 p.m. about an hour and 5 minutes ago. Great to have you with us. Also, that McDonald's tape next to Thug's watch. Yep. Both of them, where are they? This case is crazy. Wish Thug would have stayed. I'm really trying to stay positive, but it's got to be a bit of a... That's why taking plea deals can be a risky decision. You know? If there was this information about Juror 56 before last week, do you think that maybe more of the defendants would have stuck it out? And this is a butterfly effect question because maybe Juror 56 feels this way in large part because there's only 2 defendants left in the room and is wondering more than ever, why is this such a waste of time? What happened? Where is everybody? This is weird. I can't help but make inferences. I don't want to keep sticking this out. This is stupid, right? So Juror 56 might not have given us that hint or might not even feel the way he feels about the state's case if last week didn't happen, right? So plea deals are always about weighing the risk and reward. And I'm sure probably natural to feel a little bit of wonder, maybe regret, maybe remorse, maybe confidence that you did the right thing. But definitely an interesting thing to consider. What if someone, not just thug, but what if the other stayed? Would we be estimating a 2024 end to this trial? Thank you so much for your super chats and support here, Mike. Retired Phoenix says, can't synchronize video without that ceramic watch. Yeah, if only we knew where that watch was, we could know what timestamps, what time all of this stuff was happening. But, you know, we just let it be ambiguous. Something very important for our investigation. We just let be ambiguous. And I'm still bothered by Detective Flores saying they don't think that somebody went to the gas station and pulled the footage or tried to look at whose car, anything about this Audi on the 14th, after we just heard more than one witness talk about how they were contacted on the 14th as part of this investigation. Like, they wasted no time to start the investigation. Did they do a good job? I'm not going to say they did a good job. But Detective Flores to say, oh, I don't think they were even looking at that, sounds like he's trying to make us look over there and ignore the thing that Schardt's pointing out over here. So, and Retired Phoenix Chief, thank you so much. Gifting a membership. Very nice of you. Heart of Inspiration says, I still think that either tomorrow or Friday there will be Brady evidence that comes to light that Paige will be so over it. She'll call a mistrial with prejudice. It's just, I know we only have like 3 weeks left, but oh well, I'm done. I'm out of here. Right? And the thing is, it's like, I would not put it past the state for there still to be some Brady evidence that hasn't been turned over. I would not put it past the state to do something to trigger a mistrial in the final stretch. They've done it so many times. So, and something's still sitting with me that there's an issue with the way they were questioning at least Shannon Stillwell. Because it seems like they were trying really hard and Hilton got back up there on redirect to try to scramble backwards and establish, well, suddenly, even though we've mentioned all this investigating work we did on 314, suddenly we're going to downplay that we were already looking at Shannon Stillwell and this white Audi on the 14th. Right? They're trying to say they worked entirely backwards from what they saw. Where it seems like they set their eyes on Shannon Stillwell and wanted to go lock him up. And when they had him detained as a victim after the Waters Road shooting, they started to ask him questions. They're acting like, oh, it's just casual questions. We were questioning him as a victim to get more information. But if you were questioning him in the position where you actually did suspect him of something, this could be a Miranda issue because they did not Mirandize him. And Schardt didn't get into that, but we still have Starks and Viverito, who did more of the investigative work here on this case. And I really wonder if we're going to see something about this. Something is not passing the smell test. So, just my guess, but something out there is not passing the smell test. That, and again, there's supposed to be this aura of a conspiracy, a cover-up for the Shymel Drinks murder. It's a malice murder thing, right? They're saying that even in the heat of the moment, maybe they saw him at a stoplight, but with malice murder, there's nothing that provokes it. And as a defense attorney, Max Schardt could be trying to put multiple angles on the table. So one of the things I was wondering is if they don't test for gunshot residue within the vehicle that Shymel Drinks was driving, or if there's possibly an error with maybe there was bullets going in another direction and we're trying to undermine the credibility of the science behind the bullet defects. Maybe we're trying to undermine the malice murder aspect where the state's saying that this was unprovoked. If we didn't test the victim's vehicle for gunshot residue or consider that maybe Shymel Drinks was firing back, right? There's some angle, I think there's more than one angle that Schardt is waiting to build up and get to when we get maybe Starks, but probably Viverito on the stand. There's just something more there. Something more there. So, and Mrs. R, I agree, a great day for the defense. Too many great days for the defense during the state's case in chief. So, Gen X Chick, thank you so much. Veterans Day is a court holiday. So thank you so much for that, because I am not my forte. I'm not good at this. So that's a short week then next week too. So the states really got tomorrow and 4 days next week, and they're optimistically estimating they'll rest next week, potentially. That's 5 days. 5 days of jury time. So thank you again, Gen X, for that. FFS version 2.0 is out here. Hold on. We got 1, 2, 3 more from FFS version 2.0. We're going to get both FFSs in the banner. There we go. Just so much. 4. We got another one here. He's still out here sniping from the bushes. There's just so much, guys, there's just so much from today. You know, I don't know. And probably gonna, like, sometimes when I sit and think about more, like, other stuff clicks, I do want to reshare the throwback to the Schardt. That's in the description there. That was back on, what did I say, day 117? And this is at work, why I do these clips of the individual archives, because if I want to revisit something from this case, or anybody else wants to revisit something from this case, like months from now, right? Or when the next trials start up for the severed co-defendants, because that's going to be a whole saga. You know, if we want to look back to that one moment from this trial, you know, these little archival clips, segments, I hope help us in the future. I do plan to watch or read. I hope there's cameras in the courtroom for the trials for the severed co-defendants. Keep following this and see what kind of a mess continues to spiral out of control. Different attorneys, right? That could be interesting. But these little clips, this one from day 117, looking back at the Waters Road search warrant issues that Schardt raised, really interesting to look back at. And again, I think we'll hear more about this with Viverito. So, oh boy. KC Dog thinks that Atkins would be the one flexing that watch. Man, the arm would be waving all over. You hit someone. He's talking. He's got this big clunker of a watch. Moves his hand too animated and clucks somebody that's sitting next to him. Knocks him out. This big, like, $500,000, who knows how much watch that went missing. Oh, man. One happy white girl earlier had said we should dedicate all year to veterans. Just my opinion. And I do like when people, you know, they give their thanks when they see a veteran. I think usually, you know, I'm wearing a hat for a random foundation, but I think a lot of veterans, you can see because they'll wear their hat proud from, you know, wherever they were deployed in, right? So the hat is a signal to a lot of people when someone did serve. So I think there are people out there that always, when they see a veteran, they say their thanks, they show their appreciation. I love to overhear it when I'm walking through public somewhere and see someone say, thanks for your service. And you see, and a lot of times it's like an elderly person who served in a war long ago. And you might turn in time to catch their facial expression when they react to the person thanking them. And usually, like, you can see the glow on the face. So those thank yous are appreciated. So I agree. Oh, yeah, I know, Gwennon. Oh, I can only imagine. I got to go back to saying Whitaker. I've been saying Paige, I think, because I'm seeing it in the chat more. It's like rubbing off on me. But yes, my name is Paige. When you say it, my ears perk up. My bad, Gwennon. I'm going to go back to Whitaker. My bad. You're like the chair squeak when people say their dogs come running because they hear the chair squeak. We're saying Paige. I'm sorry. Peter Ortiz, thank you so much for the 25 earlier. Corona and nachos, neither of which I have at the moment. But this weekend, with some lime. And guys, you know what's great? If you guys make nachos the way where you dump a bunch of toppings on it, I encourage you, find a brand of tortilla chips that's relatively flat with how they make their chips so you can lay them out individually on a baking sheet. And you got to do the SpongeBob method. There's an episode of SpongeBob. It's like the Fry Cook Games, and I think it's King Neptune or something. He's like flying away. He's like flipping thousands of burgers, Krabby Patties. And the whole time he's doing all this work with his spells and his magic and his power and his forces to fill like a whole room with Krabby Patties, like assembly line style quickness. SpongeBob is just gently doing one little Krabby Patty and like putting the cheese on like a blanket when you tuck someone to sleep. Next time you make nachos, try finding a flat chip, lay them out individually, and give every chip some love. They will be the best nachos you've ever had. Because you'll make sure that every ingredient you want, and you can diversify it so each bite is different, but you can make sure each chip gets some love. And it's going to be the best nachos you ever had. So thank you. This sounds so good. I want nachos so badly now. What do we got? Casey Dog, you know, I read this in my head, and I'm sorry if I'm reading it twice, but I don't think I read it. So sorry if it's twice, chat, but it's something I thought about. The state is making a mockery of the victims, in my opinion. Right? I get to me, this is the same feeling I'm getting about how they handled the investigation of the Shymel Drinks murder. And that's more recent in time, so it's more interesting when, you know, I don't really remember, the details are getting blurry. It's not almost a decade ago when it comes to the Shymel Drinks murder investigation. So that gives it a little bit of a different layer underneath. Like, is it an unsolved murder that we're still genuinely trying to solve when we talk about 2015? Versus 2022, do we really know who it is? Were we just trying to pin it on somebody and add it onto this indictment? Because remember, the Shymel Drinks murder charge, the murder count is actually in this indictment. It's not like Jamari Holmes with Rodalius Ryan, where that had a separate, you know, we arrested, we charged, we prosecuted, got a conviction against Rodalius Ryan and Damone Blalock for the Jamari Holmes murder. This murder, the murder itself, not only is it an overt act, but it's also a count in the indictment against, you know, QUAMARVIOUS Nichols pled out to it, but it's still standing for Garlington, Farley, and Kendrick. So you could say that they really just threw that right into this indictment. So I don't really think it's something I'd be confident in as the victim's family, and that's what one of the aunts of Shymel Drinks, was saying, that they don't think that the state investigated properly, and they still don't know who actually did it. And it could be mistaken, but I believe the aunt went so far as to say, we don't really agree with them just trying to charge these guys, anybody, for the sake of charging somebody. So. And then L. Allen, very kind here, says, mods, love and appreciate. Very big love to the mods today. This is the time of day, you guys. If something's going on, let us know where you're going to watch some content next after this. You guys know, you guys go take a break, go to sleep. Some of you guys are ready to go to bed. I know Nick Starro is live doing his day 156 recap. So that's here. Excited Utterance is going to be if you guys didn't see, Excited Utterance is going to be doing a stream on a motion filed by Sarah Boone, because she wants a retrial. So Excited Utterance is going to be breaking that down. If you want to break, and thank you guys for being respectful of how we all come together for a common cause here, but if you are watching election stuff, you know, I know it's a big day, especially in American politics. There's too many channels that I can think of. I can't recommend somewhere to go. There's so many channels doing election coverage. But if you're looking, I can recommend Ian Runkle. If you're looking for a bit of reprieve from election coverage, he's just doing an emotional support Canadian live stream, no politics. So if you want a safe haven, Ian Runkle's going to be doing that in a few hours. Yeah. So yeah, there's that. And Sweetie 88 says, you would think the state would consider plea deals knowing they have a juror against them. Almost guaranteed it will be split. Yep, and that's the thing. I mean, if it's a hung jury, is the state going to try to re-prosecute? Maybe the decision to re-prosecute with a hung jury would be easier when it's just two defendants. Maybe it'd be a chance for them to present a more structured case. But if at least one juror is off the table, you need all 12 to be unanimous on a given count, to convict on a given count. So that sounds problematic when this juror, in my opinion, seems like he could be ready to go straight down the board with acquittals. So big problem there. And maybe they'll want to do the plea deal route now, but oh my gosh, you'd be walking into those negotiations with egg on your face, state, because you just played funny business with plea negotiations last week with these two co-defendants. So, yes, there is court tomorrow at 9 a.m. No early start tomorrow, 9 a.m. I guess I'll start on time, but if you guys see me like just do an extra like 30, maybe we'll start at 9:30 just to give us some room to skip some of the lunchtime. We'll play it by ear. I might start at 9. I'm gonna think about that for a little bit before I schedule the stream. So we'll either start at 9 or start slightly late just so we can skip that lunchtime. Today we had the Blalock appeal to watch that filled some time and we still ran out of time. So also, oh yeah, big thank you also. I'm so bad at checking notifications. DPE, if you are still in the chat, I tried to look at what you were mentioning with the story of MP. However, I wasn't able to really catch it on stream because there was music playing, so there wasn't really narration for me to piece it together. So I did receive your Cash App. I did see the channel in the video. It's something I've got to take a look at to see what you're pointing out. But thank you so much for that. Mrs. R, thank you so much for the 10 on Cash App. Good to have you with us all day today. And then I had missed this because I'm adult. But Tia, yesterday, thank you so much for sending a Cash App and a really sweet message. Thank you for your dedication. I do think that might have been because we continued to cover this with just the 2 remaining co-defendants, as I think we should. I think we should still be interested. And I am thrilled to see so many people still interested. So very, very happy to have you guys all here hanging out. Oh, the reporting on the juror. Hold on, wait, Atlanta news first. Is it just, oh no, they don't look like they're live. Maybe 11 Alive. I mean, are they just reporting on the juror? They're obviously not going to be talking to the juror yet. The case is still ongoing. Shout out to whatever station that was, though. And then I can redirect us somewhere. Do you guys want to crash land somewhere? Who do you want to raid, guys? Who do you want to raid? We could do a Nick Starro raid. You guys could hit that like button, say hello. Let me customize this redirect. We'll do a reverse raid. And again, for whatever reason, if you guys aren't able to check out court tomorrow, there's no court on Thursday. And if you don't pay attention to non-jury days, for anyone that, won't tune in because there won't be much going on Thursday or Friday, maybe you're busy tomorrow, just remember always Fridays, we've got the panel shows going on Nick Starrow's channel. So don't forget about that. But we'll redirect. We're going to do a Viking raid over there, you guys. So let's crash over there. And before I do that, let me also drop the link in case you guys wanted to check out the Sarah Boone coverage that Hella Excited Utterance is going to start shortly in 5 minutes. So you've got some good choices here for content right now. There you go. There you go. So we're going to end the stream. I'll see you over in the Viking land. You guys all have a great one. Bye.